Hello everyone, and thank you very much for joining this afternoon panel on elections. My name is Fortune Agbeli I'm from Ghana, but currently at the University of Bayreuth in Germany. I'm chairing this section. We are going to have three presentations, and each presenter has 15 minutes. So after taking the three presentations, we'll now open the panel for questions and answers. In the meantime, you can also feel free to drop your question in the Q&A session. And when we are done with the three presentations, we'll now open the panel for questions. Yeah, welcome.
Thank you. You can hear me okay?
Sure, I can hear you.
Good.
Are you able to project your presentation?
That's just what I'm about to try.
Cool.
Now, does that work?
Not yet.
Try again.
Yes, please try.
Okay.
Perfect.
That it?
Yeah, good.
Excellent.
Great.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you, Fortune.
Yeah. Okay, so then, you can see our next presentation is on inequalities and the funding of election administration, and this is by Alistair Clark. Please take the floor.
Brilliant. Thank you, Fortune, and good to see everyone, even if it's through the medium of a computer screen on this occasion. I'm going to touch on one or two issues that Brian's just touched on, actually, issues around inequalities. And as many of you will know, I've been working in the field of electoral administration for a little while, trying to bring in that kind of institutional administrative space that elections are conducted into the discussion of electoral politics, and in particular looking at how variations in electoral administration manifest themselves across the UK and elsewhere. And we'll hear tomorrow, currently doing some work on this on COVID as well. What this particular paper is looking at is really that issue of inequalities and how election administration is funded, to see if there's any kind of relationship between inequalities and increased funding for election administration. So where do we begin with this? Effectively, what you'll find if you go into some of the core texts, institutional text that Pippa Norris tells us end up creating this electoral integrity space is the point that electoral behavior for individuals is something that should be held equally, held by secret vote or equivalent free voting procedures, by universal and equal suffrage, as the UNDHR tells us. You'll find plenty of other similar statements in things like the Council of Europe's documentation and so on. Now, importantly, the weight of the vote, people's vote, should be equal. In most other parts of political participation, political science, the more participation there is, the better. In electoral politics, that's not necessarily the case. Everybody's vote is meant to be equal. You have one vote and one vote only. My vote is meant to be equal to anyone else's vote. Someone famous's vote is meant to be equal to your average worker's vote, for instance. So the weight of the vote should be equal. Now, I don't need to tell an EPOP audience that, of course, this is not what the outcome is. There are numerous inequalities in the electoral process. Inequalities in turnout, inequalities in electoral registration. We've heard about both of those things from Brian. Electoral systems, for instance, can also bias the weight of vote. And that's before we even get to restrictive processes such as electoral administration asking for voter identification or those kinds of things. So this kind of notion that electoral participation should be equal, but in practical terms, the output is there are many, many inequalities in the electoral process. Now, how should this be mitigated? If you go into the participation literature, people like Sidney Verba and so on will tell you that these things are mitigated through institutional structures. And the institutional structure I'm trying to bring to the fore here is the public administration of elections, which is often very much forgotten. But if that doesn't function properly, then we don't have free and fair elections, and everything else we're talking about at this conference is kind of affected negatively. The issue is that electoral administration needs capacity to work properly. And it's a complex business. This is often underappreciated, just how complex electoral administration is. The electoral cycle is not just a case of polling day and then pack up and everybody goes home until the next election. There's a whole period of reflection, learning lessons, then building the whole cycle up again for nominations, preparing locations, all those kinds of things. The problem is that a lot of these tasks are periodic, and they don't get much public attention. The only time they tend to get public attention is when something goes terribly wrong, when there are big queues at close of poll, or there's been some disaster with people not voting properly, lots of spoiled votes, those kinds of things. So these are periodic tasks, but ultimately the exercise of democratic rights depend on them. So electoral administration as an institutional structure within which these inequalities might be mitigated, I would argue is central, particularly if we're interested in the exercise of democratic rights more widely. Now, I've already mentioned briefly the capacity of electoral administration. Now, this is ultimately derived from money. The amount of public spending that electoral administration has derives the amount, or ends up leading to them being able to employ certain amounts of staff, locate various polling stations in various places, and so on and so forth. In other words, the more that they have to spend on election delivery, the more capacity local election administration tends to have, the better they're able to respond to challenges in their local area. Now, there can be variation in funding electoral administration. Now, again, this should come as no surprise to anyone who knows about funding local government, and this is very much the same in electoral administration. Variation in funding between different types of areas, and we'll see a bit more about that as we go through. And this, of course, can go on to affect the capacity that they have on the ground to deliver elections. Now, the American literature that there is on this, there's not a huge literature on this in the UK, but the American literature that we have tells us that this can have partisan consequences, and it can also reinforce pre-existing inequalities. So if less well-off area is not that well funded, that can reinforce pre-existing inequalities. People still don't turn out, and so on. Cottrell and colleagues, an American study, telling us in just this year, really, that resource allocation of funding for electoral administration is ultimately indicative of the underlying fairness of the electoral process and the extent to which all voters are treated equally under the law. I think this is a good statement of what I'm trying to get at here. Okay, how might this provide equality? Well, it links to broader discussions about social equity and need in public services. The argument here being that to resolve some of these inequalities, which may be long-lasting, then you tend to need higher levels of public administrative spending, or in this case, higher levels of electoral administrative spending. Guy Goodwin Gill, in a book from the Interparliamentary Union talking about electoral laws, puts it thus: deeper systematic problems presented by the fact that minority and other groups in society are still commonly under or unrepresented, which requires positive action on the part of government if the result is to be attained. In other words, more equality come through. Persistent inequalities, again, I don't really need to tell an EPOP audience what the persistent inequalities in the electoral process are. There are at least four. There may be others. Any other ideas here, I'm open to hear them. Young people, typically 18 to 24s, have lower turnout. Black and ethnic minority populations, less well-off areas, deprived of less well-off populations, and of course there's a kind of, if you like, path dependency between turnouts in previous elections. Low turnout areas tend to continue to have low turnouts. So there are some persistent inequalities in the electoral process. They're well known about, and if public administration is serious about actually resolving some of these inequalities, the argument is that they need to be, putting more into resolving these in electoral administrative funding. Four hypotheses I test in this paper. The first is that less well-off constituencies will therefore demonstrate higher levels of election spending, and so on. In other words, areas which are less well-off will have higher levels of election spending. Areas with lower turnout will have higher levels of election spending. Higher proportions of young voters will have higher levels of election spending. Constituencies with higher proportions of ethnic minority voters will demonstrate higher levels of election administration spending. Now, the difficulty is there is a formula that government uses to work this out. The difficulty is it's not public, and despite my efforts, we still have no idea what is in this particular formula. So we're kind of in a situation of trying to reverse engineer what they're doing with it. The data that I use for this is returning officers' election administration spending returns. The last of these that have been published were from the 2015 general election for Great Britain from the Cabinet Office. Now, this is measured at constituency level. And what I've done is integrate this with constituency level electoral data from the BES and also Census 2011 data as well, constituency level, to create a quite rich data set to allow us to have a look at this. My dependent variables are the total maximum recoverable amount, MRA. This is the amount of grant that government is willing to fund election administration for in each constituency. And that same maximum recoverable amount per elector. Okay, findings. Cost of elections, again, this will come as not that much of a surprise to most people, but is on the upward slope. 143 million they cost in 2017, for instance, much the same as the Brexit referendum. And there is geographical variation in how much is spent here. This is geographical variation by region in GB. Now, if you note Scotland has most spent on it, 190,000 on average per constituency. By comparison with, the East Midlands, which only has 94,000 spent on it. Scotland and London having more spent on it, places in the Midlands, for instance, having much less spent on it. Now, these patterns in a bivariate comparison of means are statistically significant, and they're relatively strong as measured by the ETA results at the bottom. In looking at the independent variables I'm looking at, measures of deprivation, measures of BME population, 18-24-year-olds, and turnout. Most in bivariate analyses are positive and they're statistically significant with both of the dependent variables, total MRA or MRA per elector. 18 to 24-year-olds aren't, and neither is turnout. So far, pretty much as expected. Now, the bivariate analyses, fairly simple OLS regression. Don't think there's any real need to do anything more sophisticated than this. But with two groups of controls based on the public administration cost literature. One is what's called the production cost variables. In other words, how much the amount of postal votes cost, the amount of polling stations cost, and how much combined elections are likely to cost. And then a second group, which is to do with political and institutional variables. Majority, percentage of Conservative Lib Dem vote share for the 2015 election, given that there's some suspicion there may be effects in this regard, certainly from the American literature, and of course, as we've seen, region. What do we find? In terms of the hypotheses, I'll spare you a big regression table. You'll see plenty of them over these 2 days.
So, Alistair,
yeah.
So you have less than 3 minutes.
That's fine. I'll be done in a couple, Fortune. Thank you.
Great.
Thanks. Okay, with MRA total, only the percentage of Black and ethnic minority voters in the constituency is in the expected direction, and statistically significant at the 0.01 level. But what is particularly relevant are some of the control variables. The production cost variables for postal votes, polling stations, both positive and highly significant. Combined elections, again, is kind of in the direction to negative relationship, and significant at 0.01. So pretty much what we might expect from that. But only the Black and ethnic minority finding is in that expected hypothesis direction. Political and institutional variables, well, we see those regional differences that I've showed you with the bivariate finding pull through into the multivariate finding as well. So there's something more here I think we need to have a dig at, but clear inequalities regionally. And largely the same outcome for MRA per elector. So in other words, largely the same outcome despite a different version of the dependent variable. So reasonably robust in that level. Okay, to conclude, extra funding for inequalities does not seem to be part of election administrative spending, at least in terms of the grant that local authorities are given to conduct general elections in Great Britain. And that's, I think, interesting because it gives you a sense of what the priorities central government have in funding election administration. Obvious caveats, this is just funding for running that election. It's not to do with the whole electoral cycle. So it may be there's stuff going on prior to the election that we miss here. But what I would argue is that, I mean, this is obviously a missed opportunity for government if they want to increase participation. I think we can doubt if they do, but if they did, it's fairly obvious. Spend a bit more when people are paying attention. In other words, in the run-up to elections. And for analysts, for electoral reformers, I think we need to focus on the capacity and conduct of electoral administration, I think, is one means of addressing hard-to-reach communities. It's not just all about electoral reform. That can encompass other things, such as thinking about electoral administration and how that's handled as well. Okay, I'll finish there. I look forward to any questions and comments. I'll be very grateful for any thoughts on how to develop this. Thanks very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Alistair. So we hop onto the third presentation, and this is co-presented by Justin Fisher and Manu Savani. And so let's just see if you're able to project your presentation first. Yeah, great. So the question is, who wants to vote online? A survey experiment. Please take the floor.
Great, thanks very much. So it's not moving. Hang on. Let me share the PowerPoint version. Right. Can you see that?
I can see that.
Great. Okay, so a context for this is that there have been concerns about turnout decline in the UK, and the principal policy responses have been to try and reduce the cost to the voter. And these have been through things like rolling registration, but also importantly, postal voting on demand. And there's an excellent recent paper in Parliamentary Affairs which illustrates how postal voting has become much more popular, but alongside that have become greater concerns about electoral fraud. Now, with voting online, there's a possibility of reducing the cost to the voter by making it more convenient, but also critically developing stronger electoral integrity. And this has all been brought into sharp relief by the pandemic, which, as you'll know, resulted in elections in the UK being postponed in 2020. It didn't happen across the whole globe, but certainly in a number of countries and obviously in the UK. Now, just a note about terms. What we're talking about with online voting is remote online voting, as in doing it away from any polling station. And this is known in the literature as iVoting, to distinguish it from voting electronically in the polling station. But there is an argument that if we'd had iVoting in 2020, those elections that were postponed may have gone ahead, may have been allowed to go ahead, because there wouldn't have been the danger involved in getting people to the polling station to cast their ballot. Now, over time, there have been a number of trials. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Justin. Did you want to be on the next slide?
Not yet.
Okay,
Not yet.
sorry.
Number of trials have taken place in countries, including the United Kingdom in the early 2000s. Netherlands, Austria, and Norway have trialed it and abandoned it. But two countries where we've seen quite a bit of iVoting is in Switzerland and Estonia. Estonia in particular, where they've been able to vote online at every election since 2005. But one of the puzzles is, despite the fact that many people are using the internet more and more, voters appear reluctant and to embrace iVoting. And whilst we know that there's reluctance to do this, there's less evidence as to why. So to give you an example, the Electoral Commission conducted a study in advance of the 2021 elections in Scotland, asking people if they'd like the option, and the clear preference, sizable preference, was to vote online or by post. So even under the conditions of pandemics, iVoting, there was less popularity of it. So why do people engage in it? Well, there are four broad theories that we can identify, first of which is rational choice. As I said, lowering the participation costs for voters. And here we've seen particular focus on voters with mobility issues, people living in remote locations, who may find it harder to get to the polling station, and particularly expatriates. And that's become a more significant phenomenon as more and more people live outside the country of their citizenship. So Switzerland, yeah.
Sorry, I'm really sorry to interrupt again. I think it might not just be me, but we're only seeing the title page.
Oh, right. Okay.
And two people have liked the comments. I assume that applies to a couple of others as well.
Oh,
Do you want to try going into the full PowerPoint screen and then maybe it moves forward? But I mean, we can now see demographics if that's where you wanted to be.
Right. Okay. Let me do it like that. Yeah. Can you see that? Okay.
Rational choice. Perfect.
Yeah. Great. Okay. So, and then we've got empirical evidence from Estonia, for example, which suggests that convenience is a key driver. So Estonia votes on a Sunday, but many people cast their ballots online when polls are closed. So more evidence that convenience is a key driver. What about demographics? Well, many of the arguments have been that younger people will be more familiar with online applications and therefore more likely to engage in online voting. However, the evidence here shows that the relationship is often curvilinear. For example, in trials in Canada, it was the 40 to 59s who were most likely to take part in online voting. What about the sex? Well, the computer science literature suggests that men are more likely to adopt technological solutions earlier. However, when subject to empirical evidence, the evidence is very, very mixed there. In terms of education, there's evidence that more educated people are more likely to engage. And in Estonia, at least, wealthier citizens are also more likely to vote online. We have a final bit of evidence from the Estonian case is that there we find that Russian speakers are less likely to vote online, but that is largely because the online voting procedure is only in Estonian. The third sort of broad cluster is political engagement. So less frequent voters were more likely to vote online. So there's some evidence of mobilization there in Estonia. Voters in Switzerland with higher levels of political knowledge, more likely to vote online. Those with positive attachments to the political system in the trials in Australia. And generally speaking, those who trust the procedure of iVoting, more likely to vote. And then finally, trust in the internet and computer anxiety. So it's argued that people with more computer anxiety are less likely to vote online. People who engage in more online activity, like banking is the often quoted, are more likely to vote online. And what we call social influence. As more and more people do it, others follow. And we see that in the Estonian case, where all of those previous predictors of iVoting dispersed after repeated elections. So the initial predictors weren't very helpful. However, what we see is that two areas here are underdeveloped. The first is who or what delivers iVoting. And what we see in trials in the UK and in the US is that there were concerns over the involvement of the private sector and multiple actors being involved in the process. And this is in contrast with other ways in which we can vote in the UK. So if you vote in person, it's delivered by local authorities, as Alistair has talked about. And postal voting, whilst delivered by the technically privatised Royal Mail, the Royal Mail has a privileged position as a mail carrier, and it's the only mail company that can utilise the return envelope. So it's not like lots and lots of private companies competing. What we also don't know about is who is concerned about online risk. So levels of internet use only tell us so much. And unlike voting, banking and shopping is covered by safeguards. So there's a possibility of getting your money back if things go wrong. It's not the case with voting. So what we also need to know is about people's concerns in respect of data privacy, their exposure to risk, which may result in the secrecy of the ballot being breached. So we're thinking there about people finding out about their favoured shopping outlets, the identity of their friends, and their social and political views. So what we do is develop 6 hypotheses to try and test this using a survey experiment. Our first hypothesis suggests that people will be more likely to want to vote online if they know more about it in a positive way and if the public sector delivers it. Secondly, people will be more likely to vote online if they get more positive information about it and a well-respected private sector company delivers it. Thirdly, we expect that people will be more willing to vote online if it's the public sector that is the principal manager rather than a private sector one. What we're also interested in is people's internet behaviour. We expect that people who use the internet more are more likely to vote online. We expect that people who have more experience of online activity are more likely to vote online, but people with higher concerns about data privacy are less likely to vote online. And at this point, I will hand over to Manu.
Thanks, Justin. So to test these hypotheses, we designed a survey experiment, and you can see the logic of the experiment set out in this flowchart. So this was an online survey experiment. We recruited 1,855 participants through YouGov. They were all UK voters. And in the survey, they were asked a series of initial questions about political attitudes, behaviours, past voting behaviours, for example, and then they were assigned randomly to one of three messages. So we had one control group who were given some brief information about iVoting and then two treatment arms. So the key thing here is because they were randomly assigned, if we found any difference in willingness to vote online between these three experimental groups, then we can attribute that to the differences in content in those messages. So I'll show you in the next slide a bit more of what the respondents saw. So the control vignette is fairly basic. It's pretty much just putting the idea of online voting to the respondent. So it mentions that other countries have been using online voting system and also makes reference to the upheaval of the past year of COVID. But the treatment messages went a step further. So you can see here that we have two treatment arms. They both had some text explaining a bit further the advantages of online voting, and that was identical in the two. But the difference here is in who would be managing the online ballot. So in the top message, we make reference to an independent body like the Electoral Commission, and that's our public sector treatment. And in the one on the bottom, that's making reference to a well-regarded technology company, and that's our private sector treatment. So if we move on to the next slide, just to mention, these were the variables that we used. We were interested in our outcome variable as simply how willing would you be to vote online at the next election, and we measured that on a scale of 0 to 10. Our independent variables, which link back to those hypotheses 4, 5, and 6, they refer to access to the internet, levels of internet activity, and that was an index that we created based on their responses around online banking, online shopping, and hobbies. And then we were also interested to develop this index of concern about data privacy, which was built on questions about data privacy concerns relating to shopping, social interactions, and social and political views. We also controlled for various political behaviours and attitudes, some of them are listed there, and demographics like age, sex, education, and location. So with that, we ran two separate models. The first, the results are set out here, and these are for our average treatment effects. That's the effect of the treatment vignettes on willingness to vote online. So the two rows in bold at the top there, that's the treatment effects, and that's where we can draw causal inference. And you can see that the respondents who saw the vignette with the public sector message were more likely to vote online, and that's a statistically significant relationship. There was no particular effect from the private sector message.
So you have 3 minutes more.
Okay, I will rattle on through. So just to make it clear as well, this is one model, this is our preferred model. We ran a series of others as robustness checks, and they all produce consistent results. I'll let you just have a look there, but we can certainly talk about this later. There are other factors that we found to be associated with willingness to vote online, but there's no causal inference attached to those. So I'll show you next the heterogeneous treatment effects. This is where we were interested in subgroups of voters. So we looked at those with daily access, so more access to the internet daily. And then we also looked at the two indices of online activity and concerns over data privacy and risk. So the key message here is that in each of those cases, when voters heard about the public sector organisation possibly being involved, they were more willing to vote online. And this did not apply with the public sector message, the private sector message. There were no effects there. Just to say as well that with multiple hypothesis testing, we applied the Benjamini-Hochberg technique to correct for that, and all of these findings were statistically significant after we applied those corrections. So just to summarise what all of these results mean, respondents are more likely to favour online voting when they receive information about the convenience and they hear that the process is being run by the public sector. They're no more likely to favour online voting if it's being run by the private sector, no more likely than a control group, that is. And if you compare the public sector and the private sector messages, it's the public sector message that actually has an effect, a positive and statistically significant effect on voters. When we think about these groups of voters who are more likely to vote, to be willing to vote online, they are respondents who use the internet daily and who engage more in online activity. Now, somewhat contrary to our expectations, even those who were more concerned about data privacy became more likely or seem to be more likely to favour iVoting when they learn more, but only if the process is run by the public sector. So just coming to our final slide, what we conclude is that who delivers online voting matters a great deal. So although we're using the internet extensively and working with private sector providers of that, as voters, we are strongly committed to public sector management of voting. When we think about risk, our index of concerns about data privacy, that seems to be a really useful measure, and that representation of risk matters. Even people who do have greater concerns, though, become or seem to be favourable to iVoting when the process is delivered by the public sector. Now, we recognise that we have looked into online voting with an online sample, and we would like in future to replicate this experiment and validate these findings with an offline sample as well. Thinking about policy implications, public providers need to lead on the delivery of elections, but there's also an implication here that where there is private sector input, the public need to be reassured that that will not compromise delivery at all. Now, in our treatments, we had a fairly binary choice, well, not a choice, but a binary presentation of a public sector organisation and a private. But in reality, we know that there may well be some hybrid model. And in future, we'd like to look at whether we can identify the optimal, acceptable level of that public and private mix. So happy to talk more, but yeah, we'll hand over to the chair.
Yeah, thank you very, very much for these presentations. They are very, very interesting. At the moment, we have one question, and that is addressed to Justin. So I don't know if Justin, no, it's addressed to Alistair, sorry. Alistair, would you like to come online? Sorry, on the screen to answer the question? Hello? Alistair? Hello? Is Alistair there? Hello?
I can see Alistair in the audience. Alistair, if you just press the ask to share video and audio option, which is the blue button at the top of the screen. There you are. Okay.
Great.
Hurrah, hurrah. These platforms drive me daft. Okay, Justin, I think, yes, it's not something that escaped me either. And I think there's a fair chance that the level of funding is one of the reasons why Scotland tends to perform better in this regard. It's not just question of funding. Scotland tends to have better staffed elections services teams and so on as well. Now, we hear a lot about the pressures and so on being the same. The difficulty is that the teams in England, Wales and elsewhere tend to be smaller and less resilient to begin with. And I think that's really one of the difficulties. The other thing I would say about the Scottish case is that they've got that Scotland-wide electoral management board, which coordinates things in a way that you don't have in England and Wales. If there's any coordination, it may be informal, but it's not with the power of direction that the electoral management board in Scotland has. So definitely money is a part of that, leading into bigger teams.
Fortune, can I come back on that?
Sure, please do.
So coming out of your presentation, Alistair, and the point that you've just made,
yeah,
is the solution to bring it all under the Electoral Commission rather than devolving it to local authorities.
I've argued as much in the past, Justin. I think the Electoral Commission should actually have powers of direction in electoral administration, because they get all the flack if something goes wrong, but they actually have no power to actually do anything about it other than really advise to begin with. Whereas the situation in Scotland is different for everything except general elections. But of course, the practice for the other elections feeds through into general elections because, you know, they're all working together in those other elections to begin with. So yes, I think that's absolutely the case, and I think England and Wales could well be done with following that sort of Scottish model, and the Commission's an obvious place for that power to rest with.
Great. So whilst we wait for other questions to come up, I was just wondering, Alistair, what are the implications? Of course, your work focused on England, but I was wondering, or Britain, but I was wondering what are the implications of what you're saying on developing democracies, because would want to encourage participation, and these developing democracies in most cases are also the developing economies they don't have the money. So what are the implications?
That's a really good point, Fortune. I mean, it's not something I can address obviously with that data. Indeed, this is very much an advanced democracy kind of paper. I think the difficulty quite simply is we don't know enough about the funding of elections to begin with, or the capacity for delivering them. And I think that's really where I would start in trying to answer that question, and in trying to get colleagues to think about how we might actually research that to investigate these things to begin with, because it's that capacity, I would argue, that can help drive things such as turnout or electoral registration and so on. Now, context will be different from country to country, but I think we need to know a lot more about that to begin with. And I mean, one thing, for instance, we don't have a sense of is how widespread international donor support would be for developing democracies, and to what level that would be by comparison with what those countries' governments put into financing elections. In other words, the relative proportions. So, I mean, my argument would be for people to think more about this, and if anyone's up for a comparative research project on this, we should talk. I think it's a really good question, Fortune.
I think I'll be very much interested in it, because I'm also speaking because I come from Ghana.
Sure.
And Ghana used to attract a lot of funding from donors, and until when we declared the country became a lower middle income country, most of the donors are now kind of gradually winning. I mean, and for me, as someone who is interested in democracy, I'm also somehow bothered, because then it's an issue of, okay, a lot have been done, a lot of investments have been made into the country, and we need to see these investments. We haven't consolidated. We are consolidating. Ghana is usually named among one of the best performing democracies on the continent, but we still have huge issues. And our last election was an example. And so for me, it's a very interesting thing to look into. Yeah.
And entirely agreed. And I think, I mean, this goes to countries all over the world. We need to know more about how these things are actually funded, because otherwise, as I said at the start of the presentation, everything else we talk about at this conference takes place in a slanted playing field. So these are really fundamental to holding elections. I've got one for Justin and Manu, if I might. It's probably, in the famous words, more of a comment than a question, but but we'll see. The framing, I mean, I thought that was an absolutely fantastic paper, Justin and Manu. Really good. Two thoughts about the framing of it. The first thing was a counter to what you said about what might have happened in Britain had there been voting, which is that, can you imagine the US 2021 election being held online, 2020 election being held online, and the amount of conspiracy theories that there would have been as a consequence. So, I mean, that's just a counter to that particular point. The second thing is to do with Estonia, because Estonia always comes up in regard to this. And I think it's underappreciated in Estonia that online voting is only one channel of voting. And that I can't remember the percentage, but I don't think it's a majority of people that vote online, or is it? It works, and it's a great example, but that needs to be there as context. And there's also another peculiarity about the Estonian one, if I'm right, that voters can vote numerous times, and it's only on the very last occasion that vote is counted. Now, the argument here is kind of to do with the privacy argument that you were talking about, that this will prevent them voting under duress, and presumably the last vote wouldn't be under duress. I'm not quite sure if that would hold up. But anyhow, that's quite complex, and presumably not what people are thinking about when we're thinking about online voting. The question, is it a question? I'm not sure that it is. Comment, question, whatever. But the one thing that I think is really valuable and what beyond the general discussion is actually for thinking about that public-private role. Because the private sector does have a role in delivering elections. Even in the UK, it's got a role in delivering elections. And it's more than just the post office. And in America, during the last round of elections, the private sector actually funded large chunks of electoral administration. And I think there's a broader question here as well. Maybe this taps into Fortune's point as well, about the extent to which other actors, whether it be the private sector, whether it's international donors or so on, actually get involved in running elections, and what that then does for democratic trust, satisfaction, or whatever you want to call it. Thanks.
Manu,
yeah, Justin.
or do you want to kick off, Manu?
Go, Justin.
Okay. Well, you're absolutely right about Estonia. That the majority of people still don't do it, and in a sense, it's one of the puzzles about iVoting in general. So more and more of us expose ourselves to enormous risk. Banking, much more serious. If you lose all your family money through an online scam, that's far more serious than losing your vote. And yet there is still this reluctance, and it's very difficult to understand. So even in Estonia, where it's well established, but what you do find is that in countries where they've persevered, like Switzerland and Estonia, that the iVoters are more faithful. So once they try it, they tend to stick with it. It's getting people to start. I completely agree about the conspiracy theories, but here lies the other puzzle. Why is it that people are seemingly confident with postal voting, where the scope for intimidation, the scope for someone losing the ballot, the scope for all sorts of things is huge? Why are people comfortable with that? And I don't know the answer to that, but all of the problems that people associate with e-voting or iVoting are there with postal voting, if not more so. Sure. So it is a puzzle. I don't have the answer to that. And you're absolutely right. US elections, there would have been lots of conspiracy theories, many more. I mean, I was thinking of it in the UK context, and not that we should suddenly introduce it. Sure. in response to it. But it, as the pandemic has done in all sorts of ways, it's forced us to confront something. What do we do if it's not safe to go to a public place? Does democracy get put on hold? I mean, it was quite remarkable in a way that we, previously the last time since the war, I think we postponed elections was with foot and mouth, and that was for a whole month.
A month, yeah.
But we casually postponed everything for a year, and nobody said a word.
Yeah.
Now that seems kind of puzzling to me in some ways, or is it that people just said, "Oh well, there is a pandemic on, as Sergeant Wilson might say." So I kind of, a lot of this is a puzzle, but given that it's thrown the issue into sharp relief, I think it's important to understand who might take it up, and this point about who it's badged by and who is seen to run it. You're absolutely right. I mean, there is private sector involvement in all sorts of aspects, but who is in charge really matters.
Yeah.
And I guess the analogy would be the pinging app for COVID, which was broadly seen as a private enterprise, and the NHS app, which has your COVID passport, which everybody loves, unless of course you haven't been vaccinated. So it's a mystery.
What I mean, if I can just come back, because I may have something that might help with one of those enigmas, Justin, which is the postal voting, online voting thing. The German Constitutional Court, I don't know if you know, virtually banned online voting.
Oh.
And the reason that they've done so is along the lines of, because the ordinary person couldn't work out what went into the computer code that their vote would be based upon. In other words, a kind of lay person wouldn't be able to follow the track of the vote, whereas they would be able to do that on something like a postal vote or voting in person. So, I mean, again, it's not a judgment that's that well known, but from memory, that the reasoning was something along those lines. It was that black box layperson justification that was being given for that.
Would you therefore ban STV because you can't work out?
STV is a great system, Justin. Of course not.
Because nobody knows how the outcomes arrived at.
Yes, so we still welcome in questions. Please, if you have any question, please don't hesitate. Maybe we would ask Brian to join us because he's kind of missing. So Brian, you can join. So whilst Brian is joined, good, great. So I just have a question for Justin and Manu. I'm thinking, have you also thought of maybe checking for a link between the willingness to do online voting and also general turnout, in-person turnout, and or post voting by post, in the sense that some of the factors that generally account for why people don't want to vote could also explain why they are just not interested. There could be that they are just not interested in the process, or they think the outcome of participation does not interest them. I don't know if you have thought of checking that as well, that aside the fact that it's run by a public institution, whether generally people also have interest. I mean, those who are not willing, whether they generally have interest in the electoral process. I hope you get my question. I don't know whether you've thought of that.
Manu, do you want to?
I'll make a start if I've understood, Fortune, but Justin, come in if I haven't quite got it. I think we've tried to look at your question, Fortune, if I've understood you correctly. People who perhaps wouldn't really have wanted to participate, so maybe more about whether they think it's worth it for them to kind of go and vote. So the way we've done that is within some of our political controls, we do have some variables that asked, did you vote in the last election? Would you vote in the next one? And we've also asked about party identification, and we've identified people who say we don't have any particular party identification. So with a few proxy variables like that, we've tried to understand, are there people who seem less engaged? perhaps who might be seen as kind of outsiders to the political system, and where do they kind of fit within the system, within the survey that we've set up. They weren't really our target group. We didn't kind of go into it with that research question in mind, but they're there in the sample. So I think we're kind of partially getting at some of that, but I'm not sure that we could say definitively whether it would encourage somebody who would otherwise not vote to vote. That would be a really interesting question. We've come into this study trying to understand who might be willing to kind of consider this as an option, because it's not something that we do in the UK. And, what is it about the framing of the online voting option that seems to matter? But that's a really interesting question that we could perhaps look at in future.
Internationally, the effect on turnout is mixed. So there is some evidence of mobilizing previous non-voters in Estonia. Sorry to keep mentioning Estonia. But for example, in Switzerland, it was levels of electoral competition that tended to drive it more. So the answer you get actually in this is often driven by the methodology that's employed. So some use surveys, some use aggregate level data, some use simulations, and you get mixed responses. But I mean, going back to the point that Manu was making, our best guess is to look at the outsiders versus the insiders. And what we find is that outsiders are still are less likely to want to vote online unless it's run by the public sector.
Interesting.
I just had 2 quick questions or other points. It was first for Justin and Manu, similar to Fortune's question to Alistair. I was just wondering what you think the relationship between the public administration and favouring for iVoting. Do you think that might vary in sort of newer democracies, or if countries have more sort of widespread corruption? That if people have sort of less trust in public institutions and services, if that link would just disappear, or if it would shift over to private sector, that the sort of balance would vary?
That's a great question, to which I haven't got a concrete answer, except to say that when we were writing this, we found that South Africa was planning to introduce it and then banned it. They banned it because they thought it would be corrupt. So that's the only evidence. I don't think we came across any other evidence.
No, nothing really. And that's kind of, I think it's a really important question. So our survey was UK voters, and a bit like the point that Alistair made earlier about his work, it would be fantastic and fascinating to get this kind of question answered on a comparative level. So I think, we are inferring that there is something here about trust. That too, as a mechanism, we would like to explore and kind of pin that down in future work if we're able to. But yeah, I think looking at kind of perceptions of government in general, perceptions of corruption, and absolutely you're right to say that in some contexts it may be that the private sector is seen as more trustworthy. Really good point.
Yeah, it was similar as well for Alistair's paper. Just when you're talking about, because it's all this full electoral cycle and the impact that funding can have, that is such a sort of crucial moment when it comes to actual voting in elections, but that there can maybe be these sort of secondary effects when it comes to stuff like registration, if they're getting more funding to try and help boost places where registration rates are so lower, when there's all these sort of knock-on effects. But again, it's more just a sort of general point, but no, I love both of the papers.
Thanks, Brian. Just briefly to answer that, unfortunately, we don't have that much data on this, and what I was trying to capture with this is the extent to which the central government, the amount central government are willing to pay for elections, actually feed into these things. Now, there may be an aspect in which, because local government funds local government elections, and there may be an aspect of which they're spending some money on these things for local elections or in between. But I have to be honest, knowing what I know about electoral administration, I'd be very surprised if that was the case, because the complaint you hear, not just in electoral administration, but in local government finance full stop, is austerity, austerity, austerity. We don't have enough money to do our core functions. and that feeds into delivery of elections. So, I mean, it's a gap in what I've done, but I suspect there's not that much going on there to begin with.
Yeah, but I think the focus on the actual elections themselves is definitely the most justified part, and especially the growing importance with COVID, and then less and less people actually voted in person for the last election. Sure. Yeah, such interesting.
Thanks.
Do we have any? I still can't see any question, but I think I have. Whilst Brian, whilst you're doing your presentation, I was thinking through. So in the case of Ghana, for instance, so you have the passive registration, and when you have to actively register. In Ghana, you have to register. You have to go to the registration center and register. But in the case of Ghana, the registration, the voter ID card serves another purpose. So in Ghana, we don't have a national identification card that is nationwide, that everyone would except you have a passport or a driver's license. The voter identification card seems to be the most easiest one to access because you don't have to pay. And secondly, like a driver's license where you have to sit for an exams. In the case of the voter ID card, you don't have to write an exam. So people actively go in for the voter, they go and register. But then it's not the issue of registering because they want to vote, but some people register because they want to use the ID card for other identification purposes. So I'm just thinking, in such a case, whilst you were talking, whilst you were doing your piece, I was just wondering how this would play out, for instance, in Ghana, where even though people actively go to register, it's not really because they believe in the system, but it's also because they have an alternative use for the card. I don't know if you have any thought to share on that.
But no, that's an excellent point. That was one of the key things I want to sort of focus on next, looking at the different interaction between the different sort of electoral rules. So as you say, because if you just look at voter registration or just the use of identification cards, that you wouldn't see those effects. It's not until you look at how they sort of interact. But yeah, because if it's the cheapest form of ID that you can use in your daily life, that's what's driving these different rates. But yeah, I think it's definitely something I'd want to look at. And sort of the use of voter ID is one of the other sort of institutional variables that I want to sort of expand the research into. Mm-hmm. But especially from looking at just the registration itself, that from going through getting the data sets, there's just such a wide variety that even within the sort of active and the passive systems, some countries have a full population register, so it just sort of automatically updates, whereas other countries, they have to sort of, at local authority level, go through and then do all the work. So it's just such a wide variation that it's definitely worth exploring a bit more.
Great. Do we have any other question, comments? If we don't, then I think, we have some extra 10 minutes that we can maybe network in the networking session. Thank you very, very much to Brian, to Alistair, to Justin, and Manu. I'm really grateful. Your papers are very interesting. Thank you so much, and enjoy.
So welcome everyone to Political Attitudes 3. This is the third session of the first day of EPOP. Thank you very much for everyone attending. It's been so far, to me, a quite successful online conference with great audience and discussion. So let's keep it that way. We have 4 papers, as I was mentioning in a second. The first one, it's called A Loyal Base, Authoritarian System Support in Times of Crisis, the case of Turkey. It's by Anja Neundorf and Ksenia Northmore-Bo, Katerina Tertichnaya, and Johannes Garszewski. Ksenia will be presenting the paper. Then we have Measuring Authoritarianism Using Child-Rearing Values, the view from the BES, that Dan Stevens and John Transiu. Dan is here to present it. We have Democratic Persuasion, Strengthening Citizen Commitment to Democracy by Alexander Wutke and Florian Fuß. Florian is here with us to present it. And finally, but not least, Happy but Hostile, Cross-National Assessment of Democratic Frustration and Electoral Hostility by Adam Ozer, Michael Bruder, Sarah Harrison, and Sandra Obradovich. And Adam is here in his third panel in a row, so we should give him a bit of a break. So the rules are simple. In true EPOP fashion, there are no discussants. So we're expecting you to kind of just pop in and give your question. There's a Q&A in under the session tab on your right side of the screen. And just leave your questions there whenever they come. There's no need to wait for the end. I'm gonna be collecting them and checking them, so don't worry. And yeah, but we're only a few of us, so if for any reason you would like to kind of to show yourself on the screen, just let me know, and maybe that's easier. So I'm gonna now kick off everyone else apart from Senia, who will be presenting. And Senia, the floor is yours.
Right. Thank you, Javier. So I will share my slides. I think people have picked up the tip that if you click on the top right of the interface where the slides are, you can enlarge them because the graph labels will be probably too small for you to read. Right, so good. Whoops. So can you all see my slides? I'm going to go into full screen mode.
Yes, we can.
Can you see my slides? Just so I can hear somebody say yes, please, because I can't. Good.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Great. So Yes, I can hear you fine. I just can't see everyone because I've only got one screen. So good. So I will start now. So this is a paper with 3 other co-authors, and it is part of a larger project, as you can see, led by Anja Neundorf, about democracy and how civic education can save it. Good. So this paper is basically about whether authoritarian regimes can have a loyal base of citizens. And we look at one case, Turkey, and we use experiments to answer the research question. So what's the puzzle here? Well, basically over the last century plus a few decades, autocrats in the world have increasingly moved towards holding elections, and they increasingly seem like actually people who are maybe not likable, but perhaps popular. And we can see, just looking using VDEM data, we can see that sort of the proportion of closed autocracies in the world, these are autocracies that have no elections, therefore don't seem to care about popular opinion, popular support, are declining in the world. Whereas the proportion of autocracies that hold elections and therefore seemingly do care about their popularity, do care about popular support, are becoming the dominant form of regime in the world, even ahead of democracies. So this question of sort of whether you can have indeed a popular but maybe not likable autocrat has been puzzling the authoritarianism literature. So people have concluded that indeed authoritarian leaders can have popular support, as shown in Russia, and the general conclusion is that this regime support is performance-based. And basically the idea is that yes, autocrats can be popular, but they have to convince rational, critical citizens to support them by showing competence. Whereas sort of value-based normative commitment to what the regime represents is something that mainly exists in democracies. And this brings us back to a focus on this question of the role of sort of normative support in autocracies? Does it exist? And this puzzle is becoming particularly important as we see that a lot of contemporary authoritarian regimes, such as Russia or Turkey, are facing economic crises, and their performance in economic terms, policy terms, might be suffering, and yet they continue to be resilient. So the question is, what is going on here? So we have actually a few questions that we answer in our paper. I'm not going to sort of go into all the analysis that we have done. I'll sort of go with the main sort of central analysis that answers the sort of main points here. So the first question is, do citizens support authoritarian systems? And when we ask this question, we want to know, what does this support look like? Is it only performance-based? Or is it support that so it's related to the regime principles, what the regime actually stands for in terms of sort of societal projects, etc. And the next final question is this support in general, keeping in mind all the different facets and dimensions of it, is it subject to performance-based evaluation? So if we have poor performance, does it suffer? And finally, can we see evidence of some kind of group of loyal supporters that help the authoritarian system overcome national crises? So if we have a crisis, are there people who remain committed to the regime principles and remain committed behaviorally? So what are our contributions here? So we hope to help in conceptualizing system support in a specifically autocratic context. So I'll discuss in a moment a little bit more. System support has been mainly thought about in a democratic context. And therefore, we have tried to develop some kind of system support measures that would be tailored to electoral authoritarian regimes, that don't just use existing survey questions that exist that are currently used, but ones that are actually tailor-made to the specific regime type. And we also, unlike research to date, we studied this phenomenon of potential loyalty using actual experiments rather than observational data. And finally, we also use Facebook and an innovation, sort of more innovative data collection method using social media in an authoritarian context. So let's go back a bit to the bigger theory. So we really build on David Easton's work. So a lot of us are now we're too young, perhaps, to remember these debates that started everywhere, I think, from, basically the world wars and continued up until the 1970s, especially in the US. And these debates were about basically system support for whole political systems, not just political systems, but organizations in general. And this, throughout the 60s and 70s, with the Vietnam War and Vietnam protests, there was an increasing sort of feeling that democracies and generally political regimes cannot survive by performance alone, that people always have too many demands for the system to satisfy them. So basically, systems, in order to survive, they need to have some kind of true believers, loyal supporters who are actually committed to the system's purpose and will continue supporting the system even if it's in crisis. And this debate culminated in 1973 trilateral commission that was led by Zbigniew Brzezinski, and a lot of eminent political scientists like Samuel Huntington were involved in these debates. And Easton tried to conceptualize all the different facets of support. So he first makes the distinction between the forms of support. You have normative support, which is some kind of identification with the purpose of the system, whether it is supporting freedom, tolerance, economic development, some kind of religion, versus instrumental support, which can be understood as a sort of in terms of trust in that the system will deliver what it promises. And he also thinks in terms of systems, political systems, having sort of three objects within them, and each one going up a ladder sort of abstraction. So at the top, we have the political community, that's the nation state, which is characterized by a sort of feeling of togetherness. This would be national identity, common culture. Then you have in between, you have the political regime. So this is the way power is organized. And then at the bottom, you have the political authorities. These are the people who are, at any given point in time, incumbents. So these could be presidents or political parties. And one of the sort of theoretical questions, when we try to take this theory to authoritarian contexts, one of the questions that has never been answered is, can authoritarian regimes, for example, have a distinction, or rather we should say authoritarian systems, have a distinction between these objects of support? Because Easton argues that parts of the system that are sort of more abstract, more permanent, like the US Constitution, for example, they'll be retain loyalty even when the executives of the Constitution, people who implement the Constitution, fail. So for example, if you're dissatisfied with your US senator, you don't necessarily call for the Constitution to be changed, and you don't call for the principles of the US democratic system to be changed. You stay committed to freedom, liberty, tolerance, etc. So whereas authoritarian regimes are perhaps under-institutionalized, there's a fusing between the leader, the regime's institutions, and even maybe perhaps the community. So maybe support, the resilience of support is different because all of these objects fuse together, making them more vulnerable, perhaps. So these are some of the sort of puzzles behind reapplying Easton's theory to authoritarian context. So our research design, we do an online survey experiment, priming on the recent economic crisis in Turkey. We run 2 surveys. We collected almost 6,000 participants through Facebook ads. And we made sure that the sample is balanced and representative of the actual population, which was quite difficult because we had to work a lot harder at recruiting certain demographic groups. So so now we can move on to thinking about how we start measuring autocratic system support tailored to the Turkish context. So here we reused a few questions that are commonly used in social surveys like world values surveys, so trust in the parliament, military, presidency, religious leaders, but also we brought in ones that we thought were particularly important for the Turkish electoral authoritarian context. So we brought in questions about Ottoman nostalgia, pride in being religious. We said religious, not Muslim, to not antagonize people who are not Islamic. Also to reflect the character of the regime, we ask support for a strong leader, but then we don't ask questions about support for democracy like most surveys do, like World Values Survey. Instead, we ask questions about restriction on the media, limitations on elections. And also we ask, when we look at the lowest political objects or regime authorities, we also ask, how people feel about the AKP. Does it support the nation? Does it defend Muslims? And we also have a lot of questions about Erdogan, who's allowing us to sort of see if people think about him more than just an incumbent, but a sort of inspirational leader. So here's a little bit of data just on the lira conversion rate to USD dollar. You can see that the lira dropped against the dollar since 2018.
Xenia?
So
We have 5
yes,
minutes.
yep.
We have 5 minutes.
Okay, good. So, yep. So we prime people on the state of the economy. I won't read this, but it's actual information about the exchange rate. And here's some results. So first of all, we want to know, does the treatment have a direct effect on economic evaluations? We can see that it does for all sorts of different groups. So we see it has most of an effect on government voters, but not on the opposition and non-voters. They already think that the regime is not doing a good job. For our key outcome variable, we look at pro-government behavioral support. So we look at vote intention, so for the government parties or opposition parties, and also willingness to help with election mobilization for the AKP. So, so I'll skip this. Here we did factor analysis to look at how all these different measures of system support map together. Main thing here is that for government voters, all of these factors load together. So we do not have a clear distinction between the different political objects. And then I will skip this. We see much higher support among government voters than opposition voters. And now we look at sort of what our treatment does. So here we can see that the crisis treatment mainly has an effect on instrumental support. It doesn't cause much movement on all of these support variables. But what is most important for us is, do people remain loyal behaviorally? Do voters of the AKP remain loyal if they also have some kind of normative commitment to the system? And here we see much stronger support for this hypothesis. We can see that when we have a crisis treatment, overall, AKP voters are strongly affected, and they're more likely to move to the opposition. So people who voted for the AKP before the experiment, once they get the crisis treatment, they defect. But the question is are they prevented from defecting by normative commitment to the system? And here, again, we see that the more support of any type, normative, instrumental, or support for the political community, even, but particularly for normative and instrumental sort of regime support, prior AKP voters who have high support remain loyal to the regime, that is, vote again if they have this high normative or instrumental support, even if they're given this information about poor economic performance. So therefore, we have some support for this idea that indeed authoritarian regimes, electoral authoritarian regimes, can rely on some kind of loyal supporters. So I'll skip this. This was sort of with blame. So people usually blame external factors, not any sort of authorities, institutions inside the country if there's an economic crisis. So just to sum up, what are the implications of this? Well, the implications are that, yes, indeed, poor performance does influence voters in electoral authoritarian regimes, and this the effect of negative performance is protected or sort of prevented by normative commitments. So we can see core loyal voters. An additional thing that we show is that political objects at least in Turkey, in electoral authoritarian contexts, do blend together. And this is different than what empirics show for established democracies. However, it seems despite this blending, perhaps these regimes are quite resilient. Good. So that's it. I'll stop.
Thank you very much, Senia, for that and for timekeeping. Much appreciated. So now it's Dan's turn. So Dan, if you want to ask to join again, so I can put you on the screen. There you go. So
right.
Dan is going to present. Well, I'll leave the floor to you.
Okay.
I'll be back when you need me.
Can you hear and see?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. All right. So this is a sort of a narrower topic than the previous presentation, in that we're looking at individual level authoritarianism, which is in itself narrower, but we are specifically focused on the measurement of individual level authoritarianism and the properties of a particular measure. And we're going to use the BES to delve into it in more depth. So my co-author here is John Tranzu at the University of Illinois, but he is not here today. So the background to what we're doing here is a long-term interest in the field in individual level authoritarianism, and in how to measure it. So if you're familiar with this body of work, you might be familiar with the notion of right-wing authoritarianism associated with Altmaier, and then Feldman and Stenner have made the argument that as a measure of authoritarianism, the predisposition, the right-wing authoritarianism scale, is not very desirable, and it mixes the predisposition with the actual expression of the attitudes. So the original argument was we need something that captures the predisposition, and then we can look at the context and the conditions under which that predisposition becomes activates the expression of those authoritarian attitudes. And so Feldman and Stenner advocated this use of child rearing values coming out of the psychology literature as a more effective measure, a less obtrusive measure of that predisposition. And this scale, which asks questions about 4 child rearing values, is now used in many of the major surveys that we mentioned here, the ANES, the BES, and that the child rearing values, although not the Feldman scale, are also used in the World Values Survey. But the scale's been criticised, as we say here, for various reasons. That it's mostly about authoritarian submission and doesn't capture this other dimension of aggression, let alone conventionalism. That its predictive validity is low, that it has low reliabilities, low alphas. And if you're familiar with this literature, particularly in the US, that its reliability varies among subgroups. So there's an article by Perez and Hetherington, I think Political Psychology, that compares African Americans on this scale to white Americans, and finds big differences in what this scale appears to be capturing. But as we say at the end here, these tend to be criticisms of single studies. They're generally in the US, and really not a lot is actually known about the properties of the child rearing measure beyond these single studies. So we want to ask and answer 4 questions, I think. How reliable the scale is, how stable it is over time, as well as its reliability. Whether the format makes a difference. This is an argument that's sometimes made. So the way this is presented is, I think, is it more important for a child to be, for example, independent or well-behaved? No, considerate or well-behaved is one. So you have this forced choice. It's one or other. You can volunteer, don't know. But this has also been asked on 1 or 2 occasions as an agree-disagree scale with a statement. And so we wanted to see whether there is an effect of the format on these questions, and then what its relationship is with threats, because this is such a key issue in the debate on the expression of individual authoritarian attitudes. So just to backtrack a bit and talk about theories here, where this comes out from, is this Feldman-Steiner moderator model. So you have in this model, you have the predisposition, which is captured in the child rearing scale and the choice of particular values for children. And then this interacts with threat, and we see authoritarian expression. So in other words, their argument, and it's not everybody's argument about the authoritarian dynamic, but it's the way this works is that when threat is low, or people who have this authoritarian predisposition don't behave any differently to people who are low on this predisposition, or libertarians. But when there is some kind of threat, terrorist threat, immigrant threat, threats to consensus, then we start to see those people who have the high authoritarian predisposition express those kinds of attitudes. And the competing model, the Altermeyer model, threat has this direct impact on right-wing authoritarianism. So there are differing empirical implications of that. We're focused on the Feldman theory and the child rearing scale. So we quote Feldman at length here, and I won't read the whole quote. But Feldman's making a strong argument here that the levels of authoritarianism are not directly affected by threat. That's both theoretically and hopefully empirically with the CRS scale, and that threat is a moderator. As he says there, this is the core of the authoritarianism model. So no causal relationship between threat and the child rearing scale. This is difficult to test without repeated measures, along with repeated measures of threat. And we're luckily, the British election study panel allows us to do this. And to our knowledge, these data haven't been used for this purpose. But the BES panel is the only panel we're aware of where these kinds of questions have been asked in multiple ways. There has just been an article that includes Feldman and Hetherington, forthcoming in political behavior, but they're actually, for some reason, they don't look at the BES at all. I think because it's not America, but they make the same point that there isn't panel data, and then they use two waves of an ANES and their own YouGov 2 panel data, but really repeated panels no one seems to have looked at. So what the BES has is 30,000 respondents per wave in their internet panel, and subsamples asked the child rearing scale questions in, I think it's 5 of those waves, but we'll see in a minute. And it has these advantages: it's representative and it's panel data. All right, so here's the sort of structure of the BES in terms of authoritarianism. These child rearing scale questions are asked in wave 7, in wave 10, in wave 11, in wave 14, and a slight variation of them in wave 19. So in those first 4 waves, you've got the standard child rearing values, and it says what they are finally here because I'd forgotten earlier. So independence versus respect for elders, obedience versus self-reliance, considerate versus well-behaved, curiosity versus good manners. And then we also have these variations, which are great for looking at measurement properties. So in wave 10, a different subsample of the survey was asked the child rearing values on an agree-disagree scale. And you can see an example there of how that was done. And then in wave 19, they replaced one of the items, considerate, well-behaved, with orderly, imaginative. Don't quite know why, but it's another variation. All right, so first, reliability. We look at reliability in various different ways. So here we're comparing the BES reliability to the reliability on terms of alphas of several ways of the American National Election Study and the way it's usually operationalized in the World Values Survey. The lines that are marked BES 5 there, so you've got I can see, yeah, the top one, for example, says BES5. So those are the people who participated in all 5 waves, whereas for the equivalent wave 10, 2 lines below, that's anybody, including fresh sample. So you can see that the BES has somewhat higher.
Dan.
Yeah.
Sorry, are you showing slides, because we can't see them?
Shit. So that's been happening this whole time. All right, let me go. So you're just seeing my face?
Yes.
Now,
if you click the button next to between the cock and the microphone.
All right, sorry. I hadn't been to any of the earlier panels, so I have not seen anybody either make that mistake or anything else. So can you see my slides now?
Not really, to be honest.
All right. Hang on. I think there's one more thing. One more thing I need to check. All right.
There you go.
If you can't see them now,
there we go. We
it's
can see them.
time for me to leave. All right. I'm very sorry, and I'm grateful to anyone who's still in the audience who's listened to 10 minutes just looking at my face. You remind me.
I'll leave you to it.
Yeah, I think I did a whole lecture like this once last year. All right. So you haven't missed much, but this is important. So sorry, thank you for interrupting. So here's a graph on the alphas. So what we're showing here is the alphas of the BES and the BES5, as I was saying earlier, and compare them to the NES and the World Values Survey. So you can see the World Values Survey alphas are very low on this. The NES are somewhat low. The BES are higher, although the 0.7 threshold for this scale still is never quite reached, the sort of rule of thumb. But it is pretty stable. We also look at the stability of the specific 4 items, and what you see there is that as we would expect if we follow Feldman's reasoning, they shouldn't. They're going to wiggle around a bit due to sampling variation and measurement error, but they shouldn't move around too much, and they largely don't. But there is some interesting movement that I mean we have no great explanation for. Great if anyone in the audience does. The May 2018 survey, respect for elders drops off a fair bit. So does obedience before recovering. We have kind of a couple of theories there, but they don't, which you may have too, but they don't pan out, at least our theories, about things like generational divides and so on. So this is how the overall index does. So there you see, in terms of means, the overall index is actually very stable in the aggregate, both for all respondents and respondents who took all 5 waves. We then asked the Perez and Hetherington question about, are there differences by race and ethnicity? Are there differences by age cohorts? And we traced them over the 5 waves. You can see kind of some parallel movements. There is that interesting drop off in people saying respect for elders as a value. And even older people are saying that, if you look at the bottom one. So again, in fact, they drop off much more than younger people. So not quite sure what's going on there, but the overall index is still pretty stable. We then look at the correlations over time as well, and the correlations are, this is very much what Feldman and Hetherington are finding in their article 2 with American data. Correlations of about 0.7 before measurement error. So a sort of a reasonable tick on that, relatively high. Does the format make a difference? We were asking that question too. So the agree-disagree format versus the forced choice. As we say here, it doesn't make a difference to reliability. It does make a difference to the mean somewhat, but where this comes out of was there is an article in the literature that says someone did an agree-disagree scale, said it enhanced reliability We're not seeing that. The other thing it does do is in the article I keep talking about that's forthcoming in Political Behaviour, Feldman's critical of his own scale, saying that the 4 measures, you get too many respondents at either extreme, roughly a third, or either 0 or 4. And we find that too with the BES data. With an agree-disagree scale, you don't get that, but what you do then get is many more respondents in the middle, which doesn't seem any more desirable. But anyway, so there doesn't seem to be any real advantage to that. Okay, so we then start looking at the threat by predisposition interaction. So we can test this idea of the exogeneity of the child rearing scale, the authoritarian predisposition measure, to perceptions of threat. And so that's what we're doing here in repeated measures models. And what we've highlighted here is both in the red boxes, the effects of threats, and then in the blue box is any differences by wave, and then we've got all these controls here. And so we see that all these threats are associated. So threat rate of immigration, if that's a threat, another measure of immigration, perceptions of crime, satisfaction of democracy, they're all related to authoritarian predisposition and so on. That we would expect. The question is, are changes in these related to changes in authoritarianism on the child rearing scale? So that's the question we're asking here. So now we're looking at change, and what we see there is that changes in these threats, at least the threats of economic, cultural threat of immigrants, and changes in the perceptions of crime, do then have a relationship with changes on the authoritarianism index, which is not what the Feldman theory or the operationalization would lead us to expect. But we still also see some wave effects that we can't account for. Okay, so we're still working on this paper. It's there's much more I could kind of that we've written really since writing this presentation that I could talk about, but I can do that in the Q&A. At this point, what we're concluding that the measure seems to be stable over time with what's probably the best data that there are on its properties. The reliability is also consistent, although perhaps not where we'd want it to be, but Feldman's article tells us how we might raise that. Don't see, unlike in the US, don't see any real sign of variation by subgroups. The agree-disagree scale doesn't seem to make a difference. There is, though, when we start to look at threats, this relationship, this endogenous relationship with threats, which is problematic to the theory. So where do we go from here? Different question wordings. Feldman and Hetherington add some other items to the scale, so it's now an 8-item scale rather than a 4-item scale. So that's kind of a different combination of values point we had. We also need to look at things like don't knows, which I haven't mentioned here, and another work we're doing at the moment is using item response theory and various other things. But as I say, I can talk about those later. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dan, for this. Thanks for keeping time, and sorry for not telling you about the
no, that's fine. You went
about the slides earlier. All right, so I'm gonna take you out of the screen, and I'm gonna bring Florian in. Hi, Florian.
Hello, can you hear me?
Please make sure you share your slides.
Yeah, I will. I was just about to ask you. Just 1 second. Right. Just checking that you can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. Thanks a lot.
All right. So 15 minutes. There you go.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Javier, and yeah, thanks for coming along to the panel. This is co-authored work with Alex Wuttke, who's at the University of Mannheim, and it's really a first attempt to trial an intervention that can be delivered by political actors, by legislators, to build support for democracy, like to strengthen basically support for liberal democracy in established democracies. So our really motivation comes from the fact that there's a growing body of work, obviously, that examines democratic attitudes in established democracies. But really most interventions that are meant to bolster support for democracy are limited to countries under transition. So, I've cited here the study by Anja Neundorf and her co-authors, which is based in Tunisia, where they trial educational programs in order to build support amongst young people for democracy. But we really think that there is a big gap, because established democracies, they were already under pressure. There's sections of our society, of citizens who have lost faith in the political system. Not everybody. We can't really talk about a decline of democratic support on average, but there are sections in society where that is the case. And we think that the COVID-19 crisis has really presented further challenges, obvious challenges, of how we understand this kind of squaring of liberal democratic values and democratic freedoms on the one hand, and intrusive public health measures that were required by the crisis. Think about restrictions on the freedom of assembly, lockdowns, and so on the other hand. So some papers, when I think about the paper by Wien Arsenault, his co-authors, or Damien Bohl and his co-authors, have actually found that there was an increase even in public support for democracy at the beginning of the crisis. Once governments locked down public life. But as we have progressed through the crisis, there have been more and more questions also raised about actions taken, for instance, by the executive during the crisis. So our question that we're asking in this paper is really, how can we bolster support for liberal democracy in times of crisis? This could be the COVID-19 crisis, or it could be also other crises that might be forthcoming in the future. Now, we also observed that actually democratically elected representatives in established Western democracies rarely make the case for the democratic system of government that we live in, and for the liberal variant of democracy in particular. It is something which, in democracies that have been consolidated, or that are consolidated, or understood to be consolidated, that we have been taking for granted for a long period of time. Our question is, so what would happen if legislators actually did make the case for democracy? What if they took the opportunities that they have to interact with the public to also remind the public of the benefits of the democratic system, and to engage in honest exchange, really, of views about the system of government that we live in? Now, our idea is a specific communication strategy, which we borrowed the name, and I think some of the really the content from Brett Schneider, who really conceptualizes democratic persuasion, or we conceptualize, building on him, democratic persuasion as communication, which really actively tries to make the case for democracy by seizing the opportunity for a genuine exchange. So it's not about kind of whacking the kind of finger and saying, look, you're dumb if you don't support democracy or so on, but really trying to engage with possible, actual or perceived shortcomings that exist in also democratic systems, trying to illustrate the tensions and trade-offs that legislators face when they engage in democratic decision-making, also executives face when they engage in democratic decision-making, and challenging misperceptions and false information that are out there, especially also like on social media and in the context of the current crisis. Now, we tested the effectiveness of this communication strategy via an experiment, via a online experiment that we conducted in between November 2020 and January 2021 in collaboration with 8 German federal and state representatives. So those are politicians who serve in state or federal parliament in Germany. 4 of those politicians represented governing parties at the moment, at least until the next election in a couple of weeks. This is the CDU and the SPD, Social Democrats, and 4 of them represented opposition parties, the Greens, the Liberals, and the Left Party. You might recognize here that we didn't include politicians of the radical right AfD, and that was actually particularly because of the public health messaging that came from that party, and we considered it difficult basically to include representatives in a public forum that might have argued against, say, vaccination or mask wearing during that point in the crisis. Now, what we did is we organized 16 Zoom town halls that took place, as I said, November to January 2021. And those town halls involved 265 participants overall. So what happened is that each representative conducted 2 town halls. And then we pair randomly assigned basically which of those town halls would be the democratic persuasion town hall and which would just be a normal town hall where representatives would go about their usual town hall business when they meet voters or when they interact with voters. So we didn't really give them many instructions for that town hall. But it's really important to realize here that, so we had an in-depth conversation with each of those legislators before and explained them what we meant by democratic persuasion and basically what we wanted them to do. So they basically acted as confederates in this experiment here. That's the study setup. So we have a baseline wave where we collected information on basic demographics, also of participants, also on democratic attitudes. Then there was the town hall taking place. And right after the town hall, we conducted a Zoom poll where we measured basically the first post-treatment outcomes. And then again, wave 3 was conducted 4 weeks after the town halls took place. Now, regarding the sampling of participants, so the aim here was to recruit a politically heterogeneous sample of German citizens via quota sampling on Facebook to participate in one of those 16 town halls. The town halls were explicitly advertised as opportunities for citizens to meet with their representatives and to discuss about COVID-19 policy, all aspects of COVID-19 policy. So the aim was not to, recruit a representative sample of German citizens, but to have a good mix of people who hold different type of views on those type of issues. Now I can tell you something about the content of both, the control or standard town hall and then the treatment of, democratic persuasion town hall. The standard town hall was a welcome and brief introductory remarks where, my co-author Alex explained how Zoom worked for those people who had never used Zoom before and, reminded everybody to be civil. That was then followed by introductory remarks by the representative who was free to address any types of, challenges associated with COVID policy during that time. So, people spoke about obviously health implications, lockdowns, like progress on vaccinations and so on. And that was then followed by around 45 minutes of open Q&A, where the audience could ask any type of questions that they wanted of the politician. Now, the democratic persuasion town hall proceeded as follows. There was again Alex's welcome and a brief introduction. Then he handed over to me, and I gave a short presentation on democracy during COVID-19. Which basically outlined some of the challenges with democratic processes during the pandemic, but also tried to address some of these myths that have been building up, during the pandemic and trying to counter some of those. And then basically I handed over to the representative who then answered, and took up the baton really and made the case for democracy for 5 minutes. And then after that, we handed over to the Q&A, and there was, again, the 45 minutes open Q&A. There's a pre-analysis plan that you can have a look at, so that what I'm going to show you here is all pre-registered. Now, one of the big questions here is obviously, was the treatment actually implemented as intended, right? We don't have perfect control. Obviously, these are politicians. If you work with politicians, you know that they're strong-willed and usually kind of do what they want to do. So what I'm showing you here is just basically relative frequencies. On the left, you see, the words, that were most frequently, more or less frequently mentioned by politicians, either in the democratic persuasion town hall or the control town hall, and then by participants, town hall participants, either in the democratic persuasion town hall or in the control town hall. And you see that, politicians, overall, they stuck to script. They are much more likely to talk about democracy, about basic rights, about parliament, about things, the opposite about dictatorships. about compromise and decision making than in the controlled town halls that were mostly really about healthcare, health authorities, lockdown, and so on. And so overall, while compliance was not perfect, it was clear that there was more talk about democracy in the democracy town halls. We can also show you that like we asked participants what they thought the topic of the town hall was, and we gave them 4 different options. And participants who attended the democracy town hall were much more likely than participants in the control town hall to say that the topic of the town hall was really liberal democracy. And so I think the manipulation worked. Now let's jump right in to some of the results that we're going to see. Here you see basically these are the means of the specific town halls. I show you the cluster means here because the study was cluster randomized. They assigned everybody either to attend the Democratic Preservation Town Hall or to attend the standard town hall. We clustered the standard errors at that level as well. And what you see here is that we see actually an effect on satisfaction with democracy. So subjects that attended the Democratic Preservation Town Hall were more likely to be satisfied with democracy. These are the outcomes directly measured after the town hall, wave 2, than subjects that attended the standard town hall here. This is significantly different. Yeah. Now let's jump to support for pluralism on the left and concerns about democratic rights on the right. Again, what you're seeing here is that support for pluralism is higher in the Democratic Persuasion Town Hall. This is significant with P, I think, of smaller than 0.10. And here what you're seeing is that, people are saying that they are less concerned about their democratic rights at the moment in the Democratic Persuasion Town Hall than in the standard town hall. And those were the primary outcomes that we registered in this study. And so we find effects, like about like kind of 0.10 really standard deviations, if you want to put it that way. So small to medium-sized effects on those outcomes. Now looking at whether those effects decayed over time, and there we also find quite a bit of difference, between the covariate adjusted ITTs and the unadjusted ITTs. Some of this comes from attrition. Is that some of those really outcomes seem like to last. For instance, support for pluralism. Basically, in this case, this was about strengthening liberal democracy. But other outcomes, for instance, satisfaction with democracy, whether you're worried about democratic rights, they get basically those effects that we have seen in wave 2, they decay after about 4 weeks. We also registered a couple of secondary outcomes. One of them is the, what we refer to as the Churchill indicator, meaning, like democracy is the best of all worst systems. We don't really find an effect on that. We also don't find significant effects on populism and populist attitudes.
Florian, we're running out of time.
Yeah, I'm going to jump. I'm basically finished. We also don't find any effects on behavioral outcomes. I can go into detail again if you're interested, basically in the Q&A. There are some effects on pandemic outcomes. For instance, people are more likely to support social distancing measures, mask wearing, etc., if they have attended Democratic Persuasion Town Hall than when they attended the standard town hall. So, briefly, conclusion. We think that democratic persuasion could be a promising strategy to bolster democratic attitudes. It's kind of mixed to positive. I think the results that we obtain here could be applied in different contexts. And we really understand this as a, it's a proof of concept in the first place. And of course, we have really thrown the kitchen sink at it in this study. So, when we talk about mechanisms, I think this need to be disentangled in future work. And thanks so much for listening, and looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Florian, for your presentation. So we have the last one. So I'm waiting for, there you go. Adam is here. Good. So just give me 1 second, Adam. adding you to.
All right.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, so Adam is going to present paper, the third one in a row. So please be patient with him. Please make sure you show your slides. Good. Okay,
yep.
can see.
You can see that.
Yes, we can see them. Right, the floor is yours. We got we got 15 minutes, and then we're gonna have a quick Q&A. If you have questions, just write them on the Q&A so we can tackle them all together afterwards. Thank you.
All right. I will try to be quick then. Hello, everybody. My name is Adam Ozer. I am a postdoctoral researcher at the Electoral Psychology Observatory over at LSE. This is a project that's sort of in its infancy, so any feedback, questions, comments, even if you want to rip it to pieces, always helpful. But our main focus for this, we have a bunch of observational survey data looking at a sense of democratic frustration or frustration towards the government and how that affects electoral hostility or hostility towards those with different political views in the voting public. So why is this a problem? Besides, the intuition of being mean to people is bad. We see a lot of worrying trends in democratic nations, rising cynicism and distrust, rising dissatisfaction. And these trends kind of give rise to volatile political behavior. We find that people who have high levels of disappointment or frustration are more likely to vote for less qualified candidates, vote for more extreme candidates. And it also creates a link between electoral hostility, hopelessness, frustration, and other rather normatively bad outcomes. But when we talk about these worrying trends, it's sort of worth asking first, what exactly do we mean by frustration and hostility? Intuition tells us that, if I'm frustrated, I'm going to lash out. But to what extent does that actually apply in democratic governance and public opinion? Well, our gentleman scholar here in this picture is kind of giving us a good demonstration of what's to come as I explain it. He is angry at the video game because he had aspirations of winning and he clearly lost. However, he is not taking his anger out on the video game or the opponent. He's about to take his anger out on the television. So how does that apply? Well, it builds into our theory, which builds off of systemic frustration. Systemic frustration is just this general idea that the discrepancy between one's aspirations and their achievement is what causes frustration. In other words, if I wanted this much and I got that much, now I am frustrated. We believe that democratic frustration works much in the same way. It's just the gap between desire and delivery. Desire being one's aspirations and goals for democratic government, and delivery, the degree to which the government is able to provide outcomes that satiate that desire. So what do we mean by hostility? Well, in this context, we're very specifically interested in voter-on-voter interactions derived from frustration from the government. Luckily, we have a nice conceptual definition for that of electoral hostility. It's when people misdirect their grievances from the government towards other voters with differing views. Good example of this is when asked to think about the government and then asked to think about the people who voted differently in the 2017 election. The three most commonly used words were ignorant, idiotic, and ill-informed. Pretty much exactly on the money of saying not so nice things about the opposition. So after looking at this, we arrived at two competing hypotheses that we wanted to test. The first builds off of, sorry, the cat is running around. I'm not sure if you hear that in the background. I apologize. The first is frustration aggression theory, which is exactly what it sounds like. What someone experiences a perceived injustice or denial of efficacy that makes them frustrated because they feel like they're not getting as much as they deserve, and that leads them to lash out. What's key is that it's not necessarily deterministic. So you frustrate someone, it doesn't mean 100% of the time they're going to lash out, but it does put them in a state of mind where that aggression can be more easily triggered. We applied this general theory to our hypothesis and reached what we call the aggression hypothesis. Higher levels of democratic frustration will lead to higher degrees of anger and make people want to lash out and be hostile towards the out party. However, on the other end, there's also a potential explanation where frustration leads individuals to check out of the political argument rather than want to engage with it. Hostility and frustration can often trigger anxiety, which triggers an avoidant response in people. You see this where Emily Sidner has some great research and a great book showing that there's an actual taste for conflict, and conflict avoidant people tend to get turned off emotionally by political bickering and incivility and hostility, leading them to become demobilized, not want to participate as much. And we see this to an extent in American politics, specifically through a lot of Clark Krupnikov's work on self-described independent voters, who in reality have many of the same views as their partisan counterparts. They just find hostility and political bickering to be upsetting and therefore don't want to participate as much in the system or use those labels. So that leads to the second hypothesis, which we call the toxicity hypothesis. Higher levels of democratic frustration will lead to greater anxiety, greater perceptions of toxic rhetoric in the electoral atmosphere. And with all that toxicity, it's going to make people not want to participate in the hostility and actually results in less electoral hostility, which seems a little counterintuitive, but we then turned and looked at the data we were able to collect. We have 4 nationally representative samples from Opinium across 4 different countries: the United States, United Kingdom, Australia, and South Africa. And several key measures that we're looking at. So for defining frustration as the difference between desire and delivery, we need to measure desire and delivery. We first began by measuring democratic desire by asking people how important it is that their country's democracy makes them feel the following ways. And did the same thing for delivery on the same battery of questions. How good is democracy at making you actually feel those ways? There were a total of 9 items. We ran a series of checks to make sure that they all checked out, factor analyses. I could talk more about that if we have time at the end, but the general examples I like to use are that politicians are transparent and honest, and have a general choice between a range of political alternatives. So these 9 items covered a range of different topics that encapsulate different positive outcomes. And once you subtract desire from delivery and rescale it from 0 to 1, we get a nice measure of democratic frustration, with the mean across all 4 countries being 0.63 out of 1. So it shows that people are have a good deal of frustration across these different democracies. But next, we ran a whole series of analyses with some interesting results. The first thing we're looking at here is across all 4 countries, the effect of democratic frustration on different emotions. If you just focus on the top 2 here, you see that higher levels of frustration lead to a decrease in happiness and excitement. It shouldn't be too surprising, but it is good that our measures are checking out the way you would expect. You also see that democratic frustration leads to anxiousness, sadness, and anger, which all 3 of those emotions could be construed specific ways to support either hypothesis. We also see just an interesting little tidbit, a strong sense of political frustration, political interest leading to a range of different emotions. But moving towards a more specific test of these hypotheses, we wanted to look at negative electoral atmosphere, or basically a sense of toxic rhetoric in the electoral atmosphere. And to do that, we asked people how well or poorly the following elections apply to the atmosphere of the recent election. We used words like tense, divisive, hostile, toxic, aggressive, words that make the rhetoric seem rather toxic and make it seem like someone who has a distaste for hostility would not want to participate. And what we see, again, looking at our democratic frustration variable, this is across all 4 countries, just to show, that in all of these countries, you see a pretty significant increase in perceptions of toxic rhetoric as democratic frustration increases. I realize I forgot to mention these variables are standardized, except for the dependent variable, which is scaled from 0 to 1. So how we would interpret this is essentially that in the UK, a 1 standard deviation increase in democratic frustration leads to about a 9% increase in perceptions of negative electoral atmosphere. So frustrated people are really picking up on this toxic rhetoric. Following that, we can ask questions that get at electoral hostility itself. We ask them to consider people who vote differently from themselves, and again, rate how true they felt the following statements would be. Some highlights, there are about 6 items, and some highlights from this are, I could imagine having a physical fight with someone because they vote for a party I consider unacceptable, or I could imagine never speaking to someone again because they vote for a party that I considered unacceptable. So different acts of hostility towards those who vote differently from oneself. Running a similar analysis, we see that, much in support of the toxicity hypothesis, a democratic frustration across all 4 countries leads to a substantial decrease in hostility. Collapsing across all 4 nations, it's about a 6% decrease for every 1 standard deviation increase in democratic frustration. So rather than taking the frustration they feel towards the government and the feeling that they're just not getting what they want, rather than taking that feeling and projecting it on the opposing party voter, they are instead actually sort of internalizing that and not lashing out at those around them. One last bonus analysis, just something I've been playing around with here before we get to the conclusions, is democratic frustration on a series of different political types of political participation. And what we see up here at the top in bold is that increasing democratic frustration doesn't necessarily mean that people want to disengage from politics altogether. People who are higher in democratic frustration seem to be more willing to vote for a different political party and slightly more willing to attend a peaceful protest, though the effects here are small. However, an increase in frustration also leads to a decrease in radicalization, or correlates with it at the very least. More democratic frustration means that individuals are less likely to vote for a radical party, although again, the margin is quite small, and significantly less likely to participate in a violent political protest. So what does this all mean? Essentially that the root causes and consequences of frustration and hostility in a political context are very complex. And that the results imply that simply giving people what they want and being, a better government that delivers on people's aspirations more may not stop individuals from acting with hostility towards one another. In other words, just doing a better job doesn't make hostility go away. And lastly, in terms of future projects, we're working on some additional experimental work to address some of the endogeneity concerns, because it is relatively intuitive to believe that, this probably goes both ways, where more frustration leads to stronger perceptions of hostility, which leads to more frustration, which leads to blah, 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 blah. You get the idea. We also are planning more quasi-experimental work. For those of you who are at the earlier panel, you saw some semi-related stuff related to the Brexit trade agreement. We also want to run similar experiments, quasi experiments based on panel data before and after elections. We're hoping to do that with the German election. And we also have a lot of qualitative interviews and content coding for open-ended responses. Luckily, since we work as a team, I am not the qualitative interview guy, but from what I've have talked about with the rest of the team, they're going quite well, and we're very excited to look at that data. In any case, that is all the time I have. Probably got a little over, not sure. But thank you for your time, and thank you for coming.
You were perfect with the time, Adam. Thank you very much. Can I ask all the presenters to join us in the cameras? And if you can stop sharing your screen, that'd be great, Adam. Thanks.
Out of curiosity, could you all see me while the slides were up?
Yeah.
I apologize for the cat.
That's fine.
He was very into the presentation.
Don't worry. Dan, are you still with us? Oh, I have lost Dan. All right, Dan, whenever you can, please try to join us so we can have questions. Right, I'm going to go straight to the Q&A because we only have 15 minutes. So I just want to make sure that we're going through. I'm going to punch them a bit, okay? So we have 3 questions, and please let us know if you have more questions. And I also have a couple. Oh, there it's done. There you go. Right. So to Adam, you have 2 questions. So Xenia is asking, can you tell us more about the distinction between hostility and polarization? And Florian says, I'm not an expert on measurement of hostility, but these alpha values are very high. So what are the items? So if maybe you can tell us a bit more about that.
All right. Well, starting with the alpha values, I'd be happy to look up the actual all 6 measures, and I just have to dig through the appendix for a second, Florian. However, the measures do match conceptually pretty well, but in truth, the alpha measures are high because when you're using 6 measures, if they go together even decently, the more measures you use, the higher your alpha is going to be. So I will admit that there is a little bit of statistical voodoo there, but no, the measures tend to match pretty well. And so after I'm done answering these questions, I'll go look up the actual items and drop them in the chat for you. In terms of the distinction between hostility and polarization, more or less, it's the difference in our term is that while polarization can often be affective and directed at the other party for affective and cultural reasons, electoral hostility is this idea of blaming voters very specifically for actions of the government. So the idea of using America as an example, if I'm a Republican voter and Biden does something that I don't like, I then go, hey, Biden sucks. And I turn to my next door neighbor who voted for Biden, say, hey, screw you. And, I don't know, have my dog do its business on his lawn. I don't know what angry people do in American suburbia these days. But that is the main distinction. There's also a lot more detail, not to plug my boss's book too much here, but they published a book last year, Inside the Mind of a Voter, and have an entire chapter devoted to the differences. It's quite good, but yeah.
All right. Thanks a lot, Adam. So I think Xenia, you make the question to Florian. I don't know if you want to give more context.
First, because it took so much time, so I'll answer last.
I don't think there are any other questions, but I do have questions. So let me. I'm going to go. Oh, go on.
Then I'll answer. So, regarding sampling from Facebook. So what happened is that we ran ads. As a Facebook ads, as I said, those were, they displayed basically, be part of, ask your local representative about, or ask, the representative. Sometimes it also kind of included the, the image of the representative, questions about COVID-19. So let's discuss about COVID-19. Sign up for, for the study. It also included the fact that, it was conducted together with the LSE and the University of Mannheim. But like so basically the purpose of the study was not known, right? I mean, it wasn't known that this was really about fostering, democratic attitudes. So people thought this is really a town hall about COVID-19. There was also actually a second way of recruiting was also via representatives' Facebook pages. So they also advertised those town halls on their own, Facebook groups and Facebook sites. But about 2/3, I think, of participants came via the online ads that we paid for. What we did is basically we know the census distribution, of age, obviously region, this type of basic demographics, gender, obviously, and so basically we targeted, our ads, accordingly, so that we would have like, a mix of people really in those town halls. There's no claim of this being representative, but we didn't only want to have like people who all supported democracy or all didn't support democracy. Then, like the second question regarding the content, that's a good one. I think we should actually give some examples of that. What was being argued for? I think the main themes were, basically free elections. So while some elections were postponed in the beginning, most elections took place afterwards. Independence of the judiciary. So basically, even if for instance, in Germany, there was a big debate about freedom of assembly and demonstrations, of people who opposed the COVID measures of the government. Even if the government or local governments had forbidden those, then those were often again overruled by the courts. So division of power. Third, even though governments, there was this kind of heavy focus on the executive in the beginning of the crisis, there was actually an improvement happening over time, and legislatures got more involved. And in the end, all these measures, got majority support in the legislature, right? I mean, so to call those anti-democratic or to kind of pretend, I guess the key idea was like, we're still living in a democracy. This is not a dictatorship, against what some people were claiming that was happening at the time. I think that was the kind of the core, really the core argument. There was also some engagement with the idea that authoritarian regimes were doing better in the crisis than democracies. On the output really criterion, and and then obviously basically politicians try to argue against that. Is there one more question? I don't know, but I'll
I think Rob put a question for Dan. So I know, Dan, you're going to take it.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just looking at the question. For different purposes. I don't know, Rob. You might have a different perspective to me, but I don't think. So the classic sorts of dependent variables that you'd be looking at with authoritarianism would be intolerance, support for restricting civil liberties, and so on. I didn't talk about this, but the BES also has a right-wing authoritarianism type measure, which they call libertarian authoritarian. I don't know whether that's what your question is getting at, but so the child rearing scale would be most appropriate for to use to predict things like intolerance, support for illiberal policies, and so on, punitiveness, aggression, all of the classics. But according to Feldman's perspective and Stener's, only in interaction with perceptions of threats and at least in the sort of work I'm doing, getting a grip on what we mean by perceptions of threats and which threats matter is the billion-dollar question that I haven't been able to answer yet. But if the question is sort of getting at the other thing, the libertarian authoritarian scale, and when would we use that, or say rather than child rearing scale, then I think I mean, yeah, there's a big debate still going on. I tend to go with the Feldman and Stenner type point of view, which is that the libertarian authoritarian scale in the BES type, the RWA type scale, is already measuring expressions of authoritarian attitudes. So I wouldn't be using it as a predictor of intolerance, because I think they're just so closely related anyway. I don't think we can learn that much, but you might disagree.
Maybe to answer Rob,
Go on.
It's a good point. I think about 25% in the control group did, and I think you're right that this might be the case, that talking about this kind of things together does might seem civic to people. I wouldn't control for it because it's a post-treatment measure. So if it did, I think we would induce bias, because those people are different. They might, the attitudes might be different, but they might have, they might be different because of the effect of the town hall itself. So I think it might be a post-treatment. It's by definition a post-treatment type of measure. So I wouldn't control for it. But you're right. Also, like the treatment itself is, obviously compliance is not complete. So there was some discussion also about democracy in the standard town hall. Just like the extent was different. But that's a good point.
All right. Do we have any other questions?
Florian, I found the measures for you if you'd like to hear them.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, they were. Let's see. If one of my friends one of my friends supports a party I dislike, I would refrain from inviting them to dinner. If one of my neighbors supports a party that I dislike, I would prefer that my children from my family not play with their children. I could imagine having a physical fight with someone because they voted for a party I find unacceptable, and I could imagine never speaking to someone again because they vote for a party I consider unacceptable. So I'm sorry, it was 4 items, not 6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great. I think they are quite similar, right? I mean, like, and really kind of getting at the underlying concept. So yeah, that makes sense. I just wanted to know kind of how different or how similar those scales are.
Mm.
All right. We have extra 4 minutes. I have a question for Xenia, if no one else wants to jump in. So when you started presentation to talk about this distinction between performance and his values on the support for democracy or support for democratic regimes, and then another word came to my mind, which is performative, in the sense that how much of people's responses on authoritarian regimes have to do with either fear and to any repercussions of their opinions. So I'm thinking, like, can I be honest? That's one question, and or with some sort of, or how much of these kind of core supporters have to do with some sort of performance rather than a performance as performative rather than an actual conviction, and if there's any way of separating. I know it's a difficult question because it's about trying to separate kind of observable attitudes from real attitudes, but I was wondering if you have considered those.
So actually, our paper is far too complex alone, so I cut out a lot of stuff we've done. So we did a list experiment with a lot of these items. So the list experiment shows, yes, there is a bit of course, discrepancy, but the sort of support for all these normative aspects of the regime So principles like link to, this neo-Ottomanism and so forth, they're all quite high. So that answers your question. So we did actually do a list experiment with these items as well, but it was too much to go into. And then I think Florian asked a question at the very beginning. Javier, should I answer
yes,
it?
Please,
Florian is okay, so Florian, yes, that's so Florian asked, would system support not be a proxy for strength of party ID given that Erdogan changed the constitution? So very good question. Tricky one. So I presume you refer to Erdogan's 2017 reforms, where he basically moved towards a sort of executive presidential system and, reduced the power of the parliament and of political parties. And so the question is, given this change, would the sort of measures of system support not basically tap into party ID? So I think, so from a purely sort of theoretical conceptual point, I think this is a difficult question because, we have all the economic voting literature that obviously shows if you have strong party ID, you're loyal, right, to incumbents and so forth, you'll sort of moderate your sort of critique of their performance, right? So party ID has this, moderating effect on poor performance, like in democracies. So then we have the complication that, a party, especially in an electoral authoritarian context, can be really closely linked to the regime. So that justifies your question of it being part of system support. But so I'm going to think about, this is one of the things I've been thinking about more, but, we were asking people how they voted, right? Rather than, do they feel close to the AKP? So we also ask them questions about, do they feel the AKP is, supports Muslims, etc. So their feelings, and that's sort of, in that sense, we try to distinguish it from actually voting for the AKP. And we do see with the manipulation check that people who have voted for the AKP, yes, that's before the constitutional change, but prior AKP voters do respond to the economic performance treatment. So that suggests that they can sort of defect. So there are people who defect, but then I guess you're sort of asking, well, if you have high system support and high party ID, aren't they the same? And I think that comes back to this idea of, what are electoral authoritarian regimes about? And the answer might be that, yes, they are to some extent the same. So that's a sort of roundabout answer. And I think it is a really important question in terms of the sort of identification of the treatment effect, right? Because we have to use reported turnout and things. And insofar as turnout for a party is linked to party ID, that causes, could be difficult, right? So does that answer your question in a very roundabout way? But very good question. Yep, thank you.
Okay, hopefully it answered the question because we're running out of time. But thank you very much to our speakers, to Adam, Florian, Xenia, and Dan. Thank you very much to everyone who attended.
Welcome to the first panel on Brexit. We have another one tomorrow, so we will only get Brexit done tomorrow. So today we have, Maya Lewiston and then Jack Bailey and John Curtis with their respective co-authors, but those are the three presenters with their three papers on Brexit, on very different aspects of Brexit. and you can, I don't know, praise them and show your wonderment about the presentations in the chat function, but any questions you want actually answered, put in the Q&A, and we go through them after the 3 talks and take them and put them in turn to the authors. So Maya is first, and take it away.
Okay, thank you very much. So this is a little bit different from some of the research I've done so far, but it's a co-authored piece with my colleague at Newcastle University, Yemima Rebo. And what we're trying to do is basically have an in-depth view into a use of a specific frame in the news media coverage. And in this case, it's the use of divorce framing when talking about Brexit. Just for background, the use of family and household metaphors is nothing new in politics. I'm sure you've all heard about the use of nation as either as a mother or a father. European Union for a long time has been referred to as a family. Also often national budgets are talked about as households. And British press in particular was very fixated at the marriage metaphor when talking about the European Union. And so the possibility of Britain's withdrawal from the EU has also therefore long been discussed in terms of divorce, separation, or an end of a relationship. The question is like, why do we care about it all, right? We take like the view of all the frame literature in the political communication that argues that the ways in which media frames different events shapes our understanding of politics and might sometimes have significant effects. In other words, the ways in which news media cover and frame political events can impact how these events are understood by the audiences. So what are our kind of main expectations? How is the divorce metaphor used in the news? First of all, we expect that there might be some differences across news outlets. For example, tabloid press in particular may use the simplification that the divorce framing offers when covering Brexit. Similarly, we argue that news outlets that have a more pro-Brexit stance could likely narrate their news stories of Brexit around the divorce framing to kind of convey the irreversibility of the process. As we know, most divorces very rarely lead to new relationships between the divorced partners. It can happen, mostly doesn't. So divorce framing, I think, helps to consolidate the view of Brexit being the final outcome of the relationship between the European Union and the UK. And it's also not a nice outcome. Most divorced parties don't really like each other too much afterwards. So pro-EU press, on the other hand, we argue, may have incentives actually to avoid that kind of framing, to keep the options either for a second referendum or for UK one day rejoining the EU again on the table. We also expect some differences over time, with divorce framing most likely being the most prevalent when the negotiations about the deal and the Brexit bill were at its height, as that kind of compares itself most likely to the actual divorce. We also expect that some exact framing of the divorce metaphor, the ways in which different adjectives are used together with it, may vary across outlets and across time. So in terms of data, we have collected our own original media data from 6 news outlets in the UK, 3 British broadsheet media, The Times, The Telegraph and The Guardian, and 3 British tabloid media, The Daily Mail, The Sun and The Mirror. As such, we are covering also different political stances. Some of these outlets, as you all know, have held a more pro-EU, while others more pro-Brexit stance. We then collected all news stories that mentioned both Brexit and divorce from 24th of June 2016 until the 31st of December 2019. So we basically capture all the news stories that make reference to Brexit as a divorce in these set outlets from the day after the UK referendum on leaving the EU to the many of these initially planned Brexit days. Those just kept happening. At one point, we couldn't extend the data collection period anymore. We code the frequency, the context, the tone, and the actor that made a reference to Brexit as a divorce. And we also collected background data on the full number of articles that mentioned Brexit during the set time period, so as to have an idea of like how prevalent the divorce framing was of all Brexit news stories. So this first figure here basically shows that for most of the time period, the share of news stories about Brexit where divorce reference was made was less than 4% of all the Brexit news stories. So we show here the percent of Brexit news stories mentioning divorce per month, starting from June 2016 to December 2019. We observed the first peak in the use of divorce framing in March 2017, when the UK government triggered Article 50, that then formally started the Brexit negotiation process. Interestingly enough, at the same time, UK Prime Minister at the time, Theresa May, also pleaded the MPs and the press to refrain from covering Brexit as a divorce because, to quote her, when people get divorced, they often don't have a good relationship afterwards. May, on the other hand, said that she wants a good relationship with the EU afterwards. However, that clearly didn't happen, either with when it came to the talking about Brexit as divorce, nor about the relationship. So the media widely relied on the divorce narrative during that first negotiation period, especially between August 2017 to December 2017, when more than 1 in every 10 news stories about Brexit made at least one reference to Brexit as a divorce. Our data then suggests another slight increase in the use of divorce framing at the end of 2018, when the EU signed off May's deal. However, as the agreed deal very quickly became clear that it's unlikely to be passed at the UK Parliament's House of Commons, media reliance on the divorce framing dropped, and we see in the later month it was very rarely used when talking about Brexit. So if we look at the differences across outlets, first of all, our data does not suggest that either the type of the outlet, tabloid versus broadsheet, or that the ideological stance of the editorial office really explains the likelihood of relying on the divorce framing. Instead, the newspapers that proportionally frame Brexit as divorce the most, on one hand, were the right-leaning and pro-Brexit tabloid, the Daily Mail, and on the other hand, surprise, surprise, the left-leaning, primarily pro-EU broadsheet, The Guardian. The Guardian in particular is interesting here because, especially if we look at the very early period in June 2016, they very strongly jumped on this divorce narrative. In the week following the referendum, 70 references to Brexit as divorce were published in The Guardian alone. What we see also is that all 4 newspapers that we currently have the data for published the highest share of Brexit articles referencing divorce in similar time periods, with March and December 2017 being the first, and August to November 2018 representing the second time period when divorce framing was highly popular. So, as I promised, we also looked at what were kind of like the primary topic of the news story, where this divorce framing was used. In terms of the primary topic, more than half of the articles that focus on this framing had the primary topic was Brexit negotiations or the Brexit process overall, followed by stories on the economy, intra-party politics, politics in general, and EU politics, EU institutions. So in order to examine the probability of using divorce framing in the three most popular topics in different news outlets, we ran very simple logistic regression models, predicting the likelihood of divorce framing appearing in news stories focusing on these three separate topics, while controlling at the same time for the outlet, the year, and whether the actor that was making that reference was male or female. Important, Daily Mail was the reference category for the outlet. And what we see is that the Daily Mail was more likely than the other newspapers in our sample to use divorce framing when discussing both the Brexit process itself, as well as when covering stories about intra-party politics. At the same time, news stories that focus on intra-party politics adopted the divorce framing in the later years, with a likelihood of divorce referencing being higher in 2018 and 2019 than in 2016 and 17. In some ways, this coincides with increased divisions in the two main parties, the Conservatives and Labour, when it came to their preferred Brexit outcome. In terms of the actor making the reference, the economy is the only one where we see that women had slightly lower probability than in comparison to men to use divorce framing when covering Brexit in economy-related news stories. But we think that this might reflect perhaps some of the horizontal gender segregation in the British newsroom, where female and male journalists tend to cover slightly different stories and topics. So we also, in our prelim very early analysis now, looked at the main adjectives, words that were used with divorce when covering Brexit. We asked our coders to identify any adjective used, and we then coded these adjectives into 14 categories. Overall, we see very subtle differences between the use of descriptor words between tabloid and broadsheet and between more left and right-leaning newspapers, where we see that the tabloids were slightly more likely to describe Brexit as difficult or complex divorce. There are also some differences over time. Surprisingly, over time, references to a friendly divorce kind of disappeared after 2016. References to the huge size of the Brexit bill at the same time were the most frequent in 2017, when the financial cost of Brexit dominated the news coverage. In terms of the actor's gender, women were slightly more likely than men to describe Brexit as a nasty divorce, while men, on the other hand, made more references to the size of the divorce settlement. Once again, we think that this may exemplify the horizontal segregation in the British newsroom, where male and female journalists cover different topics and a little bit different types of stories. So in terms of very preliminary conclusions and next steps, what we see is that divorce framing was the most common in 2017, and it's less popular during later years. At this stage, we have very inconclusive evidence of differences between news outlets, either between tabloid broadsheet, left-leaning, right-leaning, pro-Brexit, pro-EU. What we do find, however, is that two news outlets in particular in our sample, The Guardian and the Daily Mail, seem to be setting the framing. And in terms of, given the irreversibility of a relationship on the rocks that the divorce framing carries, the extensive use of this metaphor may have depressed any discussions on future referenda or renewed relationship between the UK and the EU. In terms of next steps, we have still, with the quantitative side of data, to finalize data collection for some of the remaining outlets. We would also like to explore more actor-specific models, and then part that my co-author will mostly be responsible for is also try to do a small qualitative analysis of a subsample of news stories to understand more exactly how this framing was used in the news stories. Okay, thank you very much.
Well, splendid and terrific timekeeping as well. Excellent. Let that be an example to Jack and John. Thanks, Maya, and we're moving on to Jack and his co-authors Chris Prosser and Ed Fieldhouse. Can't hear you. Have your microphone off, Jack.
Right. Let me just double check something. So if I move forward now, you can see the image change, can't you? And you can't see my notes, I don't think.
No,
is that right?
Just the image, yeah.
Perfect, good. So I timed this out, and it was less than 15 minutes. So I'll try not to waffle and fill up the 15 minutes needlessly, but I'm just gonna get started. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Jack Bailey. I work on the British Election Study, and I'm going to present some work on how patriotic images affect voters' emotions that I've done with two of my colleagues, Chris Prosser and Ed Fieldhouse. So in 2020, the Cabinet Office spent around about £2,000 on flags. Specifically, it bought 8 Union Jacks. And 4 years earlier, in 2016, it had spent nothing at all. And we think that this change tells us a story about how the government is approaching changes in modern Britain, in particular, its approach towards a resurgent nationalism in Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, and then also the government's intention to define a new British identity post-Brexit. So this idea, you know, of a global Britain, for example. So while this has been going on, the Labour Party's faced some of its own questions about its patriotism. You know, to put it bluntly, if it even loves the country that it seeks to govern at all. And to remedy this, the party's said that if it comes into power, it intends to buy British, so favour British suppliers when, you know, purchasing for the public sector. And as this news article implies, there was a leaked report that shows that Labour's planning to make greater use of the Union flag and its own branding too, to kind of like bolster its perceived patriotism amongst the voters. So I think it's fair to say that we're all used to seeing flags in political advertising. So here's an example that Labour put out recently, just after the English football team failed to win the European Championships. Another one just after Keir Starmer became leader that uses the Union Jack. And then the Conservatives do something similar too. So here we've got one where they're appealing to people to support our union. And then another where they're promoting a Borders Bill survey that they're doing. I'm sure all of us can agree it probably wasn't representative. So the obvious question, I think, is, well, why bother? Why do the parties do this? And clearly they believe that it's going to benefit them in some way. And the limited prior research on this shows that cueing patriotism, in this case, in this study, cueing the Stars and Stripes, does affect how people say they're going to vote. In particular, in the US context, it benefits Republicans over Democrats. But that still leaves the question of like, okay, well, why does this occur? What's going on underneath the surface? And we think what's happening is that these appeals are basically playing on voters' emotions. In particular, we think that the parties are using the flags to bring about a process of affect transfer, effectively, from the nation to themselves, where they're appropriating positive affect that people place on the nation and trying to kind of like co-opt it, so that, say, if you think that the nation is strong, you'll also think that the Labour Party is strong, or also think that the Conservative Party is strong. But as far as we're aware, there isn't really any research so far about how these patriotic appeals affect the emotions that voters experience. So we have some expectations a priori. Obviously, the Conservatives tend to wrap themselves in the flag already. You know, it's not uncommon to see Conservative branding, adverts, things like that incorporate the Union flag. I think they even have a version of their logo that uses the Union flag instead of you know, the standard colours of the tree. And for Labour, this is much less common. They tend not to use Union flags or English flags or any other nation's flags in their their branding, hence the report that I've mentioned above. And this is kind of for a good reason, at least anecdotally, because Labour and Conservative voters tend to respond to these kind of nationalist symbols in different ways. And that's partly because of the kind of baggage that's associated with them. So, you know, Labour and Conservative voters respond differently to things like empire and colonialism. And then obviously, when it comes to flags, there's also a kind of lingering associations with, say, the National Front and things like that. So there's kind of good reason to expect that seeing a flag in political advertising will have a different effect for Labour and Conservative voters. So we've got four main hypotheses. The first is that Labour voters will express less positive and more negative emotions where they see a flag in political branding. The second is that Conservative voters will express more positive and less negative emotions where they see a flag in political branding. And then we're breaking these down by the party the branding's associated with too. So we think that because Labour voters are kind of hostile to this flag imagery, where they see a flag in Labour branding, there'll be less positive and more negative compared to seeing Labour branding with no flag. And likewise, we expect the opposite for the Conservatives. So they're going to be more positive and less negative where they see a flag in Conservative branding compared to Conservative branding with no flag. So what we've done to test this is we've conducted a small conjoint analysis. We've only got two variables here, each of which has two levels. And often conjoint analyses will rely on text. So you might see like a vignette, or you might see like a table with different features. So it could be, you know, ethnicity, income, things like that, schooling, whatever, and people pick from them, or we'll rate them on some scale. But what we've done instead, rather than use text, is we've relied on images. So what we're doing is showing respondents a mock political advert and then varying the advert's branding, like the party branding, and whether or not it includes a union flag motif. And this is something that's becoming more popular recently. There's a paper by Becchiato and Mungo where they basically do something quite similar, but they use Twitter profiles instead. So they show people like pictures of people's Twitter homepages, but they change up the features of it. So we ran this experiment in wave 21 of the British Election Study Internet Panel and showed around 6,805 respondents one of four unique combinations of our party and flag treatments at random. All of the other features of the adverts remained constant, and after seeing the advert, our respondents reported 10 emotions using like 10 sliding scales, which we then collapsed into three kind of broader emotion families using confirmatory factor analysis. And this is in line with an approach that Marcus et al. Have validated in the past. So the sliders look something like this. They see various sliders that say like extremely enthusiastic or not at all enthusiastic. And after seeing the image, which I'm going to show you in a second, they're prompted to respond on these scales. So they can just freely move them between these kind of lower and upper bounds. And this is just the same, but for three of them instead of five. So what I'm going to do is kind of build up the image that we showed to people step by step, so you can see what features of it varied and kind of appreciate the conjoint elements of our study. We did think about including more features, but you know, for answering the question that we had at hand, we thought it was kind of overcomplicating things. So hopefully this should be quite clear. So what we did was we started with like a quite innocuous background of just, you know, a pleasant countryside scene from Britain. And the next step was to add a party or flag gradient. And this is one of our treatments. So they either saw the red Labour branding gradient, blue Conservative branding gradient, or a union flag branded gradient. And all of these gradients, I should add, have like decay at the same rate and everything. The next was to kind of consolidate the party branding treatment. So what we did was added a kind of white banner along the bottom, and the users saw it like within a black outline. A white band across the bottom, which we copied off an actual Labour advert, added the Labour logo. So they would see something like this if it was Labour and the flag treatment, this if it was Labour and just the party branding, this if it's Conservative in the flag treatment, and this if it was Conservative branding. And then the last step was just to add a slogan to the advert that we thought that either of the parties could have used. And we went for kind of relatively inoffensive, choose a brighter future, that we just combined from previous slogans, like election slogans that the parties had used in the past. So the four potential adverts that our response could see at random was either this Conservative one with no flag, the Conservative one with a flag, the Labour one with no flag, and the Labour one with a flag. So I'm going to show you first just some predicted outcomes. So here we've just got the predicted enthusiasm that people reported. Along the top, we've got the party branding condition that they're in. So if they saw a Conservative or Labour branded advert, and then along the bottom, if the flag motif was used or not in that thing. And what we can see is basically people were overall most enthusiastic where they saw a Conservative branded advert with the flag in it. They were around about as enthusiastic seeing a Conservative branded advert with no flag or a Labour branded advert with one, and then least enthusiastic where they saw a Labour branded advert with no flag. For anxiety, generally people were slightly more anxious where they saw the flag treatment regardless of what party branding treatment they saw it in. And the results for both parties were quite similar. And then again, the outcome for aversion is slightly different, but not too dissimilar in that generally there's not really much of a difference in the flag treatment here. People were just more averse to seeing the Conservative branded treatment. So what I'm going to do next is start breaking these down. So break down the flag treatment across both party branding. So this is just whether they saw a flag or not, depending on people's voting behavior in the 2019 election. So we've got the enthusiasm treatment first. So Conservatives who saw the flag treatment, regardless of which party branding they're associated with, were generally more enthusiastic, and Labour voters were generally less enthusiastic. Likewise, Conservative voters reported being less anxious where they saw the flag treatment, Labour voters more anxious, and Conservative voters, again, less averse where they saw the flag treatment, and Labour voters more averse where they saw flag treatment. So there's good support here for our hypothesis about the Labour partisans, but some of the differences, this one's fine, but some of the differences, this one's kind of marginal, and this one crosses zero for the Conservative partisans. So things are basically slightly less clear for Conservative partisans, and in some cases not statistically distinguishable from zero. So what we've done next to answer our third and fourth hypotheses is basically stratify these between people who voted for the Conservatives in 2019 and Labour in 2019, and show the flag effect across the different party treatments. So along the bottom, we've got which party branding the advert was, along the top, who they voted for in the last election, and then the coefficients is just the treatment effect of the flag. So what we see for the Conservatives is, in the Conservative case, where they see a Conservative advert, they're more enthusiastic than if they saw a Conservative advert that wasn't branded. And likewise, as we expected, Labour partisans, or Labour former voters at least, are much less enthusiastic where they see the similar Labour case. And interestingly, they really don't differ much when it comes to the flag treatment when they see the Conservative branding. I suspect that's probably because they just don't like the Conservatives, whatever the case. So when it comes to anxiety, the Conservative effects effectively zero. It's not distinguishable from zero, and the effect size is, for all intents and purposes, zero as well. So it's very, very small, if not zero. For Labour, though, we see that it's positive, as we'd expected. So Labour partisans who see a flag in Labour branding are generally more anxious. And then we see a kind of similar pattern too when it comes to aversion. Like anxiety and aversion, both negative emotions, and tend to, in these setups, exhibit similar properties. And here we can see that basically there's not much of a difference for the Conservatives whether they see a Conservative branded advert with or without a flag. But for Labour partisans, if they see a flag in a Labour advert, or in this case also in a Conservative advert, it makes them more averse. One interesting thing to say as well, which I just kind of skipped over, is actually in the case of enthusiasm too, Conservative voters who saw the Labour branded advert were more enthusiastic or reported more enthusiastic emotions where they got the flag treatment as well. So just to conclude and wrap things up, the parties we think are onto something, and that queuing patriotism does seem to affect how voters report to feel. And in particular, the union flag motif makes people experience more positive and more negative emotions. But these overall results hide some quite important heterogeneity, in particular that 2019 Conservative voters are more positive in response to the flag condition for both parties, and 2019 Labour voters are less positive and more negative. So we think for Labour, there's no easy solution really, because patriotism might attract 2019 Conservative voters that they have to win over to form a government, but at the same time potentially alienate their current support base. So thank you very much. If you want to contact me, my email is just jack.bailey@manchester.ac.uk. You can talk to me on Twitter at PoliSciJack, and I look forward to any questions that you might have. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Jack. And with that, handing over to John. Hopefully you can hear things now, John.
Yeah, I can just that. It's not brilliant, but hopefully you can hear me and shout if you can't. Right, let me just set my screen up in order to be able to show my slides, which is a little complicated, but somebody did give me a tutorial. So hopefully, in a moment, we will see my screen. Okay, so this is a presentation with multiple authors, based not so much on discussing Brexit, but rather on discussing post-Brexit policy. And in this presentation in particular, we're focusing on immigration. So first of all, for those who are not familiar, we're using a technique called deliberative polling, which was invented by Jim Fishkin. Indeed, he's trademarked the phrase. And the essential thesis is that if you really want to understand what voters think, rather than simply relying on surveys in which we knock on people's doors or ask them to fill in a survey over the internet without any prior consideration of their views, then more we get our top of the head responses that are not necessarily particularly helpful. And that rather what we should be attempting to understand is what voters think once they've had the chance to acquire information about a subject and give them the opportunity to deliberate. One of the ways which you might want to think about this is, in a sense, is like kind of a speeded up election campaign in which, you know, where might voters be at if indeed a subject were to get a high level of media coverage and debate, and they therefore have some chance to consider the issue. Crucially, the technique requires that the participants are recruited from random probability sample, and you then endeavour to try to ensure that those who participate are equally represented, although of course in practice that proves to be difficult, but at least you've got a good idea of where the biases are and you can try to correct them. The people are brought together over a weekend. They have an impartial written briefing to consider. They take place in small peer group discussions, and then also get the chance to pose questions to a balanced panel of experts. And in order to ascertain the impact, quote unquote, of the deliberation, they fill in a survey before the deliberation. They fill in another survey immediately at the end of the deliberation, and that provides us with a quantitative measure of the impact of the deliberation. It's not like a citizens' assembly. There is no attempt to get the individuals to achieve consensus. We're interested in individual level change, not in development of some agreement. And of course, then the various sessions can be analysed using quali analysis as well. I'm not going to go into that here. So on what we very unambitiously called the Future of Britain project,
project, we decided to look at various aspects of public attitudes towards aspects of public policy that hitherto have largely been determined by EU competences: immigration, food policy, consumer regulation. We've done 2 rounds of deliberation online. The original intention was, in fact, to do 1 online and 1 face-to-face, but then COVID hit in. But at least that meant we had discovered Zoom before everybody else had. This is the first time, to our knowledge, that deliberative polls have been conducted online in the UK. And as I said, there are pre and post surveys before and after each of the deliberations, which I'm going to analyse in aggregate. Actually, the impact of deliberations is very similar across the 2. And so one of these took place in 2019, one of these took place in 2020. And the participants were recruited from a random probability panel that said had been running for the last 2 or 3 years off the back of British social attitudes. So we've got, as a result of this exercise, 376 people who not only participated in one or other of the online deliberations, but who completed all 4 ways of the survey, which in this case not only consists of the recruitment survey, the pre-survey and the post-survey, but we've then gone back and interviewed people some months afterwards in order to get some understanding of what the longer term impact of the deliberation might have been, if any. So the focus in the presentation today, as already suggested, is on immigration, looking both at people's perceptions of the impact of immigration and then also their attitudes towards various policy measures that the United Kingdom might adopt in the post-Brexit environment. And there are then 3 research questions that I'm going to look at. The first is, does the aggregate distribution of attitude shift over the weekends? Is it as some Remainers might believe, that once people got the chance to think about these things, they might realise that actually trying to curb immigration wasn't very sensible, or as maybe those on the other side of the debate might say, well, actually, once people understand how loose Britain's immigration policy has been hitherto, they will swing in favour of greater control. Secondly, an area which is much debated in the literature on deliberation is, does deliberation polarise, or, as many of the advocates of deliberation argue, bring people closer together? So we will look at that, looking through the frame of Remainers and Leavers. And then finally, something which much less is done in the literature on deliberation, and where the evidence so far is somewhat inconclusive, is what, if any, was the longer term impact. So to take those 3 research questions in turn. First of all, we have some questions that are not so much about policy, but about the perceived impact of immigration. Blue lines are the pre-measures, the orange line are the post-measures, and that's generally going to be true. We were giving respondents a 0 to 10 scale. One of them to say, do you think the immigration is good or bad for Britain's economy? The other, whether you think it undermines or enriches Britain's culture. Score out of 10, higher the score, the more favourable the reaction. And as you can see, after the deliberation, people were more likely to regard the consequences of immigration favourably. So you might be thinking, so I'm now pretty clear what he's going to show us in the next couple of minutes. We are going to show that once we give the people the chance to deliberate about immigration, they will have become more liberal on the subject. Well, I would remind you, however, that one of the claims that's made about deliberation is that actually attitudes potentially perhaps become more nuanced and more considered. And maybe people don't necessarily simply react in terms of immigration good, immigration bad. And here's the first indication that indeed, if that was your initial expectation, you have to dispense with it. These are questions designed to get people's attitudes towards freedom of movement. We don't use that term. We ask people whether or not they think that people who want to come to the UK from the EU should have to apply to do so, which of course is what denies freedom of movement. We also ask the same question about Brits who fancy living on the Costa del Sol. And what you should notice is that in response to both questions, the proportion of people who say, yeah, people should have to apply, goes up in the wake of the deliberation. It does so in respect of both EU citizens who want to come here and UK migrants who fancy living on the Met. Equally, one of the issues, of course, which is crucial to the UK government's conception of immigration control, is that we only want people who can earn quite a lot. So we ask people, well, how much do people have to earn if they want to come here as migrants? What I invite you to note is actually what initially was a relatively popular option, and still is afterwards a relatively popular option, which is that you shouldn't have a minimum income level at all, but support for that does go down to some degree, and people nowadays think there should be some kind of income level, though not necessarily as high a one as the government has implemented. Equally, how long should people have to be in the UK before they're eligible for welfare in the same terms as UK citizens? I notice that those who say either immediately or only after 1 year, that goes down. And so again, a somewhat less liberal attitude. And then, so on these other measures, I've not got time to show you here. Basically, when it comes to immigration control, the Liberation moved our respondents to be not necessarily very tough, because in some instances they started off certainly more liberal than the government, but they moved in a tougher direction, even though at the same time they come to the view that more likely to come to the view that immigration was beneficial. So actually, therefore, the answer to the question on movement is much more complicated than either side of the debate might have anticipated. So who moved? Remainers or leavers? In particular, were they polarizing or were they coming together? Well, here, first of all, is again going back to the perceptions of the consequences of immigration. And what I invite you to note is that it is indeed leavers amongst whom virtually entirely the aggregate increase in the perception that immigration is good occurred. So it's leavers who swung towards remainers on these overall perceptions, but to that extent, depolarized. But when it comes to immigration control, it's often remainers who move in a tougher direction, and thereby again we end up with a less polarized body of people. So, for example, on the EU migrants have to control. Yes, there's a movement, and there's a movement amongst remainers, and basically there's more than a 20-point increase in proportion who say that EU migrants should have to apply to come to the UK, and there's a similar pattern for Brits going abroad, and equally there it tends to be, particularly here more so to do with people wanting to bring in spouses to the UK rather than migrants themselves. But again, some tendency for it to be among remainers, amongst whom there is a decline in the perception that people should not have, there shouldn't be any minimum income requirements for people to be coming to the UK. So it's certainly not polarization, not a meeting of minds in the sense of both groups moving towards each other, but certainly a situation where leavers become more favourable in their overall perceptions of immigration, while remainers become keener on the idea of immigration control. But what happens over the longer run? Is there any evidence? So we go back to these 3-4 months later. Their views are any different from what they were before the deliberation, which arguably is an important question. If, as some people argue, deliberation is something that has the potential to improve the quality of democracy in the longer term. Well, the truth is, the headline here is, well, there still was some evidence of the impact of the deliberation some months later, but it's certainly quite substantially attenuated. If we take, for example, the perception as to whether or not immigration is going to apply for the economy, that's 6.68 figure is still, which is the figure for some months later, is still higher than the position in the pre-survey, but it's still well down on the position in the immediate post-survey. And when it comes to attitudes, the impact on culture, basically all of the movement has gone. When it comes to whether or not migrants should have to apply, either to come to the UK or to go to the EU, and again, most of the impact has largely speaking been lost, or been not necessarily entirely. Although to some, it's not true of all of the movement. So, for example, the tendency for people to actually feel that at least people should have some kind of minimum income, which moved during the weekend, and that movement was still present in some cases slightly further some months later. So, to some degree, it's not entirely lost, but it's certainly attenuated. So, to summarize, participants were a little more inclined, it's not dramatic, a little more inclined to adopt the tougher stance on immigration control, even though at the same time they became more inclined to immigration beneficial. There was some meetings of minds, but it's really because of Remainers moving on immigration control and leaving us on perceptions of immigration. Given that evidence, attitudes become somewhat more nuanced and perhaps more considered. Much, though not more, though not all of the impact was attenuated. Indeed, if you kind of look at this at the individual level, you find about half of the people who switched to the weekend switch back, but the other half perhaps still with the views they expressed over the weekend. Given the other movements going on, that does mean in aggregate a lot of it tends to wash out. So that's what we found, and hopefully at least some of this was not what we were expecting, which after all is the only real reason why we should be bothering to do research in the first place. And occasionally we discover things that we did.
John, I think it's not just me. I think your sound is extremely scrambled, and it got worse at the end. Oh no. Maya and Jack, do you want to come back?
Hey.
I don't know whether John is trying to log out and back in. He cannot hear. I don't know what his problem is. So I don't know how we deal with that. Maybe we ask people to answer you guys' questions first, and then we can invite John back on later.
And maybe it's something to do with what he was saying as well about, struggling or whatever when we're on. So yeah.
Yeah, we do have a bit of time.
Heinz, you went silent all of a sudden.
Yeah, I thought so as well. I wasn't sure if that was just me.
Can you hear him?
Yeah, his sound sounds
it's
similar
contagious,
to
obviously.
Foundation.
Yeah.
One person unmuted at a time. Okay.
He's being unmuted. I was going to say, if those who have questions, just ask me to let you let us see you. So bottom in the top right to give you picture and sound, and then you can ask a question and we can see you when you do it. Can I start with a question for Jack, because I was wondering, so you
sorry, Heinz, you're breaking up again.
Oh no.
I'm still here. I'm just going to turn myself off and see if it improves your thing.
I think it might be my connection. I don't know. So I can also type the question. When you ask about when you measure enthusiasm and anxiety, is it enthusiasm and anxiety about something specific or just a general measure?
So we're basically using an approach that I mentioned in the paper, and it's one that's basically been conducted and validated in the past. I'd have to dig out the specific wording, but basically they're prompted with the advert. So they're told to look at the advert and then told to report how it makes them feel on these various sliders. And what we do basically is there's 10 kind of like sub emotions almost that they see. So enthusiasm, or I am enthusiastic at least, is one of those sub emotions, and there's 2 other like positive emotions too on those kind of subscales, and then there's 7 various negative ones that basically this paper's argued form 3 latent overarching sets of emotions. So what we do is we're basically measuring people's responses to the advert. They're prompted to say how they respond to the advert emotionally. Then aggregating them almost up into 3 latent scales, and then those latent scales become our dependent variables.
It just sounds a bit weird to me that someone looks at an advert like that and feels anything.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'd say, just to follow up on that, is like obviously some people are just weird. Like there are people who are really, very politically, it's an important part of their identity, their political beliefs and things. So in some way, it's not as surprising, I don't think, when you kind of think, oh yeah, actually there's some strange people out there, especially strong partisans. But I mean, ideally, we'd have people measured up with like, skin, receptivity sensors and things like that, but there's only so much you can do on an online panel.
Yeah. So does anybody want to ask questions? Type something or ask me to let you in. Because we do have them here. Just like a tutorial session with students not wanting to say anything.
I'm happy to ask a question of as well.
Jack, if you can hear me,
yeah.
Just to move you away slightly from the details of the research to the implications. Is the implication of your research that your advice to Keir Starmer is that he should not be trying to use the Union Jack in order to enhance the Labour Party's appeal?
I mean, purely cynically, it would be, given that the effects are in different directions for prior Labour and Conservative voters, if you were going to do it in a purely, I suppose, cynical strategic sense, it would just be look at the proportions of these people in the electorate, determine whether changing these people's emotions over time affects how they vote, and then just weigh it up. So if you're going to win more people from the Conservatives than you're going to lose Labour people to other parties, then it's worth wrapping yourself in the flag. If that's not the case, then you don't want to do it, basically.
But is that a question you can answer given the data you've got? Can you actually take the data you've got and attempt to estimate, at least in terms of people's reactions to the Labour Party, whether or not this is has a net? I mean, presumably what you don't have is something that asks people after they've done the exercise whether or not they I now think more or less favourably towards the Labour Party in general and the Conservative Party in general.
We actually do have this. So we measured propensity to vote post-treatment, but the effects were very, very small. And I think it's not surprising really, because if you think about like the way these adverts work, if you're, and it's kind of why we didn't include it in here as well. Maybe we'll include it in the paper, but if you think about how these adverts work, it's like a slow drip over time. It's not just, you see one advert, maybe a party political broadcast or something like that has like a big hit, but it's not really that you see one advert and then it totally changes your opinion about the party. It's a slow drip of like the party associating itself over time with these features and the effective features of the nation or of the flag, and kind of bringing that self over to it. So even though we don't find those things, I don't think it's necessarily that if you were exposed constantly to this over time, that it wouldn't have some like building effect over time. It's just that we can't detect that because we don't have.
Okay, but there are obviously two reactions to that. One is that, well, of course, this is one of the reasons why there's a limit to what you can get out of experiments. The second, of course, is that, of course, what you therefore might be picking up through the experimental design is actually reciprocal causation, and that actually what you are indeed picking up is the fact that the Conservative Party has tended to use the Union flag in its branding and Labour Party has not. So therefore that association already exists in voters' minds, and therefore what you're picking up is something that's already mediated through voters' partisanship, and you're looking at a consequence rather than something that nothing to cause. But even so, you might therefore want to say to Sir Keir Starmer, well, if you're going to make this work, you're going to have to go on for a very long time.
Yeah, exactly.
And that maybe in the end of the day, it just isn't going to make any difference.
I was going to say, though, as well, like, I'm not too worried about reciprocal causation because we randomized the party feature and the flag feature. So the comparisons that we're making are, you see the Conservative branding with just the coloured gradient or the Conservative branding with the flag gradient. So it's like within party effects that we're looking at. So the fact, the fact that the Conservatives might wrap themselves up in the flag, we just expect there to be a smaller flag effect for them because flags don't really matter that much.
Yeah, but the fact that your Conservative respondents are responding to the flag can be, you're really picking up the prior influence of the last 10, 20, 30 years,
I see. Yeah.
Talking about.
Yeah.
So in other words, you are ironically through your experimental design, you're arguably picking up an existing real world effect.
Yeah, I mean, and that's also probably why the like Conservative voters, but the Labour conditions are interesting because that's not quite the same case, and we can still make comparisons, like causal comparisons there within the Labour Party too.
Jack, there's a question from Jan Bertz on the Q&A. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, well, first off, hi Jan. It's nice to hear from you again, as per usual. I'm just reading quickly. So it says, interesting findings with a nice picture treatment. I was wondering whether you think flag effects could depend on issue messages and if we plan to test this. So for example, a Labour picture targeted specifically at Conservative switchers alleviates Labour partisan fears linked to the flag because they recognise the strategy. I think it's a really good question. And like I kind of hinted at, we had previously thought about varying all sorts of features of the images. So we were thinking about varying the background to show different types of people and varying the text too, to show, we've got different types of adverts and stuff. And going back to John's question, this is potentially something that, the Labour Party can look at bluntly, if they're interested. But the reason we didn't do this, and it's not to say that we wouldn't necessarily do something like this in the future, was that actually we'd intended to do this, but it got very complicated very quickly because, so in our case, we only have 2 different treatments at 2 different levels. And we have to interact them because there's different flag effects for both different parties. But then if we're also interested in different types of voters and how they respond, that's a three-way interaction already. So we run up against issues of statistical power, but then also just kind of broader interpretational issues that you get into when you have very, seemingly simple cases where you have like only a handful of features, but they're interacted. So like in a standard conjoint, that's not typically much of an issue because the features don't necessarily depend on each other, or at least you don't treat them as if they depend on each other. But I think in the context of seeing an advert, it is quite clear that they do. But yeah, thanks for the question, and yeah, it's something I'm quite interested in.
John, you have a question for Maya? John?
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. Maya, always interesting to reminded of the discourse through which all of us lived during the 3 or 4 years of the Brexit process. It sounded as though one of the key conclusions that came out of your finding was that basically it was those media outlets at the two ends of the Brexit spectrum, i.e. the most pro-Leave end and the most anti-Brexit end, viz. The Mail and The Guardian, that used the divorce metaphor. Two questions to follow up. Maybe I wasn't following closely enough. Did you look at the Daily Express, which of course is the most pro-Brexit? And secondly, is this not unsurprising? At the end of the day, didn't the pro-Leave media outlets want to persuade people that indeed, yeah, we're going to have a clean break with the European Union and a jolly good thing too? And equally, doesn't The Guardian want to say to people, we're going to have a much bigger break from the European Union than we think is ideal and a jolly bad thing? So to that extent, at least, in a sense, isn't the use of the language picking up the polarization of the Brexit debate, and therefore not surprising that that's the way in which it should fall out?
Okay. John, thank you very much for these questions. I think there is something there with the most extreme sides kind of using that, like on one hand would make sense why they would use this framing the most. But then on the other hand, if you think from more of the medium political communication theories where you want to use the framing in a way also that it would support your understanding of the problem, then The Guardian kind of fully going into using the framing that is not really in line with their overall editorial stance of how they see the EU and UK's relationship is a little bit surprising. But we've actually, like with another collaborative project I have with Zach Green, we also find that The Guardian was the one in 2019 European Parliament elections covering by far the most UKIP of all the news outlets in the UK too. So there's something interesting going on with the way in which The Guardian is giving attention to the side they're definitely criticizing, but at the same time they also give so much publicity to it. And what I think is the interesting finding here is that they use the framing from that, if you want to call it, the other side, right? We don't have Daily Express in our data at the moment, but it is something that we could collect too, because we still have some funds left to do more coding. So thank you for that advice.
Yeah, the other way of corroborating what was going on The Guardian is to look at the FT or the online Indie, both of which obviously very strongly anti-Brexit.
Yeah, that's a good advice too. Thank you very much.
Okay, there's a question from Ed Fieldhouse that I can respond to. So Ed Fieldhouse has asked me whether or not, drawing inferences about the mechanism for the changes, in particular, was there any change in the knowledge of issues, and did effects vary by respondent characteristics? On the first one, we did not attempt to try to measure people's knowledge of the issues. We basically came to the conclusion it's very difficult to think of knowledge items in this area that we could ask that we're going to be effective. So rightly or wrongly, we didn't decide to do that. Did effects vary by respondent characteristics? Well, yes, very much in the way that you might anticipate, given that I showed you how the effects varied by remainers and leavers. So given that's the case, it was people who are social liberals and who are graduates and who think that they're living relatively comfortable on their income, who were the ones who were moving towards greater immigration control, i.e. was those sections of our society that you might otherwise think to have been least keen on immigration control. In a sense, one of the interesting ways of looking at this is that perhaps indeed in the wake of deliberation, some social liberals who felt, oh, it's all perfectly fine to have a liberal that stands towards immigration, who then perhaps became slightly more concerned about some of the negative consequences that were going on. The other answer to your question is that my colleagues on the project, particularly Kerry Davies, is in the midst of doing some quality analysis, and one of the things that we will be aiming to do, as it were, is to fill in some of the black box of why do people change their attitudes by going through the discourse. And in the BSA chapter that this was based on, which will come out in October, we hope to say rather more about the character of the discourse in these peer groups that might help us to explain why some of these movements took place.
Should we wrap up? I think Heinz is basically incommunicado now.
Yeah, I think so, Jack.
Yeah, okay, great. It was a pleasure, everyone. Thanks very much.
I think we are bang on time. We got 3 papers, I believe, in plan today. I'm going to recheck the program just in case, but I think 1, 2, 3, 4. No, we got 1 speaker who's still around. But yeah, first up, we are going to discuss the work by Joe Greenwood-Howe, Florence Sickert, and Joe Twyman, which is Ideology and Recent Voting in Great Britain, the Salienization of the Integration Demarcation Dimension. Oh, that's Chris, I think. That is our final panelist. Hi, Chris. Give us an audio test so we know we're all on technologically fine.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, we can. Excellent. That makes me a happy chair, so I have to worry less about technology and more about the content. So yeah, Joe Papers is first. We've got an hour and a half. So if everybody is okay with it, I'd say presentations of about 15 minutes. And we have more time for discussion and debate between panelists and then questions from the audience. We got 17 people in the room, so it could be really useful. With that said, if you're not speaking, then you can leave the screen, as they told us to do in the technical briefing session, and we'll give space to Joe to present his paper. I'll have time cues in the chat if that's useful, Joe, so you know how much time is passing. All right.
Thank you very much. I'm going to try and share my screen. Hopefully that will work. Everyone see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
Great. Okay. So, thank you very much, everyone, for being at the panel. I'm going to present on something today which I don't think is necessarily especially controversial, but maybe I'll be proven wrong. I think we're kind of adding to a pretty well-established literature. So we're basically talking about how cultural considerations have become more important over the last 10 years in voting in the UK. So this is myself and Florian Sickert, who's just finished his undergraduate degree at LSE and is a fantastic student who's going to go on and do a PhD at Princeton next year. So look out for him. And Joe Twyman, who's my old boss at YouGov when I was there, and he now is one of the directors of Delta Poll. So the things we're going to cover today, a little bit of literature. Like I said, I don't think we're saying anything particularly kind of controversial or revolutionary, but we're just kind of adding to literature. What our initial argument is the specific measures we have, and then obviously get on to what I hope is the most interesting, which is the analysis, showing how these sort of cultural considerations have become more important for voting over the last 10 years in the UK. And I'd like to just kind of add a mini upfront caveat there, which is we're not necessarily arguing, therefore, that other considerations have become less important. And in fact, we will show that in the analysis. It's just that these considerations have become more important. And then there are some important limitations.
Joe, I'm sorry. Apparently there's some issues with the audio. I wonder what we can try. Do you want to try and unshare your screen and share it again, or mute and unmute yourself? People can hear you broken up, apparently. It's getting worse for me too now. Okay, so Tamida is suggesting you want to try a refresh. Thanks, Tamida, our guardian angel in the technical team. And we know you're out there. We see you in the chat. All right.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
That sounds better to me, yeah.
Okay, I do apologize for that. I'll try sharing my screen again, and
cool.
Hopefully that won't interfere with the audio again.
Mm-hmm.
So there I was. So yeah, do let me know if there's any more problems, but hopefully there won't be. So starting with a very, very quick overview of the literature, the relevant stuff we want to say basically is we treat ideology as a relatively stable core lower order belief in line with how it's often understood. We also think of it as organized along two dimensions relating to sort of economic redistribution and the role of the state in the economy, which we call the first dimension. And then the second dimension, which we measure a subset of or a section of, and that relates to social authority, the desirability of social authority. And the component of that second dimension that we're dealing with has been sort of developed by Creasy et al. In 2006. And they actually showed that this was an area of ideology that was becoming more important at that time as well. And it's about cultural integration demarcation. And so this is basically, we can think about this as sort of how much people want to welcome sort of new cultural influences into their society or not. And of course, what we're also building on here is the kind of pretty famous literature on the idea that cultural beliefs play an important part in shaping voter behavior. So obviously Norris and Inglehart are the very famous people there, but we're also very sympathetic to the work of Gidron and Hall, who basically say this is one thing that is going on, and it's also about economics. So we're not trying to sort of take a side on that debate about, well, is it culture or economics? We think it's probably both. We're just showing that we think it is at least a bit culture, and growingly so. And so our initial argument is the idea that sort of back in the at the end of the Labour era, they'd established themselves, so around a bit before the 2010 general election, they'd established themselves as sort of having a reasonably dominant position on this first ideological dimension, sort of relatively near the centre ground, and so therefore actually other parties that wanted to have an influence on British politics needed to start thinking about how they might be able to make other issues salient, how they might be able to attract voters who maybe weren't thinking about those issues as much before. And here we're fans of Tim Bale's work on the sort of symbiotic relationship between the Conservative Party and UKIP, and how they both sort of played a part in making these issues such as immigration and EU integration sort of significant considerations in voters' minds. along with obviously significant portions of the media. And we'll come on at the end to say, well, you know, how strategic was this? Because there's obviously multiple explanations for why these issues became salient. It could not be about party strategy, but certainly we think they were happy to sort of piggyback on the growing importance of these considerations and possibly contribute to them as well. And we see 2016, the Brexit referendum, as the kind of peak of these efforts. This is the moment when these considerations become really important. And so therefore, what we expect over the course of 2010 to 2019, the general elections, between the 4 general elections over that period, is an increase in the magnitude of cultural integration ideology, its relationship with voting. And we expect also to see a particular increase in that magnitude around 2016, so i.e. between the 2015 and 2017 general elections. What we actually measure is these items, and they are really quite similar to some of the items developed by Creasy to measure integration demarcation ideology, and specifically they relate to a subsection of what Creasy et al. Have measured, particularly stuff to do with cultural liberalism, European integration, and immigration. But interestingly, these measures were actually originally developed to reflect sort of Stuart Hall's work on authoritarian populism back in the late 70s and early 80s. And so David Sanders and Tom Scotto and Jason Reifler wrote a couple of papers where they used these measures as sort of reflections of authoritarian populism. So there's a sort of a tangential link to the literature on populism here as well, which I can talk about more at the end. But for now, we're satisfied that they're pretty close to what Creasy et al. Are getting at. We think they might be related to other areas on the sort of social authoritarian / libertarian dimension of ideology, but of course we can't actually test that. And so we stick to what we consider the safe territory of calling them cultural integration demarcation views. And we measured these in 2 waves, quite large sample waves in 2017 and 2018 via YouGov. And it's worth pointing out that the 2 periods when we measured these ideological views were quite distinct in terms of the electoral cycle. So obviously 2017 was just before the general election of that year. And then the field work for the second wave was sort of into the depths of the Theresa May administration when things weren't going well already at that stage. And there was lots of other stuff going on in the news as well. And we were quite a long way after the general election by that point. So reasonably distinct periods in the electoral cycle when we were measuring people's ideological views. And this becomes a sort of an important footnote later, which I'll come back to. The data also contain reported vote in each of the general elections and the EU referendum. And it's worth pointing out that these were reported at the time of those elections. So they're not sort of distant recalls. They are gathered because obviously YouGov runs a panel. They're gathered from the panelists at the time or as close as possible to the elections. And then we include a whole host of controls in our analyses as well. Particularly of note is left-right self-placement, because that's actually graphed, as you will see subsequently. The effect of left-right self-placement, or the relationship between left-right self-placement and voting, is graphed subsequently. We ran a CFA on our measures, and it showed that there is indeed a single underlying dimension with pretty good fit. We ultimately used the model with robust maximum likelihood to save the factor scores that we use in the subsequent analyses. And we standardize those factor scores for what we hope is ease of interpretation. And so what we did was use some logistic regressions with each of those parties as the dependent, voting for each of those parties at each election as the dependent variable. We had full coverage for ideological measures, but we had to use multiple imputation for some of the demographic and political questions that had missing values. And the models I'm going to show you include controls, but the results are similar if we just use simple models without controls. So here we are. hopefully, in the kind of meat of the presentation. What we see here is 4 coefficient plots for voting for the Conservatives, Labour, Liberal Democrats, and UKIP, or the Brexit Party. So Brexit Party obviously counts in 2019. Prior to that, it's UKIP. And each dot going from bottom to top, so from pale to dark, is a different election. So top is the most recent, bottom is the oldest. And this outlier dot, which exists on all plots, is the 2016 referendum. And it's also, we also plot the coefficients for the relationship between left-right and voting in each of those electoral events. And again, you can see 2016 is in the same position on each of those plots. So what we're really interested in here is the pattern, how things develop over time. So does the magnitude of the relationship between integration demarcation, cultural integration demarcation ideology, and voting increase over time? And what we see is for the Conservatives, it certainly does post 2016 in particular. For Labour, it does so a bit more gradually, and the particular jump is between 2017 and 2019. For the Liberal Democrats, it jumps again after 2016, and for UKIP / the Brexit Party, it was already pretty important, but got a bit more important between 2010 and 2015. And what I should point out here, of course, is that a positive factor score on integration demarcation equates to being more in favor of cultural demarcation, which is positions like wanting less immigration and to leave the EU. Okay, so unsurprisingly, therefore, we see a negative relationship between integration demarcation and voting Liberal Democrat and Labour, and a positive relationship with voting Conservative and UKIP. But what's also worth pointing out here is not only that the magnitude increases, but also that in many cases it's basically playing catch up with left-right. So left-right was already pretty important down here in 2010 and 2015, gets more important again in 2017 and 19, and cultural integration demarcation is sort of becoming as important as left-right. For Labour, left-right remains more important. For the Liberal Democrats, left-right was never that important, and certainly integration demarcation becomes more important than left-right, and similarly for UKIP, but in the other direction. So another thing that we can do is test whether these relationships differ depending on when we asked respondents about their ideological views. So these are predicted probability charts, which show you for Conservative and Labour in each election and for Leave in 2016, what the relationship was, the probability of voting for that party was as we go from the most integration favouring position on the left up to the most demarcation favouring position on the right. And the dotted line is the relationship for 2017 respondents, and the solid line is for 2018 respondents. And really the point here is that we see that the relationship is remarkably similar between those two sets of respondents. Now, obviously, we have a problem, as I'll come on to the limitations, which is we can't test whether ideological positions changed over this time because we only gathered people's ideological positions once. So we cannot be sure whether the change in relationship we observe stems in part or entirely from a change in ideological positions. But our sort of hunch is that if the distribution of the ideological positions doesn't change between our two subsamples, and if the relationships are quite similar, that's at least a hint that it's not that ideology is changing between those two subsamples and therefore over time, but that the actual relationship between ideology and voting is changing. And the other thing that's worth pointing out here is how the nature of the relationship changes over time. So this is particularly apparent with the Conservatives, but also to a lesser extent with Labour. It becomes steeper, but more importantly, we think it also becomes more curvilinear. So by the time you get to 2019, the distribution for the Conservatives is really quite similar to the distribution for Leave in 2016. And so we think that's a sign, another sign of political polarization. And finally, very quickly, just to show you that left demarcation voters, so these are cross-pressured voters who will consider themselves to be on the left when you ask them what their position is, but favour demarcation positions, start off this period as clearly favouring Labour. They really jump up to favour Labour in 2017, but by 2019, with Boris Johnson at the helm of the Conservative Party, Labour support has dropped down and Conservative support has gone up. So we think that's a sign that they are favouring their demarcation integration positions over their left-right self-placement. So, limitations. As I've already hinted at, change over time may be due to successful deployment of cultural demarcation rhetoric to activate the second dimension, but we can't actually test this. So this stuff I said at the beginning, well, we think the Conservatives saw a gap and UKIP saw a gap, and so they deployed rhetoric and they activated the salience of these considerations. We can't actually test that. We just think that might be what's going on, but what we can see is that clearly the integration demarcation considerations seem to become more important in voting decisions. It's cross-sectional data, as I've mentioned, so ideology could have changed, though it is similarly distributed between the two subsamples. And the first dimension of ideology is imperfectly measured because we just ask for self-placement. So these are all things that are sort of important caveats on our results. But it is clear that we capture a single underlying ideological dimension. The magnitude of the relationship between that dimension and voting does change over this 10-year period, and there are signs that it does so, in particular around 2016. And the results are robust across adjusted and unadjusted models and across the two subsamples. So yes, that is everything from me. So I will stop sharing my screen.
And thank you, Joe. For everybody who's attending this panel, the speakers, but also the audience, if we want to call it such online, there is on your right, next to the chat button, a Q&A function. You can ask questions. Once we're done with the presentations, we can go through those, so they're just stored away in the chat. But next up, without wasting any time, we've got Chris Butler, who's going to present Twisting but Not Turning, how Thatcher's macroeconomic policy revolution was informed by polling. Chris, you can share your screen and hopefully everything goes well.
All right. Well, thank you as well, Paolo, for stepping in. I understand quite late notice to chair this session. I really appreciate it. So thanks everyone for attending today. So I want to talk to you about some of my research on how Margaret Thatcher's budgetary policies responded to private polling taken by the Conservative Party. So I'm really interested in how governments respond to public opinion. And there's a wealth of literature on policy responsiveness, mainly from the last quarter of a century or so, which has largely concluded that governments do broadly respond to public opinion, whether the responsiveness is operationalized as governments enacting policies which are popular in their support, or whether governments devote more attention or spending to those issues which the public identify as being their priorities. But the overwhelming majority of this scholarship assesses government actions, government behaviour against publicly available information on public opinion. Whereas, of course, governments and parties conduct their own public opinion research, and actually how they kind of use this information to inform their positioning, their prioritisation, might tell us a little bit more about how governments actually seek to respond to public opinion. There's very little scholarship on this, particularly outside of America, so I went hunting to see what privately commissioned polls I could find, and I managed to find in the Conservative Party archives several post-budget polls undertaken by the Conservative Party during the first Thatcher administration, and it's these which form the basis of my analysis. One of the ongoing debates in the literature on policy responsiveness is whether parties or governments respond to the median voter, or might be called centrist responsiveness, or to the preferences of their own supporters. So we're at EPOP, so we're all kind of familiar with these Downesian models. So whereas kind of the original Downesian model has identified that there is an incentive for parties to respond to the median voter in order to maximise their electoral appeal, say that you're the Conservative government elected in 1979 on the basis of 40-odd% of the votes, and the median position of your supporters is here. And in fact, that's closer to where your own policy preferences are. Then James Adams and others have argued that it's more electorally rational for political parties in office to seek to position themselves closer to the median position of their own supporter than to the median voter. And indeed, the existing literature on government or executive responsiveness to privately commissioned polling has often really looked at this question of whether parties respond to the median voter or to their own supporters. So 2 studies from America, which looked at the Nixon and Reagan administrations, both found that those presidents were responsive to the median voter on highly salient issues, but more responsive to their Republican-based supporters on less salient issues. A more recent study from Germany, where after the Green Party secured an FOI request to get hold of a lot of polling undertaken by the government, and this study then looked at how German politicians' rhetoric, speeches in Parliament responded to the information from that polling, and they found that German politicians updated their language to become more similar to public opinion, but actually on less salient issues, they were likely to change their entire positioning. And the authors of this study found that German politicians were more responsive to the median voter than to their own party's supporters. But of course, there are different incentives in different systems. US presidents often have to appeal to a cross-party coalition in Congress in order to kind of enact their legislation, their executive priorities. The data from the German studies from a time when there was a grand coalition in Germany. And of course, in the UK, the first past the post electoral system and the fusion of powers really increases the incentive actually for governments in power to only need to respond to their own supporters. So that would kind of be my expectation when looking at this case from the UK, that the Thatcher government would be more responsive to the views of Conservative Party supporters than to the median voter. So, sorry, my mouse has gone a bit haywire. There we go. So what am I actually looking at? So in the first Thatcher administration's term of office between 1979 and 1983, they conducted a large poll within a month of the budget, asking voters their views on all manner of policy settings. You know, from kind of the setting of a duty on cigarettes, whether it should go up or down, thresholds for income tax, very, very detailed. And so what's really interesting about looking at this case is not only was this what Peter Hall termed a third order policy change, where the very goals of what's to be achieved by policy change from tackling unemployment to tackling inflation. It's a very controversial policy revolution, as we all know. A lot of strife when it got to 3 million unemployed, 364 economists writing to the Times calling on the government to change course. So it's very clear that the Thatcher government did not undertake this economic policy revolution with the primary aim of securing votes. There was some kind of policy conviction to it. But what's really interesting is amongst all the polling that they did during this period, most of that polling relates to kind of questions about general perceptions about Margaret Thatcher versus Michael Foot, or general perceptions about the Conservative and Labour Party, presentational issues, whereas these post-budget polls get really specific on the policy detail. So even though there's a kind of overarching policy conviction going on, they're collecting huge amounts of detailed information about voters' preferences on individual policy instruments. So I think it's really interesting to then look at how they use this information. And in terms of kind of whether these polls were conducted and then kind of sat on a desk gathering dust, of course, given how much time has passed, can't do too much qualitative kind of investigation into how they were used. But from the Conservative Party archives, for example, have identified Keith Britto, who was the Conservative Research Department's in-house psephologist, writing about how Adam Ridley and George Cardona, who were special advisors to Chancellor Geoffrey Howe at the time, had been making use of the information collected in the poll. So, you know, when there were reports produced which were circulated to Margaret Thatcher, Geoffrey Howe, among others. So, even though we don't know precisely how this information was used, they were spending vast amounts of money collecting this detail. So what am I kind of precisely looking at? So 4 post-budget polls, which are representative in terms of age, class and gender, which were conducted after the budgets between 1979 and 1982. I then looked at how subsequent budgetary policy responded to the information from that polling. So say, for example, the poll in 1979 identified that people wanted an income tax cut. I then look at what the government did in the 1980 budget to see whether they responded to public opinion. The time series looked at is so small that I haven't found any evidence of a kind of thermostatic policy response from voters, i.e. that they asked for something, government delivered it, and then voters kind of didn't want any more of that good or that policy direction. In my model, I kind of deviated a bit from existing literature on responsiveness by having an ordinal dependent variable. So often responsiveness studies look at, when looking in terms of congruence, did the government respond to public opinion or not? I've actually created a dependent variable with 3 categories. So say voters wanted an income tax cut. If the government delivered an income tax cut, that's obviously responsive. If income tax stays at the same level, I classify that as non-responsive. However, were the government to have actually increased income tax, to have actually gone against the direction, the preference of public opinion, I classify that as unresponsive. I think it's interesting to kind of make a distinction between these 2 potential outcomes. So then to my main independent variables, so simple model 1 to see whether the government responded to the median voter, look at the level of net support for a policy. In my second model, I look at net support among those indicating that they would be voting Conservative. In the third model, I look at the difference between the level of support between Conservative voters and other voters, like how much more or less was a policy supported by Conservative supporters and how did that affect responsiveness. Unsurprisingly, a lot of the policy preferences are for lower taxes and increased spending, which obviously create their own budgetary constraints. So I've coded each public preference for whether it involved kind of a constraint on the budget by nature of spending more money or raising less money by cutting taxes. I'm also interested in the electoral cycle, so I have a variable for how responsiveness was affected by how close we were to the next general election. Right, 5 minutes, I will speed through my results. Okay, so a couple of descriptive statistics. Green shows the proportion of responsive outcomes, amber non-responsive, red unresponsive. On the left is where there was a budget constraint, on the right where there wasn't a budget constraint. 2 very clear patterns. Unsurprisingly, the government are much more likely to be responsive. There's more green where there isn't a budget constraint from public preference, but also the government becomes much more responsive over time. So 1982, 1983, much more likely to be responsive to public preferences, even when there is a budgetary constraint. In terms of whether there is a relationship between net support for a policy, so whether 90% of voters agree with a certain policy direction or just 5%, and the likelihood of responsiveness by government, there's essentially no clear relationship. These are dot whisker plots by year. If there was a relationship, we'd expect to see the dots that are higher up for each year being on the left-hand column, but there's no such relationship. And indeed, when I run this as an ordinal logistic regression model, there is no relationship between overall support and the likelihood of being unresponsive versus being responsive. There is, however, a clear relationship between year. So this coefficient says that as year went up, the likelihood of being unresponsive went down. Budgetary constraints made the likelihood of unresponsiveness higher. There's also no relationship between the level of Conservative support for a policy and the likelihood of responding to Conservative preferences. However, when I replace that variable with one which shows the difference between Conservative preferences and overall preferences, there is a small relationship the government was slightly more likely to respond if Conservatives were more in favour than overall net support. I will skip just to the end. So to sum up, unlike findings from the USA and Germany, the Thatcher administration was more responsive to partisan opinion than to centrist opinion, as is the incentive for UK governments. It became more responsive nearer to the 1983 election. I've done some robustness checks, which I can go into in more detail to show there is the electoral cycle and not economic indicators, which are kind of driving this increased responsiveness in 1982 and 1983. But caveats, there's only kind of 76 policy areas across the 4 years, so it's quite a kind of small sample to draw too many conclusions from. And I'm having difficulty looking at salience, which is often used in responsiveness studies, because we often measure salience by a proportion of voters who say a policy area is most important. Well, these policies all relate to economics. You can't really distinguish between them. I could look at proportion of don't knows, as Page and Shapiro have done, because if people don't have an opinion, it means it's less important to them. There is a question on what do voters recall from the budget, which I could use as a proxy for salience, because if voters remember something happening in the budget, it suggests it's more likely to affect their voting behaviour. But I'm open to other suggestions on this or any other aspects of the paper. I very much look forward to your comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. We are off next to listen to Dan Snow, who is going to present What Went Right, analyzing the 2019 UK polling success. Again, if you want question and answers, you can add to the right of the screen. But until then, Dan, you're up next.
Hi, thanks. My camera doesn't seem to be on, unless you can see it. But is my microphone working at least?
We can hear you. Yeah, we just can't see you. You can do it.
Okay.
If you
want. I think I'll try it with just that. Let's see if I can share my screen at least.
Cool.
Okay. Can you see the slides?
Yeah, we can. You're good to go.
Okay, excellent. I can't see you, but if the microphone goes off, just let me know.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So thanks everyone for coming to this talk. I'm looking at the 2019 election and the polling in the campaign period before that. So just to quickly recap, the 2019 election itself. So it took place on 12th December. The Conservatives won 365 seats. Labour only won 202. Turnout was pretty much the same as 2017, up a little bit. And it was a pretty momentous election because you had the fall of the Red Wall, which got a lot of attention, with Labour heartlands turning blue, and Johnson got an 80-seat majority, which also resulted in a hard Brexit, which was a key part of his campaign promise. But I'm focusing on the polling and the predictions of the result. And so on the night itself, there were people who were surprised by the results, but if you followed the polling, it wasn't that surprising. So most of the pollsters said there would be around a 20 to 50 seat majority, and it was actually 80. But that discrepancy is mainly in the seat conversion. So as this table shows, the percentages of the Conservative percentage and the Labour percentage in the final polls were actually really quite close. So this is the footnote shows which pollsters this covers. This is their last poll before the election. And we can see that the average prediction was 43. It was actually 44. The Labour prediction was 34, and it was actually 33. So it was a real success, particularly in contrast to 2015 and 2017, where overall there was a less accurate prediction. This is just a graphical display of that. And I've ordered these by the Conservative percentage of the two-party share. So this is where the Conservatives are doing the best. It's Kantar's prediction. But we can see that this is again the final polls, they're all pretty close to the actual true values, which are as lines there. And then over the whole campaign, we can see that there seems to have been a bit of an upward shift as the Lib Dems lost voters and the Brexit Party in the early stages of the campaign. This is, the 6 weeks before the election. Also, the Brexit Party were losing some voters, but the ConLab difference is reasonably constant. So those two lines are moving kind of together. But the reason I think it's still worth looking at the polls here is because what you do still see is what's known in the industry as house effects. And so this graph it's not that important to be able to tell which color coordinates with which line, because I know it's a bit tricky to see. But what you can see is that each pollster over time, a lot of them had kind of a consistent difference to the average. So Opinion was consistently expecting the Conservatives to do better than all of the other pollsters. Down at the bottom, we have ICM consistently expecting the Conservatives to do worse. Again, the dependent variable here is the Conservative percentage of the two-party share. I'll come back to why I'm using that later, but you get a similar graph if you do ConLab difference. And so in this paper, I'm trying to explain, well, actually, firstly, I'm trying to ask, were these house effects, do they hold up in a model? I mean, descriptively, it looks like there were house effects, but I want to model that a bit more formally, check that there really were consistent differences beyond what you would expect if each pollster was just kind of randomly, or if the different polling results were random with respect to the pollster who was conducting the poll. And I'm also going to try and go a step further and answer whether, if there were differences, they were due to sampling differences or more due to weighting differences. And so if you're not familiar with the process, there's a lot of effort goes into actually weighting the sample once you've collected your data as pollsters, because you have to work out, well, firstly, there's demographic weighting, and you want to try and get it to be representative of the population, but you also have the tricky task of getting turnout weighting to try and work out who's actually going to end up turning out on the day. And so you can get quite big differences in the post-sampling process. And so to tackle these questions, I've collected data on 10 pollsters who were polling during the campaign, which gives 78 polls in total. This is almost all of the polls that were conducted. There's one or two that were done by other pollsters kind of as a one-off near the end. But in terms of the pollsters who were pretty consistently polling, they're all in my sample. And each of those pollsters provides this standard table. And so the standard table basically contains, every single poll will have one of these, and it contains a load of information that goes a bit below the surface of just the published figures. So you can see here in YouGov, it tells you, for example, how many men there were in the unweighted sample compared to how many women. And you have like the vote in 2017. And so we can see, just to use my mouse as a pointer, that the weighting here is getting rid of some of the Conservatives who are in the unweighted sample, effectively. And the thing with this, so it's really useful because there's an absolute ton of data in here. This is just the first page of the standard table. It's a bit annoying to collect because they're all really differently formatted and contain different information. So this is Survations. And so I had to go through, manually input the bits that I thought were going to be most interesting. And I've collected a fair amount of data, more than is actually used in this presentation. But for the moment, a key bit that I have collected is the unweighted voting intentions. So I know how many people were planning to vote for Conservatives and Labour before anything was done to the sample. So there's a bit of a problem if you're trying to estimate polling bias, because to estimate the polling bias, what you need is the true level of support for parties in the public. And our best estimate of the true level of support is coming from the polls. So there's a bit of a kind of circularity issue. And there's a few things you can do, which have all been done previously. So one is you can just say that public opinion was constant throughout the campaign. You basically fix the true level to the election result. Obviously, then inevitably it just looks like the pollsters got better throughout the campaign, because as people made up their minds, that shifts happened, it gets closer to the true result. So this is good as a kind of first estimate, but it's not ideal if you're trying to work out whether there were consistent differences that were constant. You can also just pin it all to the mean of the industry. And so the implication is that the industry bias was 0. That's okay as well, particularly here, where as we saw the final polls were pretty accurate. But again, it's kind of nicer if you can get a model where you can test, was there house bias over, was there average bias over the whole campaign? You can pick one pollster as a reference category. So you could just say, for example, YouGov did lots of polls, we'll just measure all of the house effects relative to YouGov. But again, then you're kind of putting all your eggs in the basket of that pollster being correct. And so what I've gone for instead is a method that I found in Mark Pickup's work, but it's been done like a few times by others. And basically, you run what's called a state space model. And so I don't want to get too mathsy, but I'm happy to kind of go into the questions on this if people have them. But what you're sort of doing is you say, so this is a poll, the Y. So a specific poll is going to be a product of some random measurement error, which gets smaller when the number in the sample goes up. And then this mu is going to be the true value plus the house bias. So this delta is the key. We're trying to model the house bias. And then we have it's pretty close to a random walk of the actual true value, potentially with a drift component. But as I say, this is the key, is that we're now getting out the house effects. And the way to avoid making any of the assumptions I put up on the slide yesterday is you assume that the, so you put in the election result as like an 11th pollster. So you say, here's a pollster with no variance at the end. And so the model gets kind of anchored. And so here are the preliminary results for running that model and plotting the house effects. And so I ran it 3 times for the Labour share, the Conservative share, and the Conservative percentage of the two-party vote. And so we can see that actually over the course of the campaign, there were quite a few pollsters who were significantly underreporting the Conservative two-party percentage in their final estimates. And there was, opinion was maybe slightly over-reporting. So remember, there was that blue line that was at the top. But for the most part, it seems like the industry was just slightly pessimistic, as we could say, about the Conservative vote share. And this is also because there was an extent to which there was overestimation of the Labour percentage, and then there was a bit of underestimation of the Conservative percentage. And so this comes together to produce this slight downwards bias. But that's not where I wanted to stop, because on its own, that's useful to know. But it would also be nice if we could decompose this even further and get a bit closer to why these differences exist. And so I basically, and this is really work in progress and new, so feedback is very welcome on this. Well, I mean, it's welcome on all of it, but particularly on this bit. So I said that we can compose the house effect into 2 different kind of types of movement. So the pollsters are going to go out and get a poll, which is going to be some degree different to the true value. Then they're going to do a load of weighting, which is going to move that poll hopefully closer to the true value. And then there's still a gap. And that last gap is what we've just been modeling. But I wanted to get these other 2 differences. So there's the sampling gap and the amount that they're moving it. And it's important to note that these can cancel out, right? So if you have a really bad sample, but then you weight it really effectively, you can end up getting very close to the real result. But that's not necessarily the case. You might get an excellent sample and weight it in the wrong direction. You might get a terrible sample and fail to weight it properly. You might get a great sample and not need to weight it. And so with an eye on the time, I basically did this by running a slightly simpler model where I plugged in the estimates of the true value from the last model I just showed you. And I was trying to model the sampling problem. And this is incidentally why I've got the proportion of ConLab share, because that's what I was able to get in the unweighted data. Whereas you can't get the you can't just get the Conservative percentage in the unweighted data because you have problems of knowing the sample size. But yeah, so I think I'm going to kind of skip through this really quickly, but basically what I'm doing is I'm saying how far out was the sample Conservative proportion of the two-party vote from the true value, and I'm estimating map with the true value being plugged in from my last model. And then I can take the difference and I can basically decompose, hopefully, I think this is decomposing what's going on. And so we can see that this is the same graph that we saw, which is the final like house effect, but it's actually coming from two different sources. And so mostly it's a result of undersampling conservatives and then failing to weight them up enough. At least that's what my very preliminary results are suggesting. But there are exceptions. So for example, Delta poll actually was undersampling conservative voters. Like this is people with a conservative voting intention, but then was successfully weighting enough that you end up with quite an accurate final published result. And so just to kind of summarize what I've shown, overall the polls were accurate. I should have mentioned that in the model you can estimate the average house effect, and there was no systematic house effect across the whole industry. Sorry, that's not really a house effect. There was no systematic bias across the whole industry for the Conservative or Labour shares. There were systematic differences, as we saw, and these actually, what I showed you, they match up pretty closely to the final polls. There wasn't a sudden change right at the end. The bias tended to be an underreporting of the Conservative share, over-reporting of Labour, and this is mainly down, according to my model, it's mainly down to sampling differences, and the major weighting differences tended to cancel out the sampling effect if there were major weighting differences. So the pollsters were improving on the sample, and basically any failings to get close enough to the result was due to just not quite accounting enough for problems in the sample to begin with. So yeah, that's it from me. Thank you very much for listening, and please, any comments or suggestions or questions, very welcome.
Thank you, Dan. We have one final paper. That is the work of Jamilia Mukasheva together with Ursula Hackett and Sofia Collignon. And the title of the paper is Avoiding Blame for Rising Tuition Fees in the United States. And this is evidence from an experimental survey. Up to you.
Hi, everyone. Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for the welcome, and thank you for all the other presenters. It was really interesting. And now I'd like to share my presentation. And sorry, there is. Sorry, I'm not able to find the presentation in the share screen.
The share screen button should be at the bottom. You should see it next to your microphone. There's a little screen.
Yes, but it's not showing the presentation. Sorry, it just sorry, it just something that was there, but okay, so I'll show it this way.
So yeah, we can see your screen. I think your audio is affected by the same problem that Joe had at the beginning. Try and speak again. Yeah, it's a bit choppy. So if that worked with Joe, we should try with you again. Can you leave and then join again? It's funny that even if you leave the audio, you can still see the screen sometimes. We will have that screen sharing rules in our life. I'm sure everybody in the panel and in the audience can relate. Let's see if we can get her back. Here we go.
I hope it's
Hello
much
again.
better now. Hi, everyone. I hope you can see my slide now.
We
And
can see your screen, but try and share it again.
Are you able
Bingo.
to hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, good. Hi, everyone. Sorry for this delay. So I am Jamila Mukasha. I'm a PhD student at Royal Holloway. In our paper that I'm presenting on behalf of my co-authors is about formation of opinions about rising tuition fees in the United States. So let's start with the puzzle. What is this about, and why exactly are we interested in this question? So here you can see two graphs. One graph shows something that's a very well-known information. So tuition fees in public universities in the United States keep rising in recent decades, and they're actually rising at a rate that's much faster than that most other industries, that most goods or services, right? At the same time, what you could see is that per student spending for higher education in the United States, state spending is decreasing. So it was, for instance, 2018, it was lower per student in constant USD dollars than 30 years before that. This is an interesting observation because actually governments in the United States, state governments especially, have a very high influence on tuition fees in public universities. They have a few different instruments how they can influence tuition fees. For instance, they can directly set up tuition fees. They can, for instance, there are 10 states in the United States, for instance, California, where governor sets up tuition fees directly, or tuition fees are determined by House budget. At the same time, there are also a lot of states, half of the states in the United States, where the tuition fees in public universities are determined by a single education commission in the entire state that is also very much influenced by the government, for instance, by the governor, or the House Senate, State Senate, who choose the members of this institution, and sometimes tuition fees in public universities are determined by single universities, but it is still very much influenced by politics because, for instance, if education appropriations by state public education appropriations decrease, then universities are able and are willing to pass this reduction in state spending to students in increase in tuition fees. There is also another way how governments are able to influence individual institutions setting their tuition fees, for instance, by actually setting tuition fees limits, tuition fees freezes. So basically what happens is that governments have a lot of tools at their disposal for reducing tuition fees in the United States. But this is somehow not happening. As you see, tuition fees are increasing, per student spending is decreasing. And this is happening at the backdrop of public opinion that is very much in support of financial assistance for low-income students, in support of free college, for instance, recently. So as you can see on this graph, so this is from ISSP survey. Sadly, there are no more recent values for this survey, but over 80% of Americans support financial assistance for low-income students, and the proportion of people who think that there definitely should be financial assistance for low-income students in the US is increasing. So it was high in 2006 than in 1990. Quite recently, there was another survey, so you can see that over 60%, so this together, it's going to be over 60% of people who support free college in general. Of course, there are partisan differences with Democrats very much more likely to support free college, but still you can see that there is quite a strong opinion in support of free college. Another survey that's not there that also shows that there are a lot of people who are concerned with higher education, with rising higher education tuition fees. So basically, public opinion is very much in favor of public support of higher education, in favor of free college, lower tuition fees, but policies are not aligned with this public opinion and were not aligned for a long time. And the question is, basically why is there a misalignment? And this is puzzling because a dominant model of thinking about public opinion policies link is a thermostatic model that it was already discussed today, but I'll just quickly go over it. So basically, how we think about opinion and policy link in salient areas is that politicians would try to answer, would try to respond to changes in public opinion by introducing changes in public policies. So if we would see a similar model happening in higher education in the United States, we would see that there are fewer increases in tuition fees in the United States, or maybe there is more public assistance available, or there is more per student spending, but this is somehow not happening. And thermostatic model is actually a model that was found support across different models, across different countries, in different domains in the United States themselves. So this is really puzzling why policymakers simply don't introduce such a popular change as introducing measures for reducing tuition fees, right? So to answer this puzzle, we looked at how policy attitudes about policies in the United States could be really formed, and especially we looked at how the public determines who is responsible for changes and outcomes in higher education. And the thing here is that in the US, even though we as policy researchers know that the government funding and policies have a very clear effect on tuition fees, and there is a straightforward link between government policies and tuition fees, and sometimes tuition fees are determined by the government. In fact, however, the government's responsibility for actual tuition rises is not that straightforward. Why? Because usually it's individual institutions who determine their tuition fees, or even if they're not able to determine their tuition fees, they still have a very big role in what are tuition rates that they're going to set up. And basically, we think that the public is not able to act as a thermostat because it's not really clear what is the link between actual policies and tuition fees changes, right? So in this study, we decided to conduct a survey experiment to see how exactly this opinion about responsibility for tuition fee changes is formed. And this study also contributes to the literature about opinion and policy link in higher education, because in the other literature, it is very often hypothesized that public opinion has a very big impact on actual policies, but we don't see this happening in the United States. So now, how exactly we conducted the survey experiment? So we used a news story about, the respondents were, first of all, they were recruited using mTurk. They were American respondents, and initially they were asked to read a news story. And news story was included two types of information in all conditions. So one information was that there was a tuition fee rise in a fictional university. And another type of information was that there was a recent cutback in state funding of higher education. So all this information was already in the news story. And probably you would be able to, people would be able to make a link between these two things, but we still included two groups of treatment. So there was one group of treatment, which is a visibility of government responsibility. And this exact treatment was a sentence that where we said that there is a link between cuts in higher education funding and tuition fee rises. So this was it. This was the visibility of government responsibility treatment. And we introduced another group of treatment. And this group of treatment was was a quote by a policymaker who explained the tuition fee changes or the reduction in state funding of higher education. Why we use this kind of treatment is because in real world, the policymakers are using different blame avoidance tools to avoid blame for cuts for unpopular policies such as cuts in funding, and we use different ways how policymakers can rhetorically shift blame from themselves to other actors. And we used post-survey questions to measure the opinion of respondents. We used two main dependent variables. One dependent variable was about responsibility attribution. So basically, respondents were asked to choose between who is responsible for rising tuition fees between the governments and university administration. And another dependent variable was about electoral punishment. So we introduced a set of indicators. So for instance, GDP in this fictional city, in this fictional state, and sorry, not state, in the fictional city, we used an indicator such as employment in the city, recent employment. We introduced all these indicators and then asked whether or not the people would vote for the current state government officials. We introduced additional indicators because we thought that higher education is probably not an only thing that people would care about when they think about voting. And now, I'm not sure if you can see this. Okay, so now let's look at the results. So in this study, we found the effect of two main treatments. So let's look first of all at the constant. So constant shows what was the effect what was the average attribution of responsibility in the control condition. So here in the first column, 100 means more attribution of the responsibility to the government, and 0 means more attribution of responsibility to university administrations. So we see that in the control conditions, respondents were unlikely to choose sides. So they were not likely to blame the government, not likely to blame the universities. So they were simply indecisive about whom to blame, despite the fact that News Story had information about recent cuts to education funding. The News Story also had information about tuition fee rises. So basically this supports our thesis that in the United States, it's very difficult to trace the responsibility to the government, even if you know about recent policy changes, even if you are knowledgeable about changes. Then the visibility treatment, so the treatment that simply taught about the link between cuts in funding and tuition fee rises was significant and has increased the effect, the attribution of responsibility to the government quite significantly. This effect, for instance, is stronger than the increase in responsibility attribution to the government by voters of the Democratic Party. On the other hand, there was another significant effect. This was an effect of blame shifting treatment. So there were three different ways how the government, how the quote from fictional politician was able to shift the responsibility attribution. This particular way was the government, so the politician blaming lavish spending of taxpayer money by universities for these increases in tuition and cuts in government funding. And this treatment was significant. It decreased attribution of responsibility, and it was acting in the same way in different conditions because there is no interaction. So interaction term is not significant. Basically, even if when there was contradicting information or visibility treatment, people were still unlikely to blame the government, right? And other treatments were not significant in this case. So for instance, justification treatment, the politician was talking about how the government didn't have another choice because they wanted to spend, they had to spend more money for schools, for buying computers in schools, and that's why they reduced spending for universities, but this treatment didn't work. Obfuscation treatment, the policymaker used technical terms to explain the treatment. Again, it didn't work. Looking at the other dependent variable, at electoral punishment, so whether or not the respondent will not vote for the policymaker in the future, we can see once again the effect of the visibility treatment, whereas in control condition, most people were undecided about whether or not they would like to vote for this politician in the future. In the visibility condition, people were more likely to say that they will not vote for the politicians in the state in the future, right? So this is basically it. So we also found a positive effect of obfuscation. So people were less likely to vote for someone who is using technical terms, which is not something that we can explain in this context, but maybe people just don't like to vote for someone who doesn't seem to be close to the people. So, but this is basically the result. And why is this important? So, first of all, looking at this paper, looking at this result.
We're very quickly running out of time, so wrap up quickly if you can with the very final thoughts, so we can move to Q&A. Sorry.
No, it's fine. Okay, sorry. Yeah, so first of all, this paper showed how clarity of responsibility works on macro level, how clarity of responsibility can be manipulated both by media framing and elite rhetoric. And this paper will also point out where retrenchment is more likely, potentially in the US state where tuition setting is more centralized and government is more visible in higher education, and will be fewer cutbacks to funding. This is how I'm planning to do my research in the future. Thank you so much for attention. Yeah.
And thank you very much for presenting. Good. I've got 20 minutes for questions from the audience and or for discussion among the panel members. I'm happy to moderate either or. I'm looking at the Q&A function for now. That's empty. So either using the chat or the Q&A function, anybody can ask. We got Dan back, which is good news. Cool. I'll give it a minute and we can see if any thoughts spur up.
Actually, I had a question, if I can.
Sure.
As a panelist, but I was just going to ask Chris about your on the Thatcher revolution, technical revolution. So I apologize if I missed this, but those quotes are really interesting where you said there was some sort of evidence of people saying, "Oh, it looks like they're using our." I don't know if it just wasn't in the presentation or if it's just not your method, but have you kind of looked at? Is there a lot of kind of qualitative evidence of this? Them really trying to match public opinion beyond those quotes?
That's a good question, and I guess I suppose coming from a political science perspective, from a historical historian perspective, there's more analysis that can be done. So it's a bit painstaking. So I found these polls in the archives. Obviously, I had to transcribe all the crosstabs and everything, and then sort of be looking for evidence. I'm going through people's memos, memo books, and obviously you can't use a Control F function, so it's a bit painstaking. And there's bits in different places because the Conservative Party archives are in Oxford, the Thatcher's personal archives and Keith Bridges' archives are in Cambridge because Thatcher felt snubbed by Oxford, so she gave her archives to a different place. So trying to, it's a good question, to be honest. So I haven't really, that's my excuses, I haven't systematically explored. I've just grabbed at, okay, there's some snippets that say they were looking at this, and of course they're not. It's not as though these polls are going to be the only thing determining what budgetary policy was, but yes, there's more that can be explored there. Thanks for the question.
At some point, or is it already free? What's the rule of the 30 years before all cabinet discussions are available?
Yeah. So it is more than 30 years ago. You'll find though that obviously that there's cabinet discussions, but of course the budget policy discussions is most likely to be, a kind of smaller group. I haven't looked at minutes in the National Archives from, I forget the exact kind of name, the Treasury Policy Committee, but they are concise, shall we say, so don't kind of reflect the discussion going on. But I think it's more about trying to kind of look in people's personal archives and things that have slipped into a dusty archive that perhaps weren't meant to, that might provide some more juicy information about how polling information was actually used.
Hi, I have a question, if I may. This is a question for Dan. Thank you for the presentation. But my question is about whether or not you have information on survey mode, because I would assume that the gap in sampling could come from, for instance, polling someone on the internet and there not being that many conservative voters. And my another question would be about the actual weighting technique that's being used. Do you have any information on that? Because, for instance, MRP is performing quite well. Some other techniques are not as well. So maybe this is something that you're looking at.
Yes, definitely. Those are both really good questions. Thanks. So firstly, on the survey methodology, so Survation and Ipsos Mori were telephone polls, and I think all the rest were internet polls. So it's a bit different kind of a few years back where it was half and half, and it's now really mostly internet based. But yeah, you're right that you would think that that would have a difference. But I would say, actually, so on that point, there is a bit of a difficulty in my method in that I'm not sort of pointing to very specific differences between the polling methodology, in part because there's so many differences that it's really hard to say for sure. So if Survation and Ipsos were really far out, for example, one explanation might be that, oh, maybe it's because it was telephone, but it's sort of impossible to say because there's going to be so many other differences. And people have tried that with varying degrees of success to narrow in, but I think there's a lot of decision making that you have to do about, and you really have to make a lot of strong assumptions about other stuff not mattering. On the differences in, so YouGov's MRP, I think you mentioned. So the MRP is I'm not looking at any of the MRP models in this. I should probably have mentioned that because they're slightly different. They tend to collect a huge amount of data over a long period of time. And the key bit about MRP is the translation into the seats rather than the percentages. So I actually don't have the MRP models in there, but you're right that there are a lot of differences in the weighting techniques. And the British polling companies are actually really quite transparent about a lot of this. So I still need to go back through the standard tables and kind of check for absolute certainty on like as much information as I can. But in general, I think so all of them are going to weight fairly similarly along demographic lines. One of the interesting differences in 2019 was there was a bit of discussion about recall bias. So you had people who were forgetting that they'd voted for Labour, which obviously makes it really difficult if you're then trying to make your sample representative with regards to previous vote, which they all are. And so YouGov and Opinion were able to rely on the fact that they knew how people had voted because they have long-running panels. I think possibly Kantar did some kind of adjustments to account for what they thought was a bias. So there were differences like that. And again, it's hard to pinpoint any that are making major, like it's hard to pinpoint a specific measure and say this is probably what's going on because there are so many differences. My instinct, and this is really a bit speculative, but I suspect turnout is probably going to be a bit of a driver here because the turnout weighting is one of the things that does differ quite substantially between pollsters. So I think Ipsos just drop anyone, and I would have to check. So take this with a pinch of salt, but I'm pretty sure Ipsos drop anyone who doesn't say they're a 10 out of 10 likelihood to vote. Whereas like Kantar, for example, have like a really complicated turnout model with like various stages. The way you word the question on turnout as well, in terms of whether you say like I think most of them are how likely are you to vote, but there are again differences and differences in the scaling. So I suspect some of the weighting differences are due to that as well. So yeah, apologies. It's not an ideal answer because I suppose part of my answer is we can't tell for sure, but hopefully that gives some idea as to the sort of differences that could be driving this. And pollsters themselves, with regards to their own figures, are going to be best placed to answer what their specific choices are going to do because they can see the microdata. So we can see the before and after snapshot after a load of stuff has happened. But and I think Anthony Wells as well has talked a bit about that because he obviously has access to YouGov. Sorry, Steve has popped up.
Yeah, there's a bonus Stephen Fisher in the audience that has come to screen.
I was just trying to join a queue to ask a question, but so don't let me interrupt what you're saying.
Okay, I thought you were here because Steve's also an expert on polling, so I was worried you were about to jump in and correct me on my my speculations.
All All right. Well, I think, Stephen, you can ask your question if you want now.
Yeah, thank you. Well, first, thank you to all the speakers for great presentations. I have a question for Joe and a question for Chris. So, Joe, I take it that this sort of increased curvilinear shape to the Conservative vote on your integration demarcation variable is because Conservative voters are increasingly the same people as the Leave voters in 2019, which makes me kind of wonder, well, how much is it purely that compositional effect, or is there any discernible increase in this in that attitude above and beyond the fact that British politics became all about Brexit? So can you kind of control for the Brexit vote in what you're doing? And should I stop there and ask Chris later, or
let's ask everything? Yeah. So that we get them on record.
Yeah. And then Chris, yeah, fascinating stuff. So Geoffrey Howe is dead, right? But Nigel Lawson's still alive. So you could ask him. I'm intrigued about this qualitative stuff. Is Keith Brito still alive? No, he's dead. Okay, thanks. But there might be aides and stuff still around from the time, and particularly junior researchers in central office might be very helpful if you want to do some more actual qualitative interviewing on that. I'd be fascinated to hear what they have to say.
All right, Joe, if you want to take it first.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thanks very much, Steve. So this is a question. Your question's one that's been knocking around in my head anyway, which is, yeah, exactly how much is this essentially just a Brexit effect that we're observing again? And my two answers to that are, number one, the really standard issue. Obviously, our main models control the Brexit vote, so any effect we're seeing is of this measure of ideology beyond the fact that people actually went and voted for Brexit. But the other thing that occurs to me, which I've dragged my heels with and suspect I will end up having to do anyway, is that we could also arguably, and this would be in line with Crazy, re-estimate the ideological dimension and split it into its three sub-dimensions that I mentioned in the presentation. So like cultural liberalism, EU integration, and immigration. And then estimate models with those three sets of opinions and actually see whether it really is just the Brexit one that drives everything, that's the one where the relationship changes, or whether the others also change, and that might shed some light on it. So I think that's probably something I need to do beyond just the run-of-the-mill we control for Brexit answer. So yes, thank you for flagging that up. It's an additional incentive.
Chris, I wonder if you want to speak a little bit as well.
Yeah, just briefly. Thanks very much for the feedback, and yeah, you're right. It would be interesting, albeit kind of time-consuming, to do a bit more qualitative research. I think just one thing I think is really interesting, because Keith Brito was the in-house cephalogist, was quite trusted by Margaret Thatcher. Something I've kind of picked up from going through stuff. He went round, had dinner at Number 10 quite frequently, and it's kind of interesting history. We're aware of the relationship between Howard Wilson and Bob Worcester. We're aware of Philip Gold's influence kind of on New Labour, but actually Margaret Thatcher and polling is kind of less explored, less known about. Keith Brito sadly died a couple of years ago. He was a visiting professor, I think, at King's or LSE, I can't quite remember, but he has boxes of papers that haven't kind of been sorted through in an archive centre that I am wading through in the hope that they kind of shed a lot of qualitative light on this. But yeah, thanks very much for your suggestions and the interest.
All right, Joe.
Okay, thanks very much. So I had also a question for Chris and a question for Jamelia. So the first one to Chris is, if you're basically, I'm really simplifying your story, but if you're basically showing us that parties are more responsive to their internal polling than to external, publicly available polling, what does that tell us about the utility of publicly available polling? I'm not arguing it has no utility, but does it change what it's for, basically? Because one of the arguments for public polling is it influences parties. But now parties, we know all parties commission huge amounts of their own internal polling. And if they're just using that, what's the public stuff for? And Jamelia, thanks very much for your presentation. The first thing that occurred to me, and apologies if I missed this, as the kind of explanation for your opening conundrum of like, if public opinion on fees is this, but government's doing this, why aren't they reconciled, is salience, right? So basically that the US public just doesn't vote on the basis of fees. They have these opinions on fees, but when they're voting, they're thinking of a whole host of other policy areas, and fees just don't even enter their equation. So number one, did you consider that? And number two, have you considered doing another experiment, which I would be really interested to see the results, where you told people about this change in fees and who was responsible, but you also did or didn't add in some other policy prime, some other important policy prime, like also this thing is going on with the economy, right? And see whether that changed, whether fee stuff made any difference. So yeah, thanks very much.
All right, Chris.
Okay, thanks, Joe. That's a really kind of good question about what's the role of public opinion polls for parties. So kind of my hunch on why it's interesting to look at private polling, apart comes my own kind of sinful past working for a political party where, we would get half-day presentations on internal polling, and I can't remember any such kind of equivalent thing on publicly available information. I think then the really interesting question when looking at parties' public opinion research is what's the information that they're gathering, and that's what kind of really tells us about what they're interested in. Are they interested in voters' party positions? Are they interested in just their supporters or others? Are they interested in saliency, etc.? I'm sure, and of course it has changed over time, and different parties or different leaders will have kind of different preferences about what they want. But in some ways that actually looking at what is the information gathering gets us a bit closer to the question about how do they conceive of representation or kind of electoral incentives that they think it's worth kind of keeping an eye on and responding to. And it's not obviously to say that kind of general publicly commissioned or public opinion polls can't kind of influence government behaviour and influence voter behaviour and so on. But I think looking at what parties do is kind of interesting in of itself in getting closer to how they kind of understand their role and their incentives.
Thanks so much for the questions. And they are all very good questions. So answering your first question about the salience. So this was the question that was asked by my PG advisors and everything. And actually I have another analysis of multi-level public opinion stuff. And there are thermostatic thermostatic changes in response to tuition changes and changes in the share of higher education costs that students have to pay. So basically, it is silent enough. Another way to say whether or not it's silent is whether or not it's important for federal policy, policymakers, important for federal policies. And we can see recently there are a lot of federal policymakers who want to introduce free college. There was a recent proposal by Biden to introduce free 2-year college. There was even a proposal by Trump to introduce several financial assistance measures for higher education students. So you can see it is quite silent. We can see thermostatic effects. Also, I think now that I should have included this data to the presentation as well. But at the same time, we don't see the public response, the policy response to this public opinion. And another question about other policy areas, it's also very good. And actually, in the question about whether or not you would like to vote for this policymaker in the future, we introduce a set of other indicators about, for instance, unemployment in the state. We introduce indicators about GDP, new jobs created, something like that. And still, the visibility treatment was still important for whether or not people would like to vote for this policymaker. Of course, if I had more resources, I would see whether or not higher education is as important in comparison with other policy areas, but a similar survey experiment was conducted for Germany, so it's a different case. And they saw that the response to cutbacks in higher education is as big as response, for instance, to cutbacks in pensions for all the pensions. So it's a salad area as well in this case.
Excellent. I have a final question for Jamilia. It's basically on the off lines of Joe's thinking and the idea there, right? There was a lot of talk today about thermostatic responses and how public opinion interacts with the policy making, and going at it the experimental way they'll give you the cleanest treatment, but it leaves you thinking about the external validity, right? Of course, if you give a stimulus to a person, they will give you back an opinion and they will adjust accordingly, but that doesn't necessarily translate in long-term saliency for you of the issue and therefore change in your behavior 6 months down the line. So it's more of a, understanding that cue. And if I were to redesign the experiment or collect more data, I would try and design something that I can't really come up with now. But how can we make sure that that cue is actually internalized in a way that really influences their thought? Or are they just giving you consistent responses by saying, I don't like this, therefore I wouldn't vote. I don't like this, therefore I wouldn't support, etc. But it's an interesting question, and considering the panel has spoken a lot about this thermostatic models, it would be interesting to read more research about how we get around these questions experimentally to contribute something to our knowledge of responsive models in political science.
Thank you for the question. So to answer correctly, that probably more observational data is needed. And well, I found some effects of whether or not the tuition fee setting in a state is centralized on policies in the future. So maybe it is related to the stuff about the visibility of higher education. But I did not, so I used some observational data. I did not find many similar effects, but it's still in works, right? So it's not yet done. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, that's really interesting. We've come to the end of our allocated slot. I think it was an excellent afternoon, and I would like to congratulate all of our panelists. And thank you very much for the audience and everybody who stuck around to listen to us talk about our research. And if there's no final thoughts, I think that's it. Congratulations, everybody, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thanks.
See you soon.
Thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. This panel is a series of papers on the topic of political trust, all of which are drawn from members of the TrustGov project team. We will speak for around, we've got an hour and a half in total. We will have no more than 15 minutes for each presentation, leaving us half an hour for Q&A. Please leave questions in the Q&A, and when we come to those, we'll try and go through them. So it's a good way of memorializing any comments as we go. And also, please feel free to use the chat. I will turn off my microphone and my speaker in a moment and hand the floor over to Victor. Then we'll be hearing from Lawrence about the urban-rural gap in political trust. And we have a paper on qualitative evaluations of trustworthiness of politicians by Jen Gaskell, myself, and Jerry Stoker. And closing, Victor will close us off. So without further ado, over to you, Victor.
Thanks a lot, Will. And thanks everyone for having us and for joining. I will now share my screen like so and like so. This should be all good.
Yeah, looks good.
Great. Okay, thank you. So I am going to be presenting our paper on political generations and political trust, and where we do an age period cohort analysis of differences in political trust. And it's by myself and Daniel Devine, Maria Grasso, and Will Jennings, who you'll know from being in the chair. So the context of our study is that there has been growing concerns that many Western democracies have been experiencing declines in political support, sort of broadly speaking. And this had public support for sort of the democratic authorities. And this has prompted debate over whether democracies are dying and democracy is in retreat globally. And there are several reports from Freedom House, varieties of democracy and so forth, on how democracy may be in retreat. And related to this is the widespread belief that younger generations of citizens in particular are increasingly disillusioned and are losing support, have lower levels of support for their governments. But we don't believe that this has been studied systematically in a cross-national context. So that's what we set out to do here. So yes, so there has been lots of research, and especially in recent years, there have been some sort of summary studies of trends in political trust, but none that we know of, at least cross-nationally, into generational differences in political trust. And on the other flip side of the coin, there has been research into political generations, but focusing more on other types of political values and on political participation. So we asked, to what extent are changes in political trust driven by generational dynamics? And sort of relatedly, are any long-term declines of political trust, which we leave as an open question, due to the replacement of older, more trusting generations by younger, more critical citizens, as opposed to a sort of general period effect? And we argue that understanding this is important to our understanding of political trust and of political trust shifts, and what their roots are, the roots of these shifts, how trust differs between different social groups, age groups, and so forth, and how trust declines might be tackled. The slides aren't moving, I'm being told. That is a problem. Let's see. Is this working?
Yes, there you go.
Sorry, the slides aren't moving. Okay, technical issues. We love those. So here's what I was saying about the context, about sort of erosion of political support and retreat of democracy of a younger generation. Here's the growing evidence of long-term trends of political trust. And here is why we should be interested in it, and our research question, basically. And yes, so it's important to how our understanding of how distrust might be tackled and how it might develop in the future, because we see generational replacement in the electorate. So if younger generations are less trusting than older generations, we would expect political trust to decline in the electorate as time moves forward. So our theory, first, we start by pointing out, as others have done, that political support is not all of a piece. So I started by saying erosion of political support, but people and scholars speak of many different kinds of political support, which are importantly different, and their trends are importantly different. So prior research has seemed to show that citizens are increasingly distrustful of politicians and political parties and parliaments, although this is not an entirely settled question. That appears to be the case. Whereas trends in satisfaction with democracy are not very clear. That's still also debated. But support for democratic principles are not declining. And that really hasn't been debated to our knowledge. All research I've seen has shown that. So we are primarily interested in generational differences in political trust. And we define that as citizens' feelings about the institutions and actors governing their polity. Well, that's sort of Citrin and Stoker definition, or their basic evaluative or effective orientation towards government, where government is primarily the legislature and the executive, as well as politicians and political parties. Now, turning to generational theories, they date a while back to sort of latter part of the 20th century, or the former of early part of the 20th century, actually. And so that values and attitudes such as trust are formed during sort of impressionable years or formative period of adolescence and early adulthood. And then they leave a kind of footprint or inertia where those values and attitudes and behaviors that are shaped in that period of your life change very reluctantly in the rest of your life. And this has been shown in many various studies of socialization. It's been argued that childhood political socialization is one of the sort of processes through which support is formed, or lack of support. And it has been shown in research on political generations, more specifically, that they are shaped by the sort of distinctive political context, institutions, and events of their formative years, and especially in terms of political participation, voting, and other types of participation, also political values and ideology, and political values, basically, and values have been shown to be different. But a lot of those generational studies focus on national context, and generations are often shaped by distinct national contexts, such as the Vietnam War and Watergate in the US, Thatcher and Tony Blair in the UK, and so forth. But we want to take a global perspective because theories of sort of democracy in crisis or erosion of trust are global in nature, although they differ, of course, between countries and regions. So we start by asking how could we define global generations of political trust, excuse me. And we start by saying they will be sort of exposed to similar political climates, political events, and practices. So they might tend to adopt similar orientations towards government. And what might these be? We identify 3 possible mechanisms, and we are open to other suggestions or doubts about these. We think about general global economic developments as the first mechanism, global democratization waves, and actually related to those, we have sort of the World War and the Second World War and the Cold War, and also institutional and regime context is likely to sort of shape. Basically, all types of institutional contexts are likely to shape political trust, but we are here focusing on to what extent do citizens live in a liberal democracy or not. And so, to expand on these 3 mechanisms a bit, so we focus on the shift from materialist to post-materialist values, which has been kind of shown fairly comprehensively by Ronald Inglehart and others, in that younger and more educated and affluent generations have become more generally skeptical of government and concerned with values of autonomy, self-expression, direct democracy, environmental concerns, equality, and so forth. And this has led, arguably, to the rise of critical citizens, a term by Pippa Norris, that increased democratic aspirations. They have sort of higher expectations of democracy, and so these citizens are met with greater disappointment. So our first hypothesis is simply because post-materialism is a sort of development over the decades, that older cohorts will have higher levels of political trust than younger cohorts who are more post-materialistic, because they're more post-materialistic, the younger cohorts. Secondly, we think about waves of democratization studied by Huntington, of course, and Gunitsky. And these demarcate breakpoints in sort of the global order, the global democratic political order. And following the first hypothesis, we would expect the World War II generations to be more positive, more trusting than younger generations. But we'd expect the generation that came of age during the third wave to be even more critical, because the end of the Cold War and the third wave of democratization may have created even higher expectations of democracy, and also related to the sort of neoliberal hegemony that followed after the fall of communism, basically, or the Soviet Union. So we expect that the generation of citizens coming of age in that time will have even lower levels of political trust than previous generations. Of course, these expectations are a little bit up for debate, so it would be interesting to hear what you think. Finally, we expect regime context to matter. And for now, we simply expect that generational differences will not be the same in liberal democracies and in other types of regimes. Those are the 2 broad categories that we look at for now, although that would, of course, require sort of further research. And we expect that differences might be even higher in non-liberal democracies, although you might expect the reverse. But our argument is that more authoritarian states with more critical younger citizens, they should be even less trusting of non-liberal authoritarian regimes. So that's the third hypothesis. For these, we use data from all waves of the World Values Survey and the European Values Study from 1981 and to 2020, basically. And we look at measures of trust or confidence in parliament, government, and political parties, but we focus on trust in parliament because that's been measured in all waves since 1981. So it's better suited to sort of longitudinal period analysis and cohort analysis. But we also look at government and political parties. This is a very big data set and allows us, it has these consistent measures over time, which allow us to disentangle generational differences from the effects of life cycle being of a different age and of period effects, which basically affect different generations equally at each point in time. And we, of course, need to decide how we define those generations, and that's not an entirely straightforward issue. So we start with a common categorization that's been used in prior research on political generations, but we combine it into broader categories to fit our sort of theoretical expectations. So the first generation is interwar or war generations, basically the oldest cohorts, born between 1900 and 1945. And that's defined by their formative years, which generally are defined as roughly 20 years of age. So that's kind of formative years between 1920 and 1965. Then we have the post-material generations, born between 46 and 68. And then the third wave generation, born between 69 and 2000. We start by presenting descriptive trends. We then use multi-level APC regression models to disentangle these effects. And they're run on 3 levels: country, survey, respondent, and we allow the effects of year and cohort to vary at the country level. And we use an interaction term for Freedom House status for the third hypothesis. And then I might present other stuff if I have time, which I'm starting to doubt. Here is the descriptive trends by cohort in the countries that are included in all 7 waves of the study, of the data set. And here you see, perhaps unsurprisingly, that it's a different story depending on which country you look at. So some countries like Japan, Spain, South Korea, Germany, to a lesser extent, have clear cohort differences. Whereas, for instance, the US appears to have mostly a trend of decline with minimal cohort differences. And if we go forward, we have those countries included in 6 waves. Again, similar story. Some countries have clear cohort differences, others definitely not. The UK seems to be at a bit of a in-between. There are clear cohort differences in the early part, then not so much. So it's a bit of a mixed picture. Again, for those included in 5 waves, we have similar. Iceland, where I'm from, Ukraine, and mostly those in this graph, maybe Italy, have clear cohort differences, other not so much. So it's a muddled and mixed pictures in that picture, and that's not surprising. And that's in line with all previous studies that cross-national differences are very important. But that should not mean that we give up. It just means that we use statistics and multi-level models to extract the sort of the overall trends and cohort differences in the world in these 116 countries included in our data sets to see if there is an underlying global trend and cohort differences. And there we control for different country inclusion, different country levels and trends, and different generational dynamics within each country. And so in these models, we control for year, age squared, and then look at the effects of being in each cohort. And these are odds ratios reported here. So as you can see, there is because under values under 1 are negative effects. So there is a clear trend of decline in all 3, perhaps not government measures of trust, but there are also clear cohort differences. So basically, being in a post-material generation means you're about 88% as likely to be trusting in parliament. This is a binary measure. We collapse the measure to be as trusting in parliament as if you were of an older generation. But the third wave generation does have lower levels of trust than the oldest generation, but not lower, consistently at least, than the post-material generation. So basically, yeah, the hypothesis 1 seems to be supported, but hypothesis 2 about the third wave generation being even less trusting is not. here we have the interaction term for types of regime, and those are at the bottom here, free countries times post-material interaction term. And here we have a positive coefficient or odds ratio, meaning that actually generational differences are considerably smaller in liberal democracies than in other regimes. They're larger in non-liberal democracies, as we expected, but we're not sure about. So that's an interesting finding that I think would need further research. And I know I'm over time now, so I'm not going to go into this is a margins plot, but it's not from exactly the same models because Stata is not running those complex models for me, so I had to simplify them. Here you can at least see that liberal democracies have generally lower levels of trust, but in both groups, the trend of decline kind of dwarfs the generational differences. But it should be noted that in these models, the generational differences are smaller than in the more sophisticated models. So I've been over this, and here are just questions that I'll leave for Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. I don't know, just maybe you broke up slightly on your final point, but I'm sure we can return to that in
okay.
Q&A. Okay, thank you very much. I will move swiftly on to Lawrence.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you and hear you. Victor, you
okay, that's good.
Stop sharing your slides, Victor, and hopefully Lawrence can share his.
Yeah, I just wanted people to see my questions.
That's a start. It's going to do entire screen. I'll have to put that in the corner.
Your screen?
No, hang on, I can hide that entirely. I need to mute. Sorry, I'm very much thinking aloud here.
I think
Julie's shared sound.
I think you.
Okay, so
you shared your console.
The situation is now. I just need to get this up full screen.
Okay.
How is that looking? The problem is I can't.
No, you're just showing your console at the moment. It's sort of like a infinite. Yeah, it kind of goes on to the distance. Are you able to share? You can share the app, I think, if that's right.
Sorry. So was there a moment there when it was okay? I can't think of a way to actually.
Zach, can you move your slides onto your main screen?
I think the trick might be, but I'm not quite sure how it looks on your end to open the PowerPoint presentation or the presentation and then share the full screen. I don't know if that's what you just aim to do.
So now, are you seeing the?
No, we can see other.
So you see the PowerPoint.
No.
No, we still just see the
Lawrence, I'm able to share them. Lawrence, is the version of the slides the one from the paper folder with just the update on 1st of September? Is that the one?
Yeah, because you're viewing the file.
Yeah. If you want to, I'll do what I did with the presentation with Jane earlier. If you stop sharing your screen, I'll share it, and hopefully I can get it working.
I also have it here, I think.
Okay, I'll hang on.
So it's the presentation. Is there a geography of this content? Is that correct?
That's one.
Yeah, I got it, but there it is.
How's that?
That looks better. Yep. We see it now.
Lawrence, if you just say next slide.
Yep.
Okay, I will do.
So okay.
It's currently not on the screen. It's currently in the presenter mode where you sort of see the next slide. I mean, it's visible, but it's not in full presentation mode.
Yeah, if you back out of it.
Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
Just press ESC.
Yep. Sorry.
Go to slideshow and just. I mean, we can see that, but you could just go slideshow from the beginning.
Is that better?
Oh no, it just does presenter mode again. I don't know why it does that.
Hang on. No, there we go. Is that better?
Yeah, I think that's as good as we're going to get.
Okay.
Okay, so the situation now is, because we have this weird setup, I won't be able to hear you during this, but I suppose I can just see the hop-in chat, because I don't have to have PowerPoint up on my screen.
No, can you see the slide? I think as long as you can see the slides, just tell me when to move across, and I'll listen and let me know.
Okay.
And do you see us also, like the other windows? Like, do you see me, for instance? No.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Okay, so we can gesture if need be.
Oh, I suppose that'll work. Okay. So you're going to go silent for me, but we'll look out for that.
Okay.
All right. Let's get going. Okay, so hi everyone. Sorry for that kind of kerfuffle. I still see there are 18 people in the room, which I'm quite astonished by. It's my pleasure today to be on this panel presenting our paper, Is There a Geography of Discontent? The Urban-Rural Trust Gap in Global Perspective. So essentially, the idea of a geography of discontent is something that has emerged in the recent literature, particularly attributed, the phrase coined by Philip McCann in relation to regions that voted for Brexit and how that was linked to being economically left behind, and also very much linked to the work of Rodriguez Posey and the idea of the revenge of places that don't matter. The broad phenomenon that is being described here is one where the rural areas, perhaps not purely rural areas, but areas outside of big cities, especially rural areas, are seen to be supportive more of the populist and outsider candidates and have lost faith in the establishment, whereas urban areas are at least more accepting of the establishment. And this is seen to be illustrated not just by events like Brexit and voting patterns across Europe and the US, but also causes like the Gilets jaunes protests. Now, there is empirical support for this from recent political science research in the context of Europe, including several single country studies and a couple of EU-wide studies, which do suggest that rural areas are lower in political trust. While on the other side of the pond, there is growing literature on rural resentment, spurred by the work of Kathy Kramer in particular, which describes how rural areas appear to be dissatisfied with how they're politically represented. They feel that urban elites kind of look down on them, and it describes this broad bundle of resentments. But what is kind of lacking here is a more kind of global and comparative perspective, both in relation to what is the geography of discontent in the developing world and developing regions, and how robust are these findings in relation to the developed world and developed regions when we look at other data. Next slide, please. So, although it does seem like the dominant studies and analyses of this come from Europe and the US, there are a handful of studies that cover Africa, Latin America, and China that have been rather overlooked in the political science literature so far, although they are rather recent, so perhaps not unexpected. China, in the case of China, a study by Wang and Yu find that although urban areas are more affluent and tend to have higher levels of education, which might tend to lead to higher political trust, it seems that actually it's rural areas that are more trusting of government institutions. While in Africa and Latin America, these areas that are more remote are higher in trust, even though they have this major deficiencies in service provision. And so there's perhaps an interesting paradox here where the story in the developing world is perhaps not fitting the conventional wisdom. That's even though those such as Rodriguez Posey describe this as a global phenomenon of rural discontent, right? They talk about countries such as Thailand, where the rural areas kind of support more kind of left-wing populists as opposed to urban areas supporting a more establishment side of the equation. And so and they talk in terms of, these are areas that in the developing world are being left behind in much the same way, that they're suffering from agglomeration economics where the benefits of growth go to the big cities and so on. And so it's interesting to find that there's these sort of contrasting takes on, is this global or is this contextually specific? And is there some divide between developing and developed worlds? And so our hypotheses, we essentially are writing a descriptive paper here where we don't argue particularly strongly for either side. We're just very interested in working out what is the pattern across these levels of development. And so we propose two contrasting sets of hypotheses. One is essentially this kind of conventional wisdom that living in a rural area will be associated with lower levels of political trust at all levels of human development. But on the other hand, we propose two hypotheses which suggest that there are contrasting effects on either side of the equation. And our approach to this is to use a large cross-national study using the World Value Survey with over 100 countries and 240K respondents, at least in the most expansive version of the model. Now, that sounded very impressive when I put it into the PowerPoint, although it's just been perhaps blown away by Victor's 650K, but still hopefully a pretty large sample size to be working with. So I'll move on to talking about measurement, and forgive me if I dwell on this a bit much because it's kind of the aspect of the paper that I think is the strongest suit and an aspect that I'm pretty excited about. In the context is a pretty, measuring context, and particularly urban-rural context, is a major issue in political geography. And we think that some of the, now one approach to this is to use a subjective approach, right? So you're just asking respondents in your survey, do you think you live in a rural area, a city, a small town, and so on and so forth? And that hasn't been treated as problematic, but it seems to, questions seem to have been raised about this by a study by Nemreva and Rogers, who at least find that in the context of the US, respondents seem to often quite often make errors describing urban areas when they live in an urban area, describe it as rural. So on that basis, we have quite a preference for a more objective approach to measuring urban-rural, and to, but there's also some issues here, right? In terms of, this is generally based on census data. So you know from a survey where someone lives, and then you can link it up to census data, and then that census data might have an urban-rural classification. But actually, questions have also been raised about this kind of approach in political geography as well, because how large these units are and how the boundaries are drawn seems to affect the accuracy of classifications. And also, when you're doing a cross-national study, it's important to have a comparable approach, but actually these studies take wildly different approaches to measuring urban-rural. So our solution to this is to link our respondents who are geolocated in the WVS Wave 7 survey to urban-rural classifications, which have been derived on the basis of satellite imagery. Next slide, please. So essentially, we escape this census trap by linking this to de Gerber classifications, which classify each cell as urban and rural, those cells being 1 square kilometer in size. So we can locate people very precisely and then give them quite precise urban-rural classification. And then we find that because this is quite an innovative approach, we think that it's quite important to establish the validity of this. It does seem to have convergent validity with WVS coders. It matches logically, so rural areas have much higher proportion of people who work on farms, for example, so that's very logical. It correlates well with country level data on urbanization. Next slide, please. On the other hand, the equation, this is a trust panel, so we'll probably get some quite strong opinions on how you can measure trust. And our approach is to try to tick everyone's particular box in this, because trust can be measured through responses on single items such as trust government, parties, parliament. You can also treat it as a kind of latent construct, and we do both of those, and we devise 2 reliable scales. So essentially we have 8 different outcome variables that we test our theories on. Next slide, please. We also have several controls: age, gender, income, and education at the individual level. This is quite a parsimonious effect to testing something we're quite interested in, which is there a compositional effect that might explain an urban-rural divide, and it might explain how it works across levels of human development. And then at the country year level, we have measures of economic growth, corruption, and country population. I can talk about all of those in more detail if you're interested. The models use a multi-level structure. We account for the country level effects, and then we include random slopes for the effects across countries, and a lot of these slightly dull technical details that I can get into in the Q&A if you want to drill down into this. But I think what you'll be more interested in hearing about is our results. Our approach is to interact the urban-rural classification with the level of human development. That's HDI seen on the x-axis, and then on the y-axis on the left is the effect of rurality on political trust. A effect above 0, a positive effect, is that it increases trust. And our findings suggest that if you're in a low development context, then rurality tends to have the effect of increasing trust. So that fits with some of the studies we've been seeing out of Latin America, for example, but does not fit with the theories of the likes of Rodriguez Poza, etc. Whereas at the high levels of human development, we are actually finding null effects of rurality on political trust. So it's actually quite surprising, given that is the dominant finding in the literature today. Next slide, please. One problem with the prior analysis is that we don't have the geocodes for many countries, and in the WS data, we don't have many European countries with the geocodes. So we're not actually getting a very good sample of the high development context. So what we can do is we can switch to a measure that looks a bit like de Gerber, that uses the same cutoff, but just takes the population cutoff from WS Coder's measure of town size, as opposed to de Gerber. So what this does for us is this unlocks the WS waves back to wave 2, and then gives us that mega 240K sample. And what we're seeing here is that this has the same pattern as before. So we're pretty confident it's not an artifact of the time context, the number of countries, and so on. Next slide, please. So to drill down into some details of the results, is this contextual or compositional? It looks like some of our compositional factors explain about 30% of the effect, but we can't definitively say that this is definitely a contextual effect doing the remainder, because we don't know if we got all the compositional effects. You don't know if you can ever really measure all of those. We also did some analysis within world regions to see whether what the effect would be if we looked at different parts of Europe and then Africa, Asia, and so on. Now it sort of looks like there's only one area where of the high development context where rural is doing the thing that we expect it to do, which is Western Europe. So would be interested to hear your thoughts on why Western Europe might be an exception here. Particularly notable is US and Canada having no effect, and particularly the US, given all this literature on rural resentment. But we think this is perhaps hiding changes in the effect over time, because it seems that this is linked to partisan control. When we did some analysis in the General Social Survey, we can go back to 1974, and we actually see the effect of rurality changes a lot over time, where rural areas tend to be less trusting when Democrats are in power and more trusting when Republicans are in power. So it just nets out to a null effect. So in conclusion, the findings don't quite fit either the sort of conventional wisdom that we're going to see rural resentment across the globe, or the pattern of the existing literature in the high development context were not as low trust in rural areas as we expected. Why might we see this kind of positive effect of rurality in developing countries and regions? We want to leave that mostly up for debate. However, in the conclusion, we speculate that in these rural areas, driven by discussions in the likes of the Brinkoff paper, there does seem to be a tendency for more deference to authority, whereas critical citizenship, which we just heard discussed, seems to be more located in the urban areas. And in those most developed countries and regions, why would we see this finding that rural areas don't seem to be that different? Well, one factor is, although you might live in a different environment, you don't live in a fundamentally different political context necessarily, in that you live in a very nationalized politics and media sphere. And perhaps that means that location just doesn't matter as much as we might think it would. However, that's all kind of speculation. We'd be interested to hear your thoughts, but our key takeaway is that the geography of political trust seems to depend on development. And this is something that needs to be accounted for more in the literature. Thank you very much for listening. We look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Lawrence. I hope I kept to time on the presentation. Right, I will jump in swiftly, and hopefully I can share my window if I can get it right. Let me know if this is, I'll put it to slideshow from the beginning. Is that showing okay? Is it giving preview or not?
Showing good.
Okay. Great. Okay. Well, I will try and keep myself to time, but please, someone shout at me. Victor or Lawrence, shout at me if I speak anything over 15 minutes, as I'm prone to normally. So this is a paper with Jen Gaskell and Jerry Stoker from our TrustGov project, and a little bit of a contrast to the previous papers. It draws on qualitative analysis from focus groups that we conducted in 8 countries, which I'll talk a little bit more about in a moment. And it's been, just to say, it's been actually great fun. All the members of the team have sat in on focus groups, virtual focus groups, a little bit like this. We're all sat in our offices, sitting rooms, bedrooms, watching people talk about politics all over the world, sometimes with snacks and a glass of wine, which is a good way to do focus groups, I can tell you. And we've been wanting to understand the way in which citizens make evaluations of the trustworthiness of politicians and the untrustworthiness of politicians. And obviously there is a huge literature of which, you know, we on the team have contributed a little bit to about cynicism in politicians. And so we're interested in the idea almost of the trustworthy politician as an oxymoron, a contradiction, and I'll talk you through some material. And so, and think about that in the context of theories of dirty and untrustworthy politics. There are probably no political theorists here, so I can refer to that literature a little bit. You know, ideas that, you know, power corrupts and absolute, politicians are not trustworthy because for reasons such as power corrupts. Politicians may be untrustworthy because politicians face competing interests, often hugely complex problems involving trade-offs, and also that governing involves high stakes and requires compromise bargaining in a way that we don't in our normal lives. You might be trustworthy on an individual basis, but if you're in politics, you're having to engage in deals, in deal-making, bargaining, nefarious activities that go beyond the realm of what we might expect about people's integrity in private life. And some of the solutions that are often from political theory are, for example, denial of the problem, the belief that, you know, people's personal and their public morality should match. Other solutions relate to good governance, the tying of those dirty hands through transparency, accountability mechanisms, delegation to experts. An alternative model is sort of sanctioned hypocrisy, the idea that politicians maintain a public image, which is a mythical one, and citizens forgive transgression. So it's a collective lie that we tell ourselves, or whether it all comes down to cynicism, that we all just have a realist view that's all fair in politics. This is just what has to be done in politics. You can't be trustworthy to be a politician. And so in the focus groups I'm going to talk about, we're interested about how citizens recognize and resolve the problems of the dirty hands of politics. So just to give you a little sense of our methodology, for this study, we're drawing on 52 online focus groups. Obviously, during the period of our project, the pandemic hit, and we had to have a significant shift in our methodology from the plan to do face-to-face groups to online. But actually, the real benefit of that has been that we've been able to observe many more groups than we would have otherwise done, and some of which were in foreign language through real-time translation. Our analysis, I'll talk a little bit about the case selection, is drawn from a quite diverse set of countries: the UK, the USA, Australia, Italy, Croatia, Argentina, the Philippines, and Zimbabwe, which we chose to have a kind of good global mix and a range of regimes. And we are drawing on 311 participants in total. The focus groups went on for 2 hours in total. Apparently, the Philippine ones went on even longer. The facilitators really kept it going a very long time. And the focus groups, just in general, I won't be talking about material from all of them. They generated a huge amount of material, organized into 3 sections, really. The first was about people's general trust in politics and government. We then had a section about trust in the crisis in the context of COVID, asking about government's handling of the pandemic, also things like vaccines and so forth. And the third section was looking at questions about trust in divided societies, about the kind of the significant and most dominant, kind of political issues that divide societies and how trust was formed in those contexts. Just to say very briefly on our case selection, it really was just designed to be a most different type of democracies, a mix of kind of high income and lower middle income countries, a mix of governance systems, from presidential to parliamentary, and also a mix of fragmentation. And in terms of the dominant cleavage in society, we were looking for somewhere the divides were intensifying, US, UK, somewhere they're stable, Australia, Italy, Argentina, and some where those divides, cleavages are said to be de-escalating, Zimbabwe and Croatia. Just to note on that category of divides that it is quite prone to rapid changes, especially as a result of the pandemic. So this was a classification from the Fragile State Index and World Bank in 2019. So just to say a little bit more about the exercise we used and the material we have, the benefit of using online is that we get on video, transcripts, translated transcripts and slides. And one of the things that we learned through the pandemic about doing online focus groups was that exercises that are a little bit more interactive are really important in terms of engaging participants, because online, otherwise, essentially, the risk of focus groups is that actually you get not a lot of interaction. It's almost like a kind of series of one-on-ones with the facilitator at the center. And these exercises we developed really were a way to prompt and stimulate discussion. And so one of the exercises that I'll be talking about material from was where we gave people a couple of PowerPoint slides, we show, as you can see on the screen, and we said to people, asked people to think about the trustworthy politician and an untrustworthy politician at separate points in the discussion, and we asked them essentially, let's fill out this kind of picture of what a trustworthy politician or an untrustworthy politician is thinking. That's the light bulb. What they're feeling, that's the heart. And what are they doing? That's the kind of action clipboard at the bottom. And it was a really, it was quite a powerful way of getting citizens to start thinking about what were the traits and attributes of politicians that they thought were trustworthy and untrustworthy. We also asked, as part of the discussion, to what extent people trusted the current government to manage the COVID crisis effectively. And that's broadly what I'm going to talk to you about today. I've got a lot of slides of Jen Gaskell gave me a lot of qualitative material, which I'll skip through, and some of which I will not speak to all of, but I'll be very happy to share the slides afterwards. So let's just start with the trustworthy politician. And I think the real fun of this material is it's quite entertaining watching people talk about politicians, obviously. So, and there's quite a lot of laughter in these groups, so in our first group up on the Argentinian focus group, the moderator said, well, okay, let's imagine a trustworthy politician. And Augustine, these are all pseudonymized identities. It doesn't exist. In Australia, Jordan says it's hard when it's a fictitious character. Luca in Croatia, a politician that I can trust. That sounds very good, but personally, based on my age and experience in life in Croatia, I believe that is an oxymoron. and in the UK. Does that sound, asked to sum up about this identity of what a trustworthy politician looked like? One of the participants said it was a pipe dream. So just to give you a sense of a summary of what we were finding in the frequency of mentions of different characteristics, by frequency of mention by participants. So 33% means that a third of participants mentioned this characteristic. Politicians who are trustworthy if they were considered to look out for the greater good. A third of them, just over a quarter, who were considered trustworthy. A trait was mentioned about coherence of words and actions. It was actually, watching the groups, it was incredible how often people, the participants would say, a trustworthy politician does what they say. They deliver on their promises. It was incredibly kind of powerful. During the groups, we'd have a team WhatsApp group. Whenever they said that, we'd kind of tweet in the WhatsApp group, they're at it again. Because it was not just the trait that was recurring, it was the way it was spoken about. Having integrity was also associated with being trustworthy. Practical improvements, effective policies, a kind of competence perspective, which would be good news to Jane Green and myself. That was about a fifth of participants. So these were the kind of dominant trustworthy traits. And I will skip through some of these, but I think this idea of the greater good, someone who wants the best for everyone, in our Australian groups, someone not committing themselves to a single party, but if they were almost neutral, didn't think about the party's values and thought instead about what the general population would need and want instead. It reminded me a lot of some of the material that we looked on in our project on mass observation data, where people often like politics and government without parties. In terms of coherence and consistency, the sort of language we were dealing with is that what he thinks and what he does seems to be the same things, setting achievable goals, fulfills their promises from the Philippines. And then integrity, is about honesty. You're not honest, you're not trustworthy. So it's really kind of telling the truth is a really kind of significant factor that was a recurring feature of what was considered a trustworthy politician. Now, we turn to an untrustworthy politician. We normally did this, I think, if I recall right, afterwards, politicians, the citizens found this a lot easier. And, we can see from this Argentinian group, I think it's more complete than the trustworthy politician, laughing. This Joe Joaquin, because of history, memory, there's kind of this idea that the kind of people's experience of politics leads them to see untrustworthy politicians as kind of prevalent and common. You can see in the UK groups, when they're discussing the traits of the untrustworthy politician they've drawn, Damien says it sounds like every politician we know. And the moderator in the US group saying, do you notice how much faster you are coming up with things for the untrustworthy politician? One participant says it's so easy. And then we get, another participant saying it's sort of sad, kind of expressing regret. So in terms of the traits that were mentioned in terms of the untrustworthy politician, again, from previous survey research, they're not so surprising to me that, ideas of politicians being self-interested, corrupt, hitting well over a third of participants identify those traits. Feelings of superiority, I think, is actually quite interesting about that. That seemed to come out, the politicians being above, feeling superior to citizens, a lack of follow through on their promises. So we have this kind of these two images of the trustworthy and untrustworthy politicians. So self-interested are just thinking of themselves. Actually, again, you can see there the language across different countries is incredibly recurrent and common, just helping themselves, thinking about themselves. In this discussion in Argentina, you didn't say the politician is corrupt, and Andrea says we took that one for granted. It's kind of almost built in, and superiority is also linked to arrogance, not concerned about people. Actually, it's quite interesting in terms of thinking about this, that the labels and the categories we use to categorize the discussions actually are potentially quite difficult to come up with in a way that don't end up steering how we present the data. Just to say a little bit more, because I'm conscious that I will speak for too long if I go over another couple of minutes. One of the themes that came up a lot during discussion of how the government was handling the COVID pandemic was the idea of extenuating circumstances, the idea that it was very difficult. One of the features of the material is that, and I think conducting the focus groups in a time of crisis, I think elevated levels of latent trust and the view of politicians and governments and benevolent. And what we had in the focus groups is that in the screening survey before people were invited to the groups, we had a mix of people who were asked questions that we've developed previously that were associated with trust, mistrust and distrust. So kind of ideas around more positive assessments of trust. Mistrust is about being skeptical or monitoring government. Distrust is about affectively feeling negative towards government. And we found that those participants who were identified as truster in the screening tended to both be more positive about the outcomes and the policies and the conduct of how the government was handling the crisis. A little bit, marginally more the trusters and the mistrusters and distrusters, pretty small numbers blaming others. But actually, in some ways, what's a feature across all these different types of participants was actually the structure of their assessments of how government was handling the pandemic was incredibly consistent. So just to kind of skip through these, the idea of blaming others is about government trying to doing its best. That it's actually just really a difficult job. A lot of people talked about not wanting to put themselves in the shoes of politicians, that during the crisis they were kind of willing to trust them because it was a really difficult job. Just to sum up, I think what was most striking from the focus groups, and I think one that we've been grappling a little bit in terms of writing up, was actually the remarkable consistency across countries. We designed it as a comparative study, cross-national study, interested in getting at cross-national differences. And there are some there that we'll pull out. But in terms of the way that citizens talked about the traits of what a trustworthy and untrustworthy politician was, they're incredibly recurrent. I think there was some differences, I would say, in terms of being untrustworthy, in terms of corruption, and kind of in very explicit terms. But actually, the general traits were incredibly common. And there was similar consistency in thinking that this does not match the reality of politics and politicians. So that kind of hardwired disappointment in the way that citizens interact with politics was very clear. And we do see a little bit of variation among people who identify their positions as trusting, mistrusting, and distrusting. So of those who identified themselves with a trusting position before, they tended to identify existing circumstances compared to those who had about half, 25% of those with a distrusting position. So we did see a little bit that if you were at a basic level more likely to be a trusting person, you were more likely to identify extenuating circumstances and how governments were handling the pandemic. But those top extenuating circumstances for politicians are similar across all groups. So, the question is, how do citizens resolve the problem of dirty politics? Well, we had these solutions from the political theory at the start about denial, good governance, sanctioned hypocrisy and cynicism. Well, actually, from the citizen perspective, it's a lot messier. There's a large willingness to trust, which may have been exacerbated in the context of the COVID crisis. I think it would be quite interesting to go back in a few years' time to run the same groups to see if we got the same sorts of latent trust, or whether that kind of negative affective distrust was really much more dominant. There were perceptions of some good results in terms of managing the pandemic, obstacles, politicians facing no other choice. The citizens were recognizing the difficulties of politics. And so the COVID crisis, just to close, I think shows that people can tolerate kind of the dirty politics in the language of the political theorists, but that doesn't remove their desire for change in politics and their disappointment with the way that politicians behave. And I will stop sharing, and I hope I have kept relatively to time. So thank you very much. And I think next up is to hand over to Victor for the final presentation.
Indeed. Thank you very much. Can you see me? I can't see myself, but...
No, we can't see you yet.
No, you'll need to leave or something, or...
I can turn mine off, and I've stopped sharing my screen. Stephen may be able to.
I'm not sure why you wouldn't be able to switch on the camera. Okay, can you try and switch it on? There's these little icons towards the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, it all should be switched on. Do you mind if I refresh my screen? That worked last time.
Yeah, maybe. Otherwise, I can sort of.
Yeah.
You can try and
Thanks.
leave and come back.
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully Victor will come back shortly. In the meantime, please don't hesitate to ask any or put your questions in the Q&A tab.
It sounds like Victor's from the chat. It might be an issue with his connection. Unfortunately, this is one presentation I'm not able to give to the slides, so it's a paper with Dan Devine. I'll give Victor a minute or two, and if not, we can switch to Q&A and switch back when Victor returns. Just give him a moment.
I do have the presentation as a backup, but
it's I think we need Victor online because it's a paper that Victor and Dan have written,
but we could hear him.
Well, yeah, but he's not here now. Disappeared. Give me 30 seconds, and if not, Lawrence, we might look at a couple of questions for your paper from Zach and Patrick if Victor doesn't reappear.
Yeah, in the meantime, I downloaded the presentation, but to have that as a backup at least. But let's hope that Victor can come back.
While we're waiting, Lawrence, do you want to pick up those questions from Zach and Patrick? I can also chime in, but you might want to start. Do you want me to read them out, or can you see them?
No, I can see them.
Yeah.
So, Zach asks, yes, Lawrence, does the electoral system play a role here? Maybe more rural resentment in Western Europe as PR, so rural areas less politically influential contra US, UK. So that's a really interesting thought, actually. So I'm sorry, I need to just mute the shared sound because I'm feeding back on myself, but you can't hear it. So that's a really interesting thought. I did, in the first instance, control for electoral system just in these kind of broad, like PR mixed first past the post. But it all looked very messy. And so I stopped putting it in the models after a certain point because it's very confused how liberal countries and the electoral systems interact. So it looks like electoral system is having a big role, but actually it just is very implausible because it's just like electoral system and liberal democracy are too tightly linked. So there's a bit of messy stuff there with what the electoral system does. I do think this fundamental point about power and influence is really interesting, but I think it's going to vary how much first past the post is actually going to make rural areas more powerful or not, and how much PR is going to suppress their power necessarily. So I'm not sure there'd be any sort of clean answer to what effects that would have. But it is something I'll try an interaction on that and see what pops out of it. And I'll get back to you if you're particularly interested in hearing about it. As for urban-rural status, so I suppose, Patrick, you're asking a question about identity. So your objective versus subjective classification. I think if you've got a good enough objective classification, then what is a subjective classification alongside that? And if it doesn't match, then what it might be is that subjective classification is actually rural identity or urban-rural identity and not urban-rural location. Now, that can be very interesting and important to measure, but the thing is that when you do that analysis and see what effect that has on the trust outcome, then, it's kind of like all the literature in this space is quite informative. It's supposed to be informative for sort of social policy debates, and people are picking up on this literature and saying, oh no, we need to do something about this crisis of trust in rural areas. We need to invest more in their services and correct the excessive focus on urban areas in public policy. But actually then, but if that is based on subjective classifications, then you have a real problem of, you might be building that kind of social policy argument even on kind of sand, right? So actually, I think what we're trying to do here is to, is to look at the fundamentals for that reason, because it's the debates that we want to play into with this that are happening in the literature, even though that identity question is also really interesting to us. But thanks for the question.
Lawrence, I was going to say, I thought in some ways Patrick's kind of setting you up for, based on the survey questions you're about to field in 7 countries, where we're asking people about their perception of their area, that actually where we will have objective data that we may be able to explore it a little bit more in detail, that kind of gap and what drives it. Victor is back with us, thankfully, and I'll hand over to a moment. I was just going to say to Zach's point about effects differing between the type of regime that a given generation was socialized in is a really good point. So, Victor, I don't know if you saw that question in the Q&A, but I think that's for the generations paper we should definitely look at in terms of the kind of the periodization. So that's really great. Well, okay, Victor, thank you for making it back. And thank you, Lawrence. We'll come back to the Q&A. Ben's got a question there, but we'll let Victor present, and then we got until 3:15. So Victor, without any further ado, over to you.
Yes, the ado has been plenty. Thanks a lot. Because of technical issues, and apologies for those. So I am presenting a paper by Daniel Devine and myself. It's at Oxford, but couldn't be here today. He's actually first author on the paper, to be clear, even though my name is there. So it is on the stability and change of political trust. I think this nicely sort of relates to the other paper I was presenting, because there we were looking at over time changes in trust at a kind of generational level and generational differences. Here we're looking at over time changes in trust at an individual level within individuals. So start by talking a little bit about that, a little bit touch slightly on the existing evidence, then the data and methods, and we basically apply 4 different methods to try and explore the stability of trust in our data sets. So our question is, how stable is political trust? An individual's political trust, not a country's or generations. So within individual. And we believe that this is kind of basically another way of asking, what is the nature of political trust? Again, we define it, same definition as earlier, definitions as sort of citizens' feeling about governing institutions and actors. And we ask, to what extent is political trust a kind of enduring quality of individuals, a disposition, a long-term sort of stable disposition? Or is it a judgment that's sensitive to social and political contexts at each point? Or maybe just a meaningless random response, as some early academics seem to believe. Of course, it could be each of these to an extent, but we're interested in learning to what extents. And so there is a long history of theories and research into these questions about political attitudes generally, whether they're meaningless, stable, or whatnot, especially since Converse and others. And early research on trust characterized it more as diffuse and durable, sort of a system legitimacy type thing, whereas specific support was of sort of evaluations of government performance was seen as more volatile, but trust in political institutions and actors was seen as diffuse. But later, more recent research describes political trust as volatile. And as I'll explain more, a lot of theories on political trust, the determinants of political trust, implicitly at least assume some volatility or sensitivity to context, to political context, to economic performance, media coverage, and so forth. So we argue that understanding the stability of political trust helps us evaluate these explanatory theories and understand the nature of trust. And so, as I said, are they enduring dispositions or results of ongoing updating of performance judgments, for example? The more stable trust is, the less it responds to economic and policy performance, political events, and also efforts to build trust. So understanding this has implications for all of those. Also, if aggregate levels of political trust are changing, as seemed to be the case from my earlier presentation, to what extent is it due to generational replacement, hint, hint, versus individuals changing their minds, basically? So we believe this is important to understand. And as I said, different theories implicitly assume an inherent stability or volatility. And so we kind of arrange different theories on a spectrum from stable to, from assuming the most stable trust as most stable to most volatile. So on the most stable side are dispositional theories, which look at individual disposition, psychological personality traits, biological determinants of trust, which there are studies into. Slightly less stable, but still quite stable, are socialization theories, which I talked about earlier, generational change in early life socialization. So they can change in formative years, but they stay mostly stable throughout the rest of people's lives. Next are kind of institutional theories, which sort of focus on electoral systems and political institutions and the effects of them on trust. They are stable, but institutions can change. And next, we put policy theories, which are about sort of economic performance, economic contexts, and also policy performance, the policies of governments and so forth as determinants of trust. And finally, what we call event theories, which are the sort of most day-to-day theories about political scandals, media coverage, and sort of discrete events determining trust. So there are some studies using panel data, individual repeated observations of the same individuals over time to study trust. I won't go into detail. One looked at adolescents in Belgium and found it to be essentially stable by age 16, but it only went up to year 21, 21 years of age. Another showed that scandals seem to negatively affect political trust, at least for the short or medium term. And finally, there's one by Bauer that showed that experiencing unemployment actually had no effect on political trust, while it did affect other attitudes. But the panel studies of political trust are quite scant in the literature. So trust research has more or less been on the cross-sectional level so far, although, of course, there are exceptions. So we contribute to that gap by focusing explicitly on the stability of political trust as such, so not the sort of influence of particular factors, individual factors, but on the inherent stability, and also by using a lot of data from different countries. So we have 6 survey panel data sets from 5 countries. We list them here: the British election study, panel has measures of political trust, comparable measures, in 16 waves, survey waves over 6 years. We have from Switzerland, which has 14 waves over 20 years, so a long period. And in the Netherlands, the Dutch LIS survey has in 12 waves over 13 years. And then there's also the German longitudinal election study panel 2016 to 20, which has these have fewer waves. And we focus on the first three because having more waves allows us to more robustly estimate stability as opposed to sort of random fluctuation, volatility. And it also allows us to look at the potential effects of longer term factors like changing education levels of an individual or income levels and so forth. So it basically provides us with richer data, although of course longer periods can also be useful. So we focus on the top three. The US voter study group was conducted between 2016 and 2020 in 4 years, four waves. And the US youth panel is a bit unique. It has measures in 3 waves conducted over 32 years. So first, when individuals were between 17 and 21, I think, and then 16 or 17 years later, and I forget the exact intervals, but it had very interspersed, but a long period covered. So here's more information on the data. The question wordings, the measures differ slightly. I don't go into it here, but, well, they differ slightly. They differ considerably. But we looked at, for example, in LIS, because it has measures of trust in government, parliament, and politicians, and the results don't vary really with which measure we look at. And all of these tap into the fundamental concept of political trust that I defined earlier. So we are sort of happy with that. Of course, we would love to have the same measure in all data sets, but that's not the reality. And so we start by looking at within individual correlations between waves. So how well does an individual respondent's trust level in the first wave predict their trust level in the second wave and then the third wave? And we compare each wave to the first wave, to be clear. So we look at the correlations over time, basically, within individuals. Then we do within between models. Malcolm Fairbrother has kind of led on that. So we decompose the effect of different variables included in the data sets between individual and within individual variation to see if changes within individuals in other variables affect trust. Then we do so-called impact functions, where we look at the effects of major political events, such as Brexit and election results. And then we also do latent growth models, which is a way to basically statistically tell us the average change in individuals' trust over time. So this is within individual correlations of political trust by panel dataset. Excuse the slightly clunky y-axis. I literally realized last night that there weren't any and I couldn't contact Dan, so I put them in a text box on the slide. So sort of a solution. As you can see here, the American panel data sets are very different. The stability of trust appears to be in those panel data sets very different from the other European data sets in Britain, Germany, Switzerland, and the Netherlands. So in all of those European datasets, the correlations between the first wave and subsequent waves start out to be between 0.6 and 0.7 Pearson's R, going, well, in 100 months, 200 months to maybe 0.4, 0.5 Pearson's R's, but still a moderate correlation. But in the US voter study group, it started off just in 1 year, the correlation within individuals of trust was only 0.35 or so. It should be noted that the first wave was conducted before Trump's election and the second wave after Trump's election, so that might explain something. And indeed, the correlations between the second and subsequent waves are a bit higher, but they're still around 0.4, so still lower than all of the other data sets. And the unique long data set the US youth study has correlations just over 0.1. I believe the correlation between the second and third waves are 0.2 something, but still quite low. Of course, these were conducted decades apart in very turbulent times of political trust decline in the US, but it's still very noteworthy. So, as I was saying, it's reasonably stable over time across all of data sets except for the two conducted in the US. And yeah, this is, I basically kind of covered this. The US youth panel study had a correlation of 0.14, which is very little. We're slightly concerned about those results, but it's interesting. But it was conducted in 17 years apart. So first, when respondents were between 17 and 20 years, and then 17 years later. And here we graph just the European panel data sets to show the sort of more marginal differences between them. And there you can see that the British case, the British election study, actually does stand apart a bit there for how steeply the correlations decline over time. So in this period, tumultuous period in British politics from 2014 to 2020, it started out in the first few waves. There was very high correlations over time within individuals, but they quickly declined quite steeply. Here are results from latent growth models. I'll be completely honest, I'm not an expert on those, and Dan ran those, but they can decompose the variation of the trust variables into overall variation, between individual variation, and within individual variation. And what I think is most interesting to highlight here is that the variation between individuals is in all three of these data sets. Oh yes, I should have noted here and from now on we start to look at the three richest data sets which have a dozen or more waves, because the analysis isn't really appropriate for the fewer waves. And so in these three, the British, Dutch, and Swiss panel data sets, the between variation is about 1/3 higher than the within individual variation in all cases. Don't know how much you make of that, but it's at least considerably higher in all cases. And the average rate of change is quite low. You can see the numbers there. I won't read them, but it's quite low in each case. And here you can see that these are LGM plots. So basically each gray or black line is an individual respondent. The red line is the average, and you can see there's not much average change in any of the data sets. But of course, there is considerable variation, as we would expect. And this points us to, okay, there are different groups going in different directions, and that's something that future research should look into. Here we have within regression models on the data set. So we decompose the effects of political interest, for instance, between individuals and within individuals. Between individuals, the sort of variation in political interest is highly correlated and predicts political trust, unsurprisingly. Within individuals, it does actually. So if an individual changes their interest level over time, that is in most cases associated with changes in political trust. But of course, we don't know the causal direction of that relationship, and it's much weaker than the between individual. But interestingly, basically all other within individual effects are insignificant. In some cases, this might be due to lack of variation, but there is still some variation in these longer data sets. So in terms of like changing education levels, like becoming more educated, basically doesn't seem to have an effect. Getting higher income, becoming employed, or changing your employment status doesn't seem to affect political trust levels in these sort of 6, 10, 20, 6, 12, 20-year periods. Finally, the impact factors, which are, here we look at the Dutch data, because it's basically the only data where we have a variation in our time of election results. So this is losing or gaining incumbency status. So we code this variable as having become a supporter of an incumbent party, which is an incumbent majority, part of a majority government, or stopped being a supporter, but not if the individual changed their party identification, only if the party stopped being in government or entered government. I hope that's clear. So this is the results of elections, basically. You can see there is actually quite a substantial 0.5 or more on the 10-point scale decline in trust when your party loses incumbency status. The gain of gaining incumbency status is much lower, sort of smaller, but still sizable. But the important thing, we think, the most interesting thing, is that these differences seem to return to equilibrium in about 2.5 years. So then the effects seem to wane off. Here we look at the effects of Brexit, basically just by looking at trust levels by Leave and Remain vote. And there have been some considerable variations and basically a switch between Leave and Remain voters in recent times. But it's very hard to say if that is how permanent that change is. And the overall trust levels are still much more stable. But this, again, points out that different groups might be more volatile than others. So we would, in conclusion, and sorry I'm going over time a bit, say that trust is more stable than not is our finding. But the US is an apparent exception, but we're not entirely confident in the data sort of providing a clear conclusion on that. And trust can be quite volatile and does react to political events, but it's at least as stable in the medium to long run as other political attitudes, and we would say fairly stable. Differences between individuals are about 1/3 larger than within individuals. And here I'm basically just summarizing what I've already said. And here are some questions that I put forth for discussion. What should we make of the US exceptionalism? How should we determine whether political trust is stable or volatile, and so forth? But I'll stop now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. We have just 5 minutes left. Fortunately, we had a little bit of time for questions in the technical interlude. I mean, I was just I'll jump right in, but please, people, do throw in any final questions you might have in the Q&A. Ben, I mean, I'm just going to respond to Ben's comment, Victor. Then I had a question for you, actually, which you can look in the Q&A. I mean, Ben, I think you're completely right that those negative attitudes about the attributes of politicians are ingrained, and they're very consistent with what we found in the analysis of mass observation archive material in the UK right over a very long period. And so I think there is something interesting there about why, how that kind of politicians who perform well or behave kind of honorably rubbing up against very negative baseline expectations. Just to say, we've got a survey experiment that's going into the field relatively soon, trying to tease out those effects. I think in 1 or 2 surveys, we've asked a kind of baseline about people's what they think, how they perceive politicians against these attributes, and then alternating the attributes of politicians according to some of these characteristics, so we can more systematically test the effects on of individual attributes on how they impact on perceived trustworthiness. Victor, as you saw my comment, I was just kind of wondering whether it seemed like you were using T1 as your baseline for stability, but I wondered whether you might want to have a measure of the kind of the average correlation between every T time point, because you could see why on one level, if you had a socialization study that was like, oh, I want to get people at age 16, 17 and then follow them through, well, that's sort of understandable. But I think in some of your panel studies, people are not 16 or 17. They can be like 50, 60, whatever. And you're then at the whim of political offense, right? So if you first observed someone in a BAS panel at, in the immediate aftermath of a shock event like the referendum, and then they're kind of there, then they might subsequently revert to some previous equilibrium later on. So I would wonder if you have multiple panels, 3 panels, you take the correlation between T1 and T2 and T1 and T3 separately, and then that'll give you a better sense of the within individual level of variation rather than tying yourself to that initial baseline. I don't know if that makes sense, or I'm right.
It's an interesting thought. I think I understand. It's so We haven't tried it. We might try it. So do you mean like for time point 2, would we take the average of the correlation of T2 with T1 and T3 and T4 and T5 and then take the average of those? Yeah, well, would be an interesting definitely analysis to run. I think personally, I think we would stick with this as the main presentation because we like the sort of illustration of over time and how the correlation changes over time. So, we have this baseline time points, but when you go further away from it, how much does the correlation decline? But it would be definitely interesting to look at as well, the average correlation.
Do that because for every one between T1 and T3, you have a temporal observation, and between T2 and T3, it's just it may be a robustness check, but I think it might be worth looking at.
Yeah, cool.
Sorry, I think Ralph had a question. I think for you, Victor,
Yeah.
and then at which point we might close because I think we have a short break between panels.
Yeah, we didn't set out formal expectations or hypotheses about how stable or latent trust is. So we approach this as more of an empirical exploration than a test of empirical hypotheses. So we basically did not have prior preconceptions about how stable or latent trust would be. And as I mentioned at the end, it is a spectrum, so it is hard to test with a clear cutoff point of supported or not supported hypothesis whether trust is stable or not, or stable or volatile. So we approach it more as in a kind of empirical exploration. I would say our findings are that it's more stable than not, if that means anything. But we do struggle a little bit with how to interpret the empirical findings sort of substantively, but we think it has value. Just the numbers, the statistics, the findings have value, however you might subjectively evaluate it. I see there's another question from Zach Grant. It's a very interesting suggestion about looking at the type of regime that a given generation was socialized in at their earlier point. So looking at the past, basically, for each individual generation, looking at if that has an effect. We haven't done it. It's an interesting suggestion. I probably will look at it. So thanks for that.
I responded to that when you were out of the room and said we should do that. So great. Well, I'm conscious that we'll be back into panels in 14 minutes now, and now we're all in this world of running to our kitchens to make ourselves cups of tea instead of all mingling. Just to thank all the presenters. It's been strange chairing everyone for your own team, but hopefully thank you to the audience. We'll see you all later on. And if you're interested in the research, please just drop us an email. We'll be happy to share papers as and when they're out. Great. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thanks to the audience.
Yeah.